but Zach was good, and everyone, but especially Zach, was calming down the crowd and doing damage control. So
I was getting frustrated.
good job.
Thank you, I appreciate that. But I was at my point of just like, fuck this shit.
Somebody said the Spice Girls joke that he kept saying was stolen word for word from Nikki Glazer at the roast of Rob Lowe.
Oh.
Oops.
Little Jimmy Mencia over here, huh?
You know, I gotta say though, I would guess Jimmy has the most original content for the most part. Though.
Original, because you don't understand it.
Right.
You know, it's.
There's something to be said of the just being able to have a Rolodex of that many one-liners, I guess. I mean, I know that they're all bad, but like I couldn't
Right. Yeah. Just
think
on
of
cue.
like just on cue hit
He's
people
quick.
with. Yeah, I mean he's quick. He's got that.
But
Give him that.
he's quick, but is it funny? Well, it's the.
Right, that's a different story.
There were some extreme times, and we don't condone that. We don't condone the severe shit.
How did you feel, Ian, behind the camera? Were you any more comfortable? You know, Zach was in front of it with him. I don't know. How were you feeling?
Oh, I was super comfortable. No, it was very painful the whole day. But, Zach was being such a good sport.
Yeah.
And it was nice to... we all kind of got to commiserate as it was happening. You know, we'd go off in little group and be like, what the fuck just happened? But then Love could hear Jimmy on the mic. Because Jimmy was mic'd up. So as we'd be talking, like, we got to get out of here, man. We're all tired. This is ridiculous. And then Love will be like, I hear Jimmy. He's saying that he thinks that we're all mad at him. And
Oh, damn.
I know. It was tough.
It's it's a weird situation with him because I don't know. I don't even know how to explain it, but you kind of want to feel bad for him, but then he just takes him not long to be like, oh, okay, never mind. It's hard to feel bad for him.
What's that
What
quote?
the shit he's saying?
What's that quote? Like, once that come out, they always try to bring me back in.
Mm-hmm.
What is that from?
Godfather 3.
Yeah. I should know that.
One of the 3 movies that you quote endlessly, probably.
Third one, not so much.
I guess, yeah. Less so the third one.
One moment that we didn't get on camera, we weren't recording, but Jimmy pissed off some guy on a bike. And then the guy was like, if you're going to put me in your video, I want some cash.
Oh, yeah.
And then Jimmy didn't want to do that. He was like, get in the limo. We got in the limo. We drove like 15 minutes away. And then in a couple minutes later, he's telling his jokes, and this guy rolls up on the bike. Jimmy goes, oh, no, not this guy. And the guy's like, come on.
Followed us.
And Jimmy tossed him like $20. He's like, all right, let's get out of here.
Wow.
He fucking...
Yeah, I think Ethan's right. He must have got that security guard after having an actual experience.
Oh, yeah. Because
sure.
Jimmy, in some of his other videos, he'll go out and he'll go with what he calls his terms, bandito girls. And it's these 2 girls that he goes around with, and, less intimidating, I guess.
Right.
But Cam gets saying, he's like, thank God I'm behind this fucking camera.
Yeah, I gotta say, I think you guys came back that day and you guys all bonded, like some real trauma bonding between you guys.
Oh, no doubt.
There was, yeah.
I could not believe that whole day, man. Like, it was like, what doesn't come through on the final edit is that he was nonstop. There was no off switch for him. I was very impressed with his energy, like we've said, but he was bouncing around from person to person all day.
Right.
With no off.
Yeah, it
was just like a lot at once, and I was hiding my face behind the camera the whole time because I couldn't even look at people.
Yeah. But everyone did a great job, the 4 of us.
And I gotta say, the reason why it took so long to air this final edit is because the first cut, we cut all his bad jokes, and it just made him look pretty innocent for the most part. And then we included this: what you see is what you get.
Right.
That was tripping me out.
No, the bunny was
It looked like the bunny was moving its mouth as Cam was talking. Are you the bunny, Cam?
Oh, shit.
Bunny Cam. Cam talk.
Cam talk?
Hi, everybody. It's me, the bunny, here on Off the Rails today. I'm a talking bunny. Thanks for tuning in today, and our boss is back.
I can't sit down, Ian. I need 10 minutes for my butthole to cool off. There's just no way I'm gonna be able to sit down anytime soon. Yeah, the only thing we cut, Cam, was when he may have committed a crime, right?
Yeah, that's gone.
Yeah,
And like
no.
other like just general cringe jokes, but this is kind of like the top of the cringe jokes.
All right, sorry guys, I'm trying my best
Imagine
here.
wrecking your butthole to such extent that you can't sit down.
The Outlaw and Zach. We're going over now to talk to the producers.
Jesus.
Oh, there's security there. Will they chase you? Be careful, there's a car.
I've taken some shits in my time where I felt like I needed to apologize to the toilet afterward, but I can't say that's ever included me physically not being able to sit down.
If you drop us off
Follow
in
me.
front of Kimmel, that could be a good move, right? Getting close to Kimmel. It's okay. Arms out, Zach. Do I know you?
I don't know. I don't think so.
I met you 20 years ago in Philly. You were having sex with my cousin. And I didn't even
I
know
doubt
you
that.
knew Irving.
I was gonna say that dude would be like, what,
Cousin's a
8?
guy.
Oh wow.
Hilarious.
Fucking wrecked, bro. He just called
Dude.
you gay.
Also,
I
like,
see that coming.
that guy's like, I was born 20 years ago, dog. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Dude, you're like 3 times his age for sure, yeah.
Bingo! Bingo!
That's it?
No.
Oh. Still have another
Jesus.
3 minutes here, guys. Approximately.
It's almost
I
intolerable.
think YouTube pulled the plug.
It wouldn't surprise me.
Hey, YouTube.
It's not
work with
playing. Try
me.
refreshing it. See what time stamp you're at.
It's at 14:51.
All right.
It's actually Google Drive.
Yeah.
It's not. Okay. 14. There we go. Bingo. Bingo.
Bingo.
All right, let's get them, boys.
You guys know where the Jimmy Kimmel show is?
That's not a joke, right?
Who
He's
let the
actually
air out of your
looking.
titties?
Isn't that in New York?
So the guys
Are they in New York?
moving and walk. So can you walk past it again, do jokes and keep it moving, or you don't do it? And this way you get noticed. You're not going to get noticed across the street. Guys, rumor has it we're going to be on Jimmy Kimmel. Right now it's a big rumor. Let's go. You look good. What happened?
Hi. How you doing?
That's Zach. He's the celebrity. They don't
That's right. Nobody knows who the fuck you are, man.
Obviously.
You got to
Jimmy.
remember, so if I do a joke and you see me stop, go bingo, but do it
You
loud.
can see
it's
how
almost like
pissed I am
scary.
right there.
No,
Jimmy,
don't do it.
Jersey Allo, we're down here at the Jimmy Kimmel Show. We may be getting on. Ted Turner's here. Hold on.
Holy shit.
Teddy, come here, Teddy. Come say hello. We don't bite. Come here, you stinker. How you been, Teddy?
It looks like Ted Turner, doesn't it?
You just got out. How you been? Good. Where you going?
I'm good, but I'm not who you think I am.
So they're chasing you from here.
There are people waiting to walk through.
Clash of security guards.
Bingo.
So what's happening here?
So, that was Kimmel's security guard, and I guess they were shooting something, and we couldn't stand still. And
He was like, "Move it along, guys."
right. So Jimmy's like had this idea: if we kept walking back and forth, roasting people, then that would suffice and be okay. But clearly not.
Well, the best part, which we explained before, but he actually was in the background of one of the shots, which we
Right.
should
Yeah.
show.
So,
Right.
So funny.
You got on.
Oh no.
Kimmel's on this side.
Now, why did
Oh, here it is. Look at this.
Oh my god, that's hilarious.
How amazing is that? How amazing is
Jump,
that?
run. Jump. How you doing? You look good. Did a bus hit you on an angle? How's this one?
I was like, let me guess, he's gonna call her ugly.
Yep.
I know what she had for lunch. A lot.
Okay, so
Oh
that's
my
a nice
God.
foot soldier there, and now Jimmy Lee's acting like them.
Well, they just unsubscribed.
Zach, kneel down.
Ladies and gentlemen, we cannot film here without permission.
We're with the city. He's with the city.
We're with the city.
Who's
Stay
this?
still.
It was like security or someone for the Chinese theater.
Oh, they're like, hell.
Jesus Christ,
Yeah.
that's incredible, dude.
Let's see. Did Jimmy acknowledge or? Start doing shit with the guy.
Kneel down.
We're with the city, I
We're,
guess.
yeah, with the city.
Which city?
Bingo! What
And any security guard worth their weight in salt would immediately been like, "Where's your permit then? I need to see your permit to record here."
Pretend even though it's canned and you know it. Hey, almost. And you like you just.
Jesus.
Ask him where he got
I'm
his-
so glad that comedians of this sort really don't exist anymore.
Did he wait?
I mean, I do realize there are still a few hanging around,
Like you just.
but this shit is,
He got a shirt that's a come free when he bangs a
like, when I watch it, even on my own, it's uncomfortable.
Dude,
I can't handle watching this shit.
one joke he kept having me.
It
like,
is so
I just wouldn't do it.
cringe. Doesn't even
Aren't you sending me
come
to get
close
over there?
to describing this kind of fucking
Relentless.
Nice
dude.
shit.
comedy.
You fuck kids in Thailand.
Pretty
Get it.
much, yeah.
Yeah, that's like Ethan said. Those type of jokes. You fuck kids in Thailand, ha ha ha. But and you got to add in the rim shot, because nobody's laughing,
You
man.
remember?
Jesus,
Remember, I don't want to say
it's
it.
not even like.
No.
No, I'm not gonna say.
It's not even necessarily because
I'll
the
tell you
jokes, for the most part, are,
Really?
in my mind, like horrifically offensive,
Okay, it's not
even
bad.
though they are offensive.
Ask Zach how he
Or,
How you doing?
you know, they're
Fucking awful, dude.
like making fun of people's sexuality.
I can't do this.
Like, there's ways, in my opinion, that you can do that
Here you go. Vids
artfully, okay? And a lot of people disagree, and that's fine. I get that.
That'll always be true.
I'm the type of person, I hate the thought of offending people. I really do. I don't like people to feel uncomfortable. I mean, truthfully, we all spend enough time feeling like shit for the most part anyway, so,
from that shit.
you know, I don't want to contribute to that.
Well,
But there is a way that you can do this shit artfully. He's not doing it.
All right, one moment.
This is the
He's just being, like, incredibly offensive
on shows such as Jimmy Kimmel.
to the point where it is unbearable to watch. Not even cringy. Just like, nope, shut it off. I don't know. Other people might feel differently, but I'm glad. Oh God, I don't think I can. Oh my God, look at his bouffant hair, dude.
You get around in menopause?
Well, when I get a little older, I'll get around a menopause. You just gave me a round of applause, but when I get older, I'll probably get around a menopause.
Why would you get menopause if you're a man?
That was the joke. I'm a guy.
Okay, but
He said menopause.
get it.
Menopause.
Jimmy, I
It's
noticed
different than
your
menopause.
hairline's looking crispy today.
Yeah, Zach
Crispy.
asked me to fix it up, so I flew in. I flew in the guy from L.A. to fix it up for you. I wanted to do that.
Did somebody paint it on?
Zach ripped me up last time. I figure he'll have something to rip me up for today.
So, Jimmy, the last time we had, I mean, I assume you've been watching the show, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you know, kind of the comments and reactions to your genre of comedy. And I feel like the last time we had you on, we kind of give you some notes, like, you know, less mean, maybe. Like the ones that I liked in yours was really the self-deprecating jokes really resonated. You know, you clearly didn't take any of that feedback to heart. Do you think what you're doing is working, or you think maybe you're time to adjust, or what's your thoughts on that?
Well, I do want to say something on air that I want to talk to you about. The comedy I do is kind of to laugh at ourselves and have fun. And I don't think people know that. A lot of them that don't know me, I have a lot of haters, and if they understood, it's just comedy to laugh at ourselves and have fun and enjoy.
Well,
Yes,
can I
it's
challenge you a little bit on that, Jimmy?
comedy. Yes.
I mean, you walked up to a young girl and told her she basically just called her ugly, right? I mean, you said it looks like a bus hit you.
I did say that.
I did do that, yeah.
So maybe.
Yeah. And I think that's, you know, probably what Ethan's about to get into. Was, you know, what I was about to say. Like, there's a difference between the idea of, oh, you know, the type of comedy I do is just so we can laugh at ourselves, you know, and just have a good time. But when you walk up to a stranger and you're like, hey, you look like you've been hit by a bus. I bet your parents hate you. You know, they don't know it's like a bit. You know what I mean? They don't necessarily know it's comedy. Of course, they might get the hint that it's comedy because there's like a camera crew essentially following you guys around while you're doing it. But by the same token, man, it's like you're kind of blindsiding people with some punk ass comments. I don't think you can try to spin it as I'm just doing this, you know, because everybody takes things so seriously these days. You got to be able to laugh at yourself. No. I mean, I get the perspective, right? I understand that you don't want to take life too seriously, and you do. I don't know. I wouldn't say you want to laugh at yourself, per se. I don't know. I think that this type of mentality is more for people who have no problem taking criticism. You know, people who are, you know, for the most part, self-confident and don't have issues, you know, or problems with their own perceptions of themselves. Because I know, you know, some guy comes up to me on the street and starts telling jokes the way that this Jimmy guy's doing it, and I don't know how I would react. I mean, immediately I would probably be blindsided and confused. Usually I do a pretty good job of seizing the moment, so to speak, and, you know, I won't just shut down and be quiet, you know. I, for the most part, can think pretty quick on my feet. And so I think I wouldn't necessarily hit him back with some sort of joke to make fun of him as a response. I mean, I might, but no matter how I react in that moment, even if I do make it through okay, and it ends up being, you know, relatively favorable, you know, from my perspective, then I'm going to go home later and be like, God, what a fucking dick. You know, so even though it might not be like a major impact that he has on me, the fact that I even give that dude a second thought and the negative shit that he says, you know, means that he has had a negative impact on me. And I don't, you know, if he truthfully does have the feeling that this comedy is supposed to be comedy and it's supposed to be lighthearted and, you know, make people aware of the fact that it's good to laugh at yourself, I don't think he's accomplishing that. I think that maybe if, you know, it's like that restaurant, Dick's Last Resort, I think it's called. It's like this type of restaurant where you go into it and the staff treats you like shit, like talk shit to you the whole time and is like really rude, and makes fun of you. Well, people know what it is before they go into it. They understand that they're going to catch shit, you know, and it's all in good fun. It's all part of the show. So you're aware of that ahead of time. It's not some dude with a bouffant hairdo coming up to you and making you feel worse than you probably already do. You know what I mean? So that's just me. I just don't think there's much place for this type of comedy anymore. I think that he's a slick talking dude from Jersey, you know, and it's a character. And that's fine. I have no problems with that. You know, like I said, I don't even necessarily have problems with the brand of humor. I think that, in a big way, we do take shit a little bit too seriously these days. And yes, we do need to be able to laugh at ourselves about various things. Or we need to at least be able to let it roll off our back and understand that, geez, I don't know how to word it. It's just not that big of a deal. It's not that deep. That's what me and Lily say all the time. Lily and I, whenever I'm talking to her about something that, you know, even I may have originally been like, holy shit, this is like a huge deal and it's really bothering me and really aggravating me, you know, and as I think through it, it's not that big of a deal. Whatever it is that originally I thought was massive. And like I'll explain to her, you know, but then I got to thinking about it and the shit's just not that deep, you know? And it's something that her mom used to say a lot. And I just thought it was pretty profound because, you know, to me it says, like, this is a situation that you shouldn't let get down to the depths of your soul. You know, you shouldn't let it get that deep into your mind and your psyche to where it's bothering you that much. So now she uses it, and she's like, you know, talking about a story or whatever, or a friend is freaking out about something, and she'd be like, I told her that shit's just not that deep, man. You don't need to worry about it, you know? And that's the truth. So that's what I see and agree with, as far as his opinion that we need to learn to laugh at ourselves. We need to lighten up a little bit. I mean, there are some very serious social issues that we still have to overcome, for sure. That's something that we're not even close to accomplishing. That stuff needs to be taken seriously in most contexts, and we need to progress. But in terms of comedy, especially in the environment where it's comedy and not just some fucking dude walking up to you on the street, we definitely need to lighten up. So I agree with that. Hold on just a sec. All right, sorry about that. I got these new earbuds, which actually I like a lot, believe it or not. They're J-Labs Audio, which, it's not like an exceptionally high-end brand. It's the type of brand that, you can find at like Walmart, or even these I found at Walgreens this morning. And, the vast majority of earbuds that you get these days are wireless. And I was saying this yesterday or the day before when I was streaming. I want a pair of wired ones because, I've got the external mixer with a headphone jack, plugs in, but I don't want to have to contend with batteries going dead and shit like that. So I wanted a wired pair. Well, the only pairs that I had that were still wired were like Type-C USB. So, I got these. I'm glad that they're the 3.5 millimeter, because truthfully, I didn't even check to see what kind of plug-in they had on the end. So, but they're the type that go around the back of your ear as well. So it's a normal earbud, but it's affixed to this, band structure type thing that's kind of like pipe cleaners. It's not fuzzy, but it's like covered in silicone, and it's got, the type of adjustable material on the inside that, goes around the back of your ear and helps hold it securely inside of your ear. One thing that I find that's kind of annoying about my inner ears is one is a little bit bigger than the other. So like the left side, just the standard, probably medium size tip that's on it is perfect, and it seals my inner ear. Sounds great. The right side, however, is like, I don't know if it's because my inner ear is bigger or smaller on that side, but it's different. Hold on just a second. I want to go talk to my ma about something real quick, and but I'll play this video so you guys can watch it a little bit more, and their conversation with Jimmy, since he's such a fucking comedy king.
So I know in this time you probably are right. You have to just. The problem is, as you said earlier in your podcast, once I go, it's hard to stop me. Once I go,
right? Yeah, we noticed that.
And I go, it's almost like that's it. There's no filter. There's no political correctness or anything. I want your fans to know that I do this for fun. I'm not a really mean-spirited person. I'm deep down a good guy. I just want to have fun, get noticed a little bit, and do the type of comedy I grew up on. I don't have a mean bone in my body. I don't want people to hate me for it. I want them to realize what I'm doing is it's like what Don Rickles did when I was a kid, which he did insult style comedy. The only difference is he was famous and people knew ahead of time what he was doing.
That's right. People went there with the expectation he was going to rip them apart. So when you just kind of rub shoulders with someone on the street and you're like, hey, take off the hat. What's wrong with you? And then they go, are you being rude? And you go, yeah, I am. Get the hell out of here.
Right. No, you're correct. You're correct. And sometimes not self-aware of what I'm doing. When I get on that,
you get in the mood.
I get in that character mode. And when I was watching your podcast from 2 weeks ago and reading the comments, I really realized that a lot of people don't like what I do, and I figured maybe if we do what I do is just to make fun of each other and fun, and not to be mean-spirited about it, but I'm a good-natured person, and maybe they'd accept me more and understand what I do isn't to be malicious and mean. It's just the style, the comedy, and the character I do.
Right. I actually believe you because I've spent time with you when you're not on, and I do. I would say you're not a malicious person. You're a sweet man, right?
I want to apologize to the fans out there if I upset them, because it's not my intention to do that. And I feel bad because despite how I act in my persona, I am a sensitive person and I do care about people. I own a bunch of dental offices. I have a lot of nice dental patients. I have a nice family.
You ever do stick with on your patients, Jimmy?
Certain ones that know me, but I'll be honest, Ethan, with the way things have been now with the economy and COVID, not as much, because people are they get uptight so easy.
You don't want to risk losing any clients at this time.
Correct.
Which before you were willing to lose some clients.
You made that comment when we made the Frescoes, and
you're like, I'm willing to lose a few. Well, what's interesting about clients at a dentist's office is what's good for you potentially is they can't leave.
Well, they can.
It's a captive audience.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to apologize.
More like a captured audience.
I wanted to apologize to your crew and to your fans if I upset people, because it's not ever my intention for that to happen. It's just I like to be fun and go and have fun. That's really all I do. I'm an older guy just trying to enjoy things a little bit and be a little lighthearted.
Yeah, I think the problem is that it doesn't come off lighthearted. I mean, Zach, do you want to say anything, or Ian, or Cam, or anyone who was there on that day? You have any feedback for Jimmy here?
I mean, Jimmy, we know you on like a personal level, and you really do have a good heart. You really do. When you're James, not Jimmy Lee,
right.
When you're James.
Right.
But we were just out there to observe you, and again, no ill will. We just wanted to follow you, but there were times where it felt a little harsh. It was a little too harsh.
The shock factor is, I think, what gets the attention, and
sure
they are style jokes, and some people like them.
I feel like this is turning into an intervention, Jimmy. That's not my intention.
I didn't want it like that. I just wanted to speak how I felt from my heart and tell you how I felt, and I wanted to apologize to people if I upset them. I'll be honest.
All right. So,
all right.
working on any new material, maybe to meet the times? Like, are you
classic Kevin Hart shit right there?
Yeah.
In fact, my sweatsuit is Armani. Do you like it?
That says Adidas.
All right, let me get these
front.
back in my holes.
Salvation Armani.
Salvation
Armani.
That's funny.
Yeah, I mean that's better.
That's more on the
Better.
spectrum of the self-deprecation again.
But it says Adidas on the front.
I know, but you know how good my comedy TV show's doing, Ethan?
Oh, how good.
I'm the only guy that knows about it.
Yeah, that's good. I like when you do those jokes.
In fact, Ethan, the LA press gave me 2 thumbs down, and the Hollywood press gave me 1 finger up.
There you go. I like that.
And I'll tell you, I'm doing so good at my show, I can't even get in to see me.
Say that one again. I'm sorry.
I'm doing so good at my TV show, I can't even get in to see me.
Right. You can't even get in to see yourself perform.
Right.
Because it doesn't exist, or is that a metaphysical joke?
No, it's sarcastic because it's not doing well. I can't even get in to see me.
Oh, because it doesn't exist.
Kind of, sort of. There you go.
Okay, interesting.
Is he explaining the science behind the insult joke?
Can you explain that one?
Just like you're dressing loud and crazy, like you're a Halloween person, like in a costume.
Listen, nope.
It's not as deep as you guys were trying to.
It's
make
not.
It. Dress goofy.
You're right. It's not deep.
I call you trick or
It's the exact opposite. It's, you know what I think it is? Okay, here's the deal. I don't want to sit there and say Jimmy's like a hateful dude. That's not what I want to say. Okay? And maybe I'm just saying that because I like to give people the benefit of the doubt. Maybe I'm naive to a certain extent. Like to think that for the most part, I don't fall for shit super easily. I make bad decisions, but they're well-informed bad decisions. If that makes any sense. But what I think it is it at a certain time, in a certain era, this shit, passed for comedy, but it's easy. It was easy, lazy comedy. And can't even remember the dude. I could probably Google it, but honestly, I'm not even going to put the effort into it. It was the dude who wore like the leather jacket, probably was from Jersey too, was a comedian, but was a shit talker just like this. I don't think he was quite as like aggressive with his, I don't know, maybe he was worse, but it's just like, "Hey, what are we talking about here?" You know, and then he'd go on stage and he would just hate people and roast people. It always reminds me of the original Nutty, well, I'm sorry, it wasn't the original Nutty Professor, but the one that I saw when I was younger with Eddie Murphy. And he's like, Dave Chappelle's the comedian. And all Dave Chappelle does is roast his ass when he goes to his stand-up show. And again, I related to it because, you know, I'm a heavy-set dude, and he was huge in the show. So like I related to that, and I felt really bad for him. But of course, you know, it was set up that way so that the audience would feel bad for him, not the audience of the show in the movie, but the audience watching the movie would feel for him. But so I related to that, and you know, got bummed out. And I think it's like when I first was like, I hate this fucking comedy, dude. It's so lazy. It's easy. And of course it's insulting, dude. Like even, like I was saying earlier, in the context of a comedy set or a comedy show, I don't have a problem with those type of jokes, you know, the deprecating type humor. But they can be done in a tasteful way. Like where you can always joke about something. I mean, I don't think anything is off limits if it's tastefully, respectfully done. And that's, in my opinion, some of the artistry of comedy. You can't just be like, "Oh, you're fat," and the crowd crack up and you be considered some brilliant comedian, dude. Fuck you. Put some work into it. Shit. It's not that hard to make a joke. Right? Like you can say, "Yeah, fat fuck," and the majority of people will laugh that aren't fat. Or hell, even the people who are fat will laugh at somebody else who's being made fun of for being fat. But you won't see it like there's a way you can go about the same joke in with proper setup, proper execution, and, you know, having some, like, I love the type of comedy where it's like a story. You know, somebody's telling a story about something that occurred. Whether or not it's completely fake is irrelevant. You know, they can craft a story that ultimately, in the end, has some sort of dramatic, unexpected turn that's hilarious, you know? There's a way to do it. But, yeah, this kind of comedy is just fucking, it's ignorant, man. It's ignorant. But no, that's what I mean, it's lazy. I guess that's the part of it that I hate the most. Is it's just lazy. There's not a whole lot of effort that you have to put into that type of joke. And Jimmy here, like I said, I don't think he's a hateful guy. I don't think that, like, deep down, he has immense hatred for the people that he makes fun of. I think that he just targets stereotypes because he can do it on the street, right? He can fire off these type of lazy ass jokes one right after another just by identifying the one or two attributes that stand out about a person, and that's what makes his whole gig effective. That's easy, dude. That's easy. And I think it's the only type of comedy that he personally can do in that specific instance. And again, I don't think he's hateful. I don't think that deep down, he's got real significant problems with people. He might, but again, I might just be giving him more leeway or the benefit of the doubt when I shouldn't. I ultimately like to think that most people are good at heart. You know, again, might be naive. I know there's people out there who just never will be positive people. And then, you know, there's people with mental issues, sociopathy, psychopathy, shit like that. They're kind of in a different category. But for the most part, people are good, you know? Or I want to believe that. For there to be any, like, hope in humanity going forward. Yeah, this kind of shit is just aggravating. But yeah, I think Jimmy here grew up watching hey, what's happening here? You fat. He watched that guy one too many times. It was like, you know what? That's what I want to do. I want to be that guy. And so he took on that persona.
Charlie a reference to?
It's just a thing I came up with. I have no idea.
I have no idea.
You guys are
Honestly,
the joke's a little too
my ass, I just speak out of it.
Really, I mean, okay. Well, Jerry Seinfeld says when he writes a joke, you know, he focuses on every word needs to be perfect. You know, that's not your mantra. That's not how you approach
I
comedy.
just go and whatever comes out on film comes out, and sometimes the jokes don't make sense, but yeah, it is what it is.
Oh, I wanted to ask you. You were telling a black gentleman on the tour bus, "The war is over." Which war were you referring to?
Say it one more time.
Yeah, I'm gonna pretend not to hear you.
Bus, and you were saying, "Hey, the war is over. You can run now." Which war were you?
That was probably the Civil War. That was probably
that was yeah.
Bro, you can't be making Civil War.
You can't make Civil War jokes.
So
the fuck is wrong with you, my guy?
A freed slave is just a lot, I think, right now.
Oh yeah.
The racial stuff's so bad now, and I've done it. I should think not.
I don't think that's been good for decades, probably. I think that one's.
I don't even think in the slightest vein you can do it. In the slightest vein.
But you did it.
but I did it.
But I did it.
Asked me to.
It's completely inappropriate, but I did it anyway.
Wait, yeah, what?
I said Zach asked me to do it. I'm joking.
Zach asked me to do it.
Well, okay. Zach, did you tell him to make a Civil War joke?
I don't even think I could comprehend or come up with a Civil War joke.
The war's over. That's pretty wild. Then you made another one to my black friend. The war's over. Everything's good. And you said jump, run. You said I could have been in the Olympics if I was black. Do you want to unpack that one?
Yeah, it's an old school joke. When we were kids, most of the people in the Olympics that were the runners were black. So I said I could have been a black guy. I could have been in the Olympics. I didn't want to go in.
Right, but
you couldn't have been a black guy though.
You could.
It's not like you had a choice
because you're a white guy.
Right. Then I said I don't know if I said the punch, but I said the Jews don't go in the Olympics. We own the stadiums. I don't know if I said that punch.
But hold on, are you Jewish?
Yeah.
You are.
Mm-hmm. Part Jewish.
Part. Like two.
50%.
On which side?
Mom.
My mom's
okay.
half, my dad's half.
Wait, what? That's 100%.
And his dad are half Jewish.
Yeah, I was like,
so you're 25%. Okay.
Wow. Okay.
That's like the Native American.
The Jews owning the
ethnicity type
the
thing.
Black athletes. It's very dated.
They're stereotypic jokes that were.
But those are
really they were.
Drop those out of your routine, buddy. Yeah. The good thing is I don't think most people even understand what you're saying, so it doesn't escalate.
Right. I think the jokes are antiquated where they're funny to people older like me. They got them in the 80s, not today. I know. I'm aware of that too.
Can I guess your age, Jimmy?
He's 63.
Yeah.
Will you tell me?
70.
Wait, come on. Be real.
You got me like way older. So I told Zach what I was.
Yeah, how old are you?
60.
You told him 50, didn't you?
Oh, originally I said 54, but then he asked the truth, and I told him
60. Will you send Zach a picture of your license?
I'm gonna send you my driver's.
Oh my God!
I asked you to do that, but you wouldn't.
I feel like I'm going into a club.
Like why? Okay, I don't understand why that's super significant, other than to just exemplify, a reason why all of his jokes are dated. They're the jokes that. Hey. Not the Fonz either. That's not who I'm thinking of. There's an actual comedian.
But
I don't remember his fucking name.
So it's an old joke where I go up to an older couple. I say, "Do you and your wife have mutual orgasm?" And they say, "No, we have State Farm," because they think the mutual orgasm is like insurance.
Okay, so we were on the right
Oh,
track.
we have.
Right.
I think they're probably aware of what an orgasm is, though. I get the mutual part.
Maybe do you consider putting on a show, maybe at like a retirement home or hospice care or something?
There you go.
No, maybe I should retire and quit.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying, but maybe just
the Oscars the other night.
the thing
My
is,
wife said, maybe you should quit
That's a good point.
well,
because Will Smith.
Oh, really?
Chris Rock
What
told
happened?
him,
I don't think anybody heard about that.
So
That's
my wife
crazy.
said, that's going to happen to you. Maybe it's time to walk away. She didn't tell me that.
It's a possibility.
are you
So
afraid? I mean,
Mr. S-
what are your
Has
thoughts?
that ever happened to you? Has anybody tried to assault you for something you said?
No, but people will get upset. But I have a good vibe on people, and you got to remember, I have 2 security guards.
That's the big. I think that's the big,
happening bad.
big factor.
But, I think my comedy doesn't work as well with the new way the world is, and especially since COVID. My jokes.
way before.
Yeah, I don't think the COVID
Well, then
had
maybe
much
way before
impact.
COVID. Yeah, maybe just too old style for people.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You need an audience who gets your jokes. So maybe go to like bingo night or something and do the opening night for bingo.
Yeah,
Bingo.
or
Listen.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
Work with me.
I'm just
Listen.
Or are you gonna
Listen. This man knows. Okay, he gets it. And if I'm gonna be honest, I also don't like these type of interviews that Ethan's doing because because what he's doing, and a lot of people do find it entertaining. I don't like people being ball busted like on a real level. Now, don't get me wrong. I've said it. I talked about it before. Jimmy's jokes are inappropriate as fuck. We get that. Especially this day and age, okay? And he knows that, too. However, I think this man, I don't know if he's a professional comedian or if he's just a shit talker in his part-time, I'm not sure. But I think the man's aware that his stuff doesn't work anymore. But if he stops doing it, that means he's got to retire. And then that means he's admitting he's old, I don't think he wants to do that. I think it's like a pride thing. And I don't like when Ethan brings people on like this and busts their balls. I'll give you another example. If anybody watched when he brought on Carlos Matos from BitConnect. Oh my god, dude. It slipped my mind there. I had to go through my mind in the sound clip of Carlos doing I love BitConnect, I had to think of that because I couldn't remember what the thing was called. Yeah, it was a scam. It was a Ponzi scheme. Supposedly, from what Carlos said, he got fucked. And that sucks. And he ended up having to divorce his wife and shit, which were all like memes, things that he said during this BitConnect conference. That his wife would give him shit and say that it's a scam and all this stuff. And he was like, no, it's not a scam. And then he and some other crypto bros, were trying to do some other thing. It wasn't crypto. They were selling NFTs of the BitConnect memes, I think. Or something like that, And Ethan brought him on and we're just humiliating them, dude. Like, honestly. Just humiliating them. And I'm not like a huge believer in NFTs and shit like that, but there are people out there. It's like a niche market thing. And there are people who believe in it and people who invest in it, and real money's getting spent on those things. And that's fine, man. I guess from a fundamental perspective, I don't have a problem with it. I may not participate, but that doesn't mean that it's not okay for other people to engage in that kind of shit. That's fine. But dude, he brought him on and just humiliated the fuck out of him. Can't even remember specific examples of what he said, but even Carlos, like during the interview, was like, "Oh, they're just making a big joke out of it now," you know? And that's exactly what they were doing. Like, the crew was even just laughing hysterically in the background. Like, couldn't even pull their shit together long enough to ask legitimate questions, you know? And I think the thing that bothered me about it, okay, and of course you've got people on the opposite side that's like, no, fuck them, or fuck Carlos, you know, he was part of this big scam. A lot of people got scammed. And it just depends on, like, where your level of empathy falls, I guess, you know? Like, or whether or not you believe Carlos was a part of it. I don't think he was part of the BitConnect scam, because it's not like he's living high and mighty somewhere. You know, he's not living in some mega mansion with several cars and shit. You know, it's like he's got a decent apartment in New York City. So he's not living the high life. So I don't think he was a part of, you know, the guys who made away with any money. If anybody made away with a lot of money on the BitConnect shit. So he was trying to take this little crumb of clout that he has left, okay? Just the tiniest bit that exists only in the form of memes, right? And sound bites. Usually perpetuated by Ethan's show, H3. He was trying to take that little shred of dignity that he felt like he had left and turn it into, you know, maybe huge profit, but maybe just enough income to replace what he lost from BitConnect, you know? So, like, that's the way I rationalize it in my mind. Is sure, maybe he was trying to make a $1 trillion off of selling NFTs. But if he and these partners of his that they were doing the NFTs with had even a shred of business sense, they had to understand that they weren't gonna fucking make it big off of selling meme tokens, you know? Because they're meme tokens, that's all they are. I mean, if they had any common sense, let's put it that way, there was no way that they thought they were going to make a shit ton of money. You know, they probably thought, realistically, they'd make some money back. But it plummeted, man. Like, nobody bought shit. And, you know, it was like their website was kind of bunk, and that was one thing they highlighted, you know, during the interview. And I chuckle because it was a train wreck, man. Like, it was a train wreck. And me, I end up sympathizing, and I'm like, God damn, dude, this is just a tragedy for him right now. And they just weren't, there was no respect given at all. Not even like being cordial per se. It was just, and that's the thing that sucks, is especially the type of comedy, like, I don't like generating comedy at the expense of others, I guess. I just don't think that that's, and this is just me personally, right? A lot of people love that shit. And a lot of people can take jokes, you know, jokes that are made at their expense, and it doesn't bother them. They don't care. It's no big deal. You know, they just kind of roll with it and move on. I don't know. I just leaves a bad taste in my mouth. I end up honestly, like, feeling just really bad for the victims, so to speak, in those cases. And it just makes me want to change the channel, watch something else, you know. But and that's what's going on with Jimmy. Yeah, he should stop. He should stop with this routine. Nope, nobody's really into it anymore. I don't think. Not in my mind, you know. I don't think that there's really any context in which you could say yeah, this is good, you know. People love me. Where's my chat? Hold on, sorry. I know I have a chat built into my layout here, but I like having the... Never mind. But, yeah. So he knows he needs to call it quits, I think. Or at least he should. But by the same token, it's like... and here, I don't think Ethan's laying into him as hard. And I appreciate that, me personally. You know, he's just asking the honest questions, you know. Like, you know, actual analysis. Like, hey, you said this joke. We're trying to understand what you meant, you know. And then Jimmy lays it out. But, you know, I think he's getting to that point where even the simplest comedy is hard, and he's having a tough time generating insults on the fly, you know, especially while they were recording. And so the jokes probably didn't land, or maybe they didn't even come out correctly. The setup was improper. I don't know. So I think Jimmy's well aware that he's past his prime, not only in age, right, but the material. Wouldn't be so bad if he'd refresh his material. You know, like, I'm sure this occurred before. The recording probably occurred well before the slap heard around the world, right? But, you know, freshen it up a little bit, man. You're still talking about the Spice Girls. Half the people don't even know who the fuck you're talking about. Hey, what the fuck is wrong with you? Don't come out here and immediately, hey, I'm talking to you. Don't start tugging at me. This fucking cat, dude, I swear. He, like, comes out of his bed, right? That's, like, behind these gray stairs. And these stairs are put here so he can get up onto my bed and sleep. It's not my bed, that's his bed. And he's got a smaller bed, a cat bed that's underneath the stairs. And he takes a nap in there. And then when he gets hungry, around lunchtime, he comes out. And I won't even notice he's down there because I'm running my mouth talking to the camera. And, you know, I'm like wearing blue jeans. And he'll come up and he's just trying to get my attention. Because I got earbuds in and stuff and I can't hear him. So he tries to grab onto my blue jeans and just tug a little bit. Be like, hey, man. But he's bit me accidentally a couple times and it fucking hurts. So I get paranoid when he's down there and he looks like he's going in for a bite of the blue jeans. Are you hungry, dude? Alright, let me hit play on this video for these guys, okay? And then I'll get you some food. Alright, I'll hit play on this. I'm gonna feed Lucifer. And then, I know, dude, hold on. And then I'll be back.
Dude, you're gonna have to freshen up your material.
Yes, precisely.
But what did you think of the Chris Rock? What did you think of Will Smith slapping Chris Rock?
So what I thought is, because I do that kind of comedy, I don't think you need to hit someone if they do it. And if you get upset after the show, you can go over and say it really wasn't nice. But, you know, I mean, Chris Rock's a comedian. So just like I try to do comedy. Maybe not well, but I try. You got to give me effort for that. And, you know, you have to give him credit. But he said the wrong thing to the wrong person. And that's what I'm afraid is going to happen to me on the street, too, because the world's escalating in the wrong direction. And
in the wrong direction? How do you mean?
Well, for me, I'm going to try to, and I was talking to some people about it, try to write new material that's more current and pertinent so I can be more funny to like the boomers and the people your age. I've been thinking about doing
boomers? Those are old people.
No, the people that are young, like people.
I mean, I'm. What are we millennials? But boomers are like my parents. I mean, those are old.
Then millennials. I meant millennials.
Yeah,
that's what I meant.
What generation are you?
I guess I'm a baby boomer from the '60s, right?
Yeah.
So I guess the millennials, right? That's what I meant.
Not the greatest generation.
And the Gen Zs.
Right.
Yeah.
So, what do you mean?
That's going to be my writer.
But I don't know. I mean, my honest feedback is maybe work with a younger writer to kind of help with, because it seems to be something you really love, and I don't want to take that away from you.
I think I have the whole charisma down, how I do stuff. I think I need maybe younger style jokes that people like before, and I'm not so disliked and hated being too much insult comedy and too much antiquated comedy. That's what I think where it's going.
Oh, AB has a good point. Have you considered getting on TikTok?
He's big on there.
Oh no, I'm pretty good on TikTok and on YouTube.
I knew he would
Let me
be.
get better.
Wait, hold the phone. Let me look up your
Hold
TikTok.
on, what's yeah?
Oh, I got the Keem. Ethan, I got the Keemstar guy up there. That video went viral for the Keemstar guy.
It did.
Look on my TikTok at the Jersey Outlaw
Jimmy Lee.
TikTok, and you'll see I put up the Keemstar guy a couple times. Watch it. It's got a lot of views.
No way.
Yeah.
Okay, you got 30,000 followers.
Fine. Mm-hmm.
Jersey's funniest guy. Dude, I'm going to follow.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, but like, it's getting a little hard. I'm just going to say, like, yeah, I think you got to just maybe, your son, you have a son, right? Is he interested in maybe writing some more relevant jokes with you?
My youngest son kind of is helping me along with this, and he gives me good advice. I don't know if he's a writer for jokes, but he told me, Dad, you gotta, if you do want to do it, you got to stop insulting people so much and do more current jokes that people understand. Your jokes are funny for people your age, not for the younger people.
Right.
Right. It seems like you have
Right.
people
And that's
around
what
you
you-
telling the right thing.
Yeah, which is what you said.
I think
Yeah,
that's
what
good
do you think
advice.
about the lady who you said, I got my eye on you?
So to me, I thought it was hysterical, and Zach
said
or
it
one of your
twice.
guys thought it was awful and really offensive. And the guy got mad, which made me laugh. And I
Yeah,
thought it
he
was
did. He
funny.
said, keep your eye off her.
I said,
Yeah.
I got my eye on you because she had the patch. He probably had a cataract operation. And then there was an ophthalmologist in there who I did the
Now
rest of.
listen, that's true. She might have had a cataract operation. She could have also had her eye fucking jabbed out in some horrible accident that she barely survived. You know, and I think that's what you got to take into consideration with these type of jokes. You know, you have to be cognizant of the chance. I'm moving my armrest. That's why it looks like I'm acting all creepy down here at the side. You got to be aware that some shit just shouldn't be made fun of. Okay? Like, again, I'm kind of an advocate for nothing's out of bounds, which I do believe that when done tastefully. To me, that hey, I got my eye on you one time is like okay. You know, it's out of bounds for some people's tastes, but just the one, hey, I got my eye on you. You know, like that's all right. But don't beat it to death, okay? Like the guy was kind enough to not openly call you out on it the first time. You could see when they were filming it that the husband of the lady, I'm assuming it was her husband, he even was like, really? Like under his breath, was shocked by that kind of a joke. But that was as far as it went. It was funny, okay? To me, it was a lot like the G.I. Jane joke, which I know people are still talking about, and I'm going to try not to beat it to death again, but, Philip DeFranco, I think it was last night on his show, he was talking about, they did like a poll, like a nationwide poll about who, what percentage of people in different age groups thought that Will Smith's reaction was appropriate and, versus what percentage thought it was inappropriate. It was insane, dude. Like the analysis. And basically it showed a correlation between age and whether or not you thought it was right or wrong, right? Like the older you are, the more likely they were to respond that they felt it was an inappropriate response. That violence was not the way he should have gone in response to that. And then as the age range came down, it was like 18 to 34-year-olds were more likely to be supportive of the fact that he slapped the shit out of Chris Rock on live TV. But it still wasn't like a huge percentage. I think like 18 to 34-year-olds, maybe like 55% of the people in that age range felt that it was okay that Will slapped the shit out of Chris. And then again, as you go up in the age brackets, it kind of shifted to where it was the majority were like, nah, he shouldn't have slapped him. And it was an interesting analysis. It was an interesting insight into how perspectives are changing, right? But to me, I felt like it would have been reversed. Does that seem weird to assume that? I think that my perspective, or my perception at least, was that, the older generations are, we're raised some of us with the idea that violence was acceptable in circumstances. And, like myself, and I would assume a large percentage of people were raised by parents that said, look, you don't want to hit anybody unless it's in self-defense. And that's kind of been the go-to lesson, that's passed on from parents to kids in most cases. But as we move on from generation to generation, like I assumed that the up-and-comers and, like the millennials like myself, who are like in their 30s at this point, are more, God, I guess there's not much correlation between being more open-minded and accepting of various social issues and, you jumping to violence. I don't know. I guess I was just under the impression that the younger generations would be less likely to say that. But I think what made it different was the younger groups weren't viewing it as it's inappropriate to use violence as a response to this situation. I think the younger groups viewed it as Will Smith was standing up for his wife, who was being mistreated for like a disorder. You know what I mean? So in that analysis, it makes sense. Because the younger generation certainly are less tolerant of people being victimized in any context, especially for shit they can't control. And that includes alopecia, So it makes sense. It does make sense. I started the thought by saying, in a big way, I thought it would be reversed. But, and that's what I like doing, me personally, is I say it every day when I'm on stream, is that I am not very well informed on a lot of things. And I want to change that. I'm a newcomer to political, social issues, but I want to be a part of, let's call it the right side of history. And up to this point, I haven't given enough thought as to what that meant or where my beliefs would best align. But I'm doing it now. So a lot of times you'll get to see that in real time, where I'm sitting there trying to consider something that occurred, and in real time you'll see me change my own mind. And I think that's good. As long as you ultimately come to an appropriate conclusion, then that's okay. It's kind of like what I was saying yesterday about people being ignorant, and that it's far more harmful to be informed about a topic, like knowledgeable of the subject matter, and still hold hateful or prejudicial beliefs against somebody or something. But it's worse to do that than it would be to just be someone who is ignorant and uninformed about a topic and still holds very poor perspectives, because if you're uninformed about something, then that still gives you hope to change your own mind, or for somebody to change your mind when they provide you with accurate information. So, and I hope to cultivate a community where we all do that together, because it's going to be pretty common that I say shit that's not right or not accurate, or I haven't thought it all the way through because I have failed to see X or Y perspective. And that's what I want from people who come to the stream, is educate me, man. I am not above admitting when I'm wrong. I think that's really what signifies a mature adult, is whenever you can say, listen, what I know for sure is that I don't know anything for sure. But if there are topics that I'm pretty confident about, you know, I'll be sure to preface it by saying that. But you'll hear me say it a lot too, that I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. So don't ever take anything I say as fact. Unless I say this for sure is a fact. Or it's something we look up, you know. But again, in terms of like resources and information that you pull up on the internet, to me, it's just like writing a college essay, right? You know, and in order to use something as a source, usually you got to find the same information on multiple different reputable sites or sources. And then you can use it as a source, you know. But I can't just say Trump won the election according to Facebook.com and my great grandma's profile page, you know. That doesn't work. And it's understandable why that doesn't work. It's dog shit. Facebook is a cesspool of misinformation, and you know, there's a lot of places that keep misinformation moving. I'm not just trying to victimize Facebook, but also on Philip DeFranco's show last night, I think it was last night or the night before, Meta is is currently employing some right-wing group to put out advertisements in local newspapers or local television or some shit like that, essentially talking about how TikTok is bad and TikTok is the one spreading misinformation, and how Facebook took the brunt of the blame for it during the election, but it's actually TikTok. And Zuckerberg and his goons actually hired this right-wing group to run these advertising campaigns as though it's like an election. You know, whenever you start mudslinging your opponent, that's what they're doing. And they've hired a group that specializes in that kind of shit. Of course, it's a group of chuds. Go fucking figure, right? Yeah. So that's a bombshell. That's a bombshell in my mind. Like, even from a business perspective, man, if you feel like TikTok is starting to steal some of your market share, that's dirty tactics. It's dirty tactics. I'm sure it's commonplace. I'm sure it's pretty common practice among, you know, the uber wealthy. But I can't get past how often we hear of garbage like this. And it just another day in this country, you know. Just this ultimate pursuit of money that pushes people to do the worst fucking things. And we just accept it because it is so common. It's nuts, man. I mean it. I know there's people who are trying to push our country and our leadership towards the correct direction. But we need to do it faster. Or, you know, it goes back to kind of what I was bitching about yesterday with policies in general. You know, we've got like a few progressive people in important roles, but we need substantially more in these important roles. Excuse me. Because we want this meaningful change to occur, right? And we can't do it with the setup being the way it is. I'm sorry, that was my fucking tangent. I'm sure there'll be a couple more, but let's get back to what Jimmy has to say.
Titus joke too, which was funny. So I was walking through the restaurant, Ethan, and I said to this guy, "You Jewish?" He says, "No." He says, "Get out, it's a Jewish deli." So I thought I was funny, but I don't know if anybody else did. You know what I mean?
I'm afraid
the point
not.
right there.
Jimmy,
No,
I
that's
don't
the whole
think-
point. Yeah.
The eye joke seemed to hit with a decent percentage of
Okay.
chat. So
I mean, it was funny. It was just, it was very uncomfortable, but it was funny. Actually, yeah, there's lots of love in the chat for the eye joke, Jimmy. So maybe what you should do, maybe a good strategy is to go up to like the most fucked up looking people, and then You could find it and then just go in on them, right?
Rip them.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you had a very good point you said in your other podcast where if someone's ripping me like the podcast kid and I come back at him, it's funny. But to go up to random people that don't know me and start hammering them isn't funny. And
That's the problem.
I took that point to heart that you said that, and maybe that's another good point. Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what, Jimmy. We know you're a good guy. I want to give you a redemption arc. So here's what I want. Let's write some new material. Let's go back on the street, and let's try the tamer jokes this time, the more self-deprecating or less insulting, and let's see how it hits. Let's see. Could you think you're up for that assignment, or are you ready to throw the cards in and you're done?
No, I was planning on coming out in May. I had mentioned to Zach today, and maybe what I would do is start getting an arsenal of self-deprecating jokes more and less offensive jokes, and maybe more jokes for younger audiences, and just do the same thing in the limo with the guards, and the same vibe, but with different material.
You have any new jokes you want to?
Why don't we do this, man? And maybe he says that I haven't pre-watched this yet. Why doesn't Ethan, because he's got a huge following, why doesn't he convince Jimmy, or even have some of the guys, or hire a fucking joke writer, I don't know, write some jokes, okay, put together a cool set, and then have some of the audience, the foot soldiers, come and watch him do a set in a club, like rent out a space for him. You know what I mean? I think that'd be cool. And truthfully, again, I'm not sure if Jimmy's if he does this professionally, like if this is his main job, his main gig. But there's part of me that thinks that he probably hasn't really performed in a club. Imagine the feeling that you would get if you had spent a significant portion of your life trying to do this comedy thing and had never really gone anywhere with it. And right as you're about to, give it up and, retire or stop with comedy or whatever the fuck, you get to play, a show or two in front of a live audience, man. I think that would be cool. I think it would hit it on a couple different fronts, because it would be super dope for Ethan to do that for Jimmy. Because of the feeling that it would probably give Jimmy. But also you have a live audience of people who, are younger, probably my age and younger. I don't know what Ethan and H3's demographic is. But I'd say, probably from 18 to my age, maybe a little bit older. I'm in my mid-30s. So that's probably what his audience, falls into. And then you get live feedback. Or immediately following. Let him do his set, 30 minutes, an hour, if you want. And then, ask people afterward, what did you like about it? What didn't you like? Was his delivery good? Because this street comedy shit is just bizarre. Is that something you see a lot in California? Or New York, or big cities? I mean, I'm sure it'd be more like California, because it's kind of like the entertainment capital, but I just find that kind of weird. Just be walking around and be like, hey, look, we got this limousine. And then, you got people standing out there because you got a camera crew, or at least two guys with a couple cameras, right? A limousine, bodyguards. And everybody's like, oh my God, who is this? Is this Denzel? And then they step out. It's some dude from Jersey and Zach. Like, hey, what the fuck are you idiots doing here? How's everybody doing today? You fucking ugly. Like, that just... I can see how it would be drastically improved by the prospect of, writing some new jokes. Forgetting about the Spice Girl jokes. Because I know the Spice Girls. But they were popular and on their way out when I was a kid. So... that's one you probably want to pack away in the archives. Pull it out if you ever do decide you're going to play at a retirement home. But this is not one that's going to really work in 2022. A lot of them jokes you can just replace with modern musicians, maybe. I guess girl bands aren't a thing anymore, though. Or girl pop groups. You know, that was a 90s, 2000s thing. Like your NSYNCs and your Backstreet Boys and shit. I don't really see that anymore, do you? Remember O-Town? Fuck. Oh my god. There were several of them. And the same thing, you know, there were a couple female groups here and there. But you don't see it much anymore. But, you know, he could probably take some of the jokes, okay, the ones that are just burned into his memory, and, you know, just freshen them up a little bit. Switch out a couple details here and there that make them more modern. You don't have to completely trash it all. But yeah, stop with the hatred, man. Like, again, those of us that know that Jimmy's going into it trying to be funny know it's a joke. But when you just walk up to somebody on the street, like some lady who clearly has a bandage over the majority of her face, specifically her eyeball, maybe the joke of "I got my eye on you" twice isn't the best plan. Like I said, once is funny. I find that funny. But twice, you're kind of beating the dead horse. You never, I mean, you might hear a comedian tell the same joke twice within a set, but it's usually because the crowd asks for that specific joke again. I feel like the blue collar comedy tour did that a lot. There would be a specific joke that they liked, and I'd be like, "Shoo wee bub, why don't you tell the one about where you ran over a fucking deer with your tractor?" And Larry the Cable Guy would be like, "I tell you what, Prilosec. Consume Prilosec." As a shout out to Aaron from Game Grumps, which is going to be a part of that boxing match that iDub set up, I guess. That AB is also going to be a part of. Aaron Hansen. Can't even remember the dude he's boxing. But shout out either way. Because that's bizarre. Alright. We'll get back to what Jimmy has to say in the rest of his plan here.
With before we say goodbye?
Well, I had so much gas last night, I thought I was being followed by Arabs.
AB.
What else you got?
Wait.
Listen. That one was funny. I'm sorry. That was funny. It was funny because it was ethnically motivated in terms of Arabs, you know, but there again, that part of the world, the Middle East, is heavy and rich with oil. Now, he didn't hate on the ethnicity or the culture in that joke. He just defined a culture that's predominantly associated with oil production. He didn't say anything about terrorism. He didn't say anything, you know. He didn't. I thought that one was much better. It wasn't great. It still was that borderline offensive bullshit, okay? But it was much, much better than his usual bullshit. So kudos, Jimmy. Kudos. I like that, man.
Hold on.
He's got to run that back.
That's the joke after the whole conversation we just had.
I lent a friend $25,000.
Wait, hold on. Don't move on yet. So the joke is that Arabs smell like farts?
No, gas.
Gas, dumbass. Wow.
So much gas last night.
Yeah, but
I thought I
gas
was
need
being
to know.
followed by Arabs. They sell gas.
It completely went over Ethan's head.
It's not.
Look, was that a self-report on Ethan's part? I mean, he obviously misunderstood the joke, but was that him expressing prejudices that exist in his mind about Arabs? Or is he just too stupid to understand? Or was he, like I said, self-reporting and basically being like, you know what? Arab people stink. I get it. Gas. Stinky. Arabs. I think that was a self-report. I think he just
A lot of gas stations.
maybe he's just too stupid. I don't
A
know.
little rough. It sounds like they're saying they stink.
No. I had so much gas left.
No. 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 Not in the least bit. I didn't think that at all. Did anybody else think that? I didn't catch that at all. That's not at all. It's like those people who were freaking out. That new Disney Pixar movie. I think it was Disney and Pixar. No, it was Disney. That animated movie, the panda one. Turning Red. Turning Red. Where the little girl, who's 13 in the movie, she turns into a red panda in the movie. And people were freaking the fuck out, talking about how it had sexual undertones, and this girl, she hit puberty and started her period, and then when she would turn into a red panda, she would go and they were trying to raise money for concert tickets in the movie. And so they would sell, when she would turn into this big fluffy red panda, she would take pictures with her classmates and charge them money for it. And people were like, oh, well, that's like pedophilia because, she was selling pictures of people who wanted pictures with her red panda, which is obviously like alluding to her period. And I get that. Even like the writers and people in charge of the movie said that, red panda is analogous to her period. But in terms of like discussion of menstruation, there was only one discussion of it. And it wasn't even, like, mentioned anywhere else in the movie. It was like the girl woke up, okay, after having, like, a stressful day at school. And when she woke up and was laying in her bed, she was a big, fluffy red panda, okay? She freaked the fuck out, and she ran across the hall to the bathroom. Her parents were, like, down in the kitchen, and they heard her scurrying into the bathroom and slamming the door. And her mom, comes down the hallway and outside of the closed bathroom door is like checking on her daughter and is like, hey, are you okay? Blah, blah, blah. And then her mom mentioned something like, did you start your period? And just as like a deterrent to get her mom to leave her alone and stop asking what was wrong, she was like, yeah, I did, like just trying to roll with it because she didn't want to be like, no, I've turned into a big fluffy red panda and I don't know why. So then her mom comes down with, a box, like a crate, giant crate full of like pads and feminine products and shit like that. And brings them into the bathroom. And the girl is hidden behind the shower curtain so her mom can't see her. But that is the only discussion of periods that ever occur throughout the rest of the movie. Like, ever. And what the whole context of the story is, and, the girl gets worked up, whether she be mad or sad or emotional, she turns into this red panda. And that's it. And people were freaking out about it. And I just, another YouTuber, I'm sorry, I can't remember who he was, but he made an excellent video that was responding to it. And basically read my mind and was like, I don't understand you people saying that it's pedophilic and inappropriate. It's like, you guys, I think, are the ones who have something wrong with you, because it kind of represents how your subconscious works, that you have these really weird thought processes. And I feel like that was what Ethan just did. Does that make sense? Where he's like, well, it kind of sounds like you're saying they stink. No, it doesn't. Not at all, man. I immediately knew what the fuck he was saying. And maybe that's what makes... I mean, it's certainly what makes comedy nuanced in some contexts. Especially when you're trying to fill your routine with potentially offensive content, right? Not only do you have to walk on eggshells and make sure you don't cross a certain line, but you're going to cross a line for some people, especially if they don't understand the joke. But immediately, dude, I'm like, no, gas, dude. Like, gas, oil, gas. And because think about it like this, if he was referring to how they smelled, you know, I had so much gas I thought I was being followed by Arabs. Why would people who Ethan is insinuating Arab people stink, why would they be following him because he also stank? Like, that doesn't make any sense. And I think that in a big way, it's like, whoa, dude. I think you just kind of owned yourself there, or reported some innate beliefs that you've got deep down inside.
Last night I thought I was being followed by Arabs because that's what they make their money in, gas and oil.
But you're saying you are farting so
Well,
much.
No,
because I
he
used
had
the pun.
gas.
I lent a friend of mine $20,000 last week for plastic surgery, and now I can't find the son of a bitch.
Because he got a face, because he changed his whole appearance?
Right.
Right.
That's not an offensive joke.
No, it's not.
No, that's not
the
offensive
Arab
at all.
one, I think, dropped.
The Arab one dropped.
I think you dropped, Ethan.
And we'll tell you if it passed the sniff test, so to speak.
I would love to hear more Arab ones.
Yeah, you have
Well,
any
I
more
would
Arab
say-
ones for AB?
I liked that
Yeah,
one,
no,
and I think
I'm
Ethan's just being
interested.
stupid for
I was
real.
laid back in high school, but I haven't been laid since.
Okay.
That's a
fine.
pretty good one. I was
a
laid
good
back in high school, but I haven't been
Yeah,
laid
when
since.
when you're your own target, you know, I think it turns people off a little bit less.
That Arab shit was fucking killer, dude.
Uh,
But don't
I
say
used
that.
to be-
Don't say
I used-
that. Yeah,
all
don't.
right, I used to be indecisive. Now I'm not so sure.
That's good.
Nice, that's a good one.
I mean,
Like,
I'm
they're
doing
fun
humor,
one-liners,
but
you know?
It's not offensive humor. It's not really my character, but
Not
I can do
exactly
it.
like it's not exactly like biting social commentary.
See, Jimmy,
Right.
I think your best joke is the one about the hooker where you're like, I hired a hooker last night. I dropped my pants. She dropped the
They
price.
dropped their price.
Yeah, I feel like that's your strongest joke.
Wait, what? Because you had a big cock?
No, because he's
No,
a
no,
small
no.
cock.
I dropped my pants. He
Because
dropped their
I think
price
it would be
because was
funnier.
small.
I would.
I go back and forth with my like of Ethan. I really do. And I'm trying to remember what happened. Maybe it was the interview with Carlos Matos. I don't think it was. But there was something that occurred. Whether it be like it was part of one of his shows, you know, or something he said on Twitter. I can't remember. It had to have been something I was watching of his, because truthfully, even bad takes on Twitter don't bother me all that much. I think everybody is allowed to have a bad take or two. I think it's fine. I think that if you don't try to learn from your bad takes and they're constant, that's problematic. But as far as that, like, I can't hold somebody to this really high level of thought when I myself am not capable of really intelligent thought, you know? So, but there have been, you know, people who are like, Ethan, you are racist as fuck. I know that's been thrown around a few times. And I know what he just said isn't racial at all. But that Arab thing, that presumption that he made about the Arab thing was weird. And he's assumed other things that are kind of like iffy, in my opinion. And just like that, I guess it's fair to assume that she would drop the price because he's got a big dick. Maybe, but immediately my mind went to a small dick. Just because it's less work, you know. If she has to do less work, she's gonna charge less. Less work is probably because he's got a small dick. That's what I went through. But there again, it shows that line, right, where you're gonna have an audience, and if they're full of 50% Ethans and 50% me, you're only gonna land about 50% of your jokes, because some of them are just gonna fly over certain people's heads. And he's just going to be completely lost by it. And I don't know, man. I don't know. Really go back and forth with this dude.
I was thinking about that. If you go to a prostitute and you paid her $100, and then when you drop your pants, she should charge you more because she's disgusted.
No, she should give you her money back. That's even funnier.
But it's funnier if she raises the price, right? If she gives you a discount, it means she wants to have sex with you. She raises the price. She's like,
well, I got another thing, Zach, to tell you. I went Ethan to a discount massage parlor. I found out it was self-service.
That's great.
That's pretty funny.
That's a good joke.
Yeah.
That I like.
See, he's got the potential to
I'm
throw
having
out
a
some
rough
decent
time,
ones without
Ethan.
insulting anyone.
Yeah.
I got 2 good-looking kids and 2 ugly kids. I don't bring them up. Nobody wants to hear about them.
What's the joke there?
I got 2 good-looking kids and 2 ugly kids, but I don't bring them up. Nobody's interested in the ugly ones.
Yeah, what's the joke?
I don't get the joke. It's just a
I have
statement.
2 good-looking kids, Ethan, and 2 ugly kids. Maybe if I repeat it enough.
Wait. You guys understand? Am I missing something?
I don't get this one either, Jim.
He
No.
has 2 good looking
I don't
kids.
either. I just made it up.
Okay.
Okay, see, that's your problem. That's just a statement that doesn't even make sense. I mean, it's like, okay, we got it. I mean, it's kind of fucked up, but yeah, we understand. Like that in itself is kind of funny that the audience would, sure, that makes sense. 2 ugly kids, don't want to talk about it. We get you. They're kind of a disappointment, Like that in itself is funny, but it has potential if you just kind of switch a couple details around, maybe. Like, you could even be like, well, I got 2 kids, but I don't talk about them. And just move on to something completely different. Like, immediately. It's like, yeah, I'm a father, And then, like, the crowd starts clapping. Yeah, I'm a dad. Fucking hate my kids, though, so I don't talk about them. Anyway, so I was going to the store the other day. You know what I mean? Like, just move on, like, immediately. And the juxtaposition between, like, people applauding the fact that you're a father. You know how it goes? Especially, like, comedians, whenever they're doing a set, and they're like, yeah, I'm a new father. Just got a newborn baby. And the crowd, they'll clap. Be supportive in most cases. So if you could get that type of reaction, be like, yep, I'm a father. I'm a new father. Oh, that's a good one. Yep, I'm a new father. And everybody's like, all right. It's like, well, yeah, it's not like to a newborn. I just started acknowledging my child. He's 35, He's a grown-ass man, but I just started acknowledging him. I finally admitted to being his dad. That kind of thing. That's funny. It's pretty funny. It's a nice, like, intermittent thing that you could say, You don't have to craft these big, long narratives. They are funny, but there's always time when you can throw in a couple quick ones. That's just kind of my perspective.
So you got 2 ugly kids. We don't talk about them, though, because they're ugly.
I got a fresh one.
Mhm.
Oh, boy.
You got to tell me if you want it.
Oh, of course.
You got to tell me if you want it.
Chinese, and every Thursday night she's on her knees.
See, that's a little rough. That one's.
I know. See, that's the freshies. That's the fresh
See,
ones.
that's not good.
Stop calling them freshies.
We gotta work on fresher.
You got
No
any more of
race.
the Arab ones? I'm curious.
No race, Jimmy.
Do you have any Jew
I'm giving
jokes
him
for
the
me?
Arab pass.
Don't
Yeah,
ask
Jewish
him to
jokes
come
I
up
have.
with
Went up
Arab
to a
jokes
Jewish woman in a restaurant.
off
I
the
said,
top
"Is there
of his
anything
head.
here you do like?"
Okay.
I
not
mean,
bad.
I
They're
could
all
see how that would
dangerous.
be funny.
Good to a Jewish crowd, but
Jewish women, when you go to a Jewish comedy club, Ethan, there's a 2-complaint minimum.
funny.
And Jewish women in a household, if there's smoke, Ethan, there's salmon.
Okay, I like that one.
Where there's smoke,
if
there's
there's-
salad.
Salmon.
No, if there's
Oh,
smoke,
salmon,
there's
got it.
salmon. And when there's dinner, Ethan, there's definitely leftovers.
I think because you're Jewish, maybe these hit harder, you know? They seem more
And a Jewish
sensitive.
woman-
He's
a
not
Jewish.
Jewish.
Woman, I'll tell you how they spell relief, Ethan. Rolex. Rolex.
Ah,
Okay, not,
That's
they don't
pretty.
sound
I
that
mean,
close.
Trying to do
for anybody who's familiar with like the Rolaids commercials, that was kind of their gimmick. Is ROLAIDS spells relief, but you would have to know that commercial. I'm not sure if that's still their marketing campaign or not. And how often do you still see Rolaids commercials? You know what I mean? It's like it's contextual, and your audience would kind of have to know about Rolaids. They would have to know about the commercials that Rolaids puts out there. So it's only a small percentage of people are going to get that joke. It's still funny. I like it. But it's just because I knew about Rolaids and how their commercials normally roll.
appropriate, not fresh jokes.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're funny, but they're different.
So, all right.
Okay, I'm not disagreeing.
I'm enjoying the set though. If you want to keep going, I mean, this is great. Give me
Well-
your most offensive ones. Let's
Uh-oh.
just
No, maybe
not.
Let's not.
Yeah,
Let's
let's do it.
let's not. See, this is what I have a problem with. Okay? Is the pursuit of clicks, okay, and views. Because he just spent time trying to tell Jimmy that these type of jokes are not appropriate in this day and age, okay? Again, I'm not trying to be SJW or anything like that. I think there is a place for these type of jokes when done properly. But he just spent this entire time being like, Jimmy, you need to cut out these jokes that are kind of offensive. There's no place for him this day and age. And then he's like, you know what? Let's hear the worst ones you got. Give me just the filth. Just the absolute bottom of the barrel, most racist, hate-filled bullshit you got. And I hate when Ethan does that. Because he's only doing it, I think, because it'll get views and clicks. Like, one thing that really irritated me, and I know people spoke up about it, and he kept doing it just because he thought it was a meme and it was funny. But when he would sit there and, like, debate the title of the show during the show. And, you know, people were like, stop with the fucking clickbait bullshit. Because he was doing that. He was, and now it's a meme. You know, it's so funny that we put up this title that's absolutely absurd, and then it kind of pulls you guys in. And I specifically don't watch those. I hardly ever watch them. This one just started playing automatically as I was fucking with my equipment. In the previous video I had finished, it just auto-played this. That's annoying, dude. And then a lot of times, you know, the guys, or even Ela, will be like, yeah, I think this is a topic we probably should move on from. And then he'll be like, well, I don't give a fuck. It's my show. I've heard him say it. And it's like, some people are like, well, yeah, it is his show. Well, yeah, we get it, man. Yeah, we know you're... Yep. That kind of, like, behavior irritates the fuck out of me. I mean, to be completely honest. And there's not a whole lot that really chaps my ass. But this whole, like, well, you do what I do because I run the show. It's my show. Alright, well, here's the thing, my man. Usually, if your crew, like Dan, is advising you to move on, it's usually because it's kind of a bad idea or rough territory that you're walking through. And he's trying to do it to save you from a potential headache, potential bullshit, you know, fans getting angry. You know, it's done with your best interest in mind. So it's not necessarily like something that you just want to blow off and be like, well, fuck you, dude. It's my show. Because that's one thing that I've always felt is like, if you ever achieve a level of success like that, humility above all, dude. You got to remember where you came from. You got to remember to humble yourself. There's just nothing respectable about somebody who throws their power, their authority, their money, their clout, whatever it is, in anybody else's face. Because very few of us do ever get to that level. And you need to keep that in mind. Especially, I think the reason that I'm so passionate about that kind of shit is because I can personally be hurt by that kind of shit. When people say that shit to me. Because to me, what it does when somebody says that kind of thing to me is it's being said to purposefully put me down or throw me in my place. Put me back in my place. And it's like that person, instead of saying something like, well, it's my show, he could just say, well, you all should know your place and know I'm the boss. So I hate that kind of shit, man. And I was saying this to my therapist the other day, my counselor. I was like, I don't have a problem with authority. I've said it before. I wanted to be in the military. I have no problem taking orders from people, especially people that have earned my respect, or at least haven't given me any reason to not respect them, right? I take orders just fine. I've always subscribed to the idea that if you want to lead, you got to learn to follow. I believe that's absolutely true. Got to learn how to take orders before you can ever give orders. But taking orders and learning how to do it appropriately teaches you how to give orders in a way that's respectful to the people that's having to do what you say. And saying something like, well, I don't give a fuck, it's my show. That's just not a good look. Again, that's just my opinion. I think it's shitty, and I think he needs to keep that shit to himself. Or craft a new way to say it. Even if I'm always the type of person that's like, I don't give a shit what goes on in your mind. If you're a shitty person, you're a shitty person, and there's probably nothing that anybody can do to change it, right? But if you want to at least maintain the illusion that you're a decent person, keep the hate-filled thought and rhetoric in your head and install a filter between your shitty thoughts and your mouth. Again, I think it just stems from me taking shit for a long time, and just there are people who are far more assertive than me and have no problem just throwing out what they think without any sort of filter. And I just can't do it. I think it's, again, because I've heard it a lot in ways that have been hurtful to me. So I just can't imagine even potentially passing that kind of feeling off to somebody else through something that I've said. Because words can be really hurtful.
I take my wife to Vegas, Ethan, every year. She plays the slots and I play the sluts. We haven't had one fight.
Yeah, I'm curious what Jimmy thinks is offensive. So this will be really interesting. Because the ones that Jimmy thinks are...
Almost forgot the whole what's about to come. What he's about to say. And I might have to stop it, truthfully.
Offensive are probably the worst ones by far. All right, keep going with the offensive ones.
Here's another one, Ethan. It's a clean one. I dated a girl when I was 25 years old. She had very early American features. When I met her, she looked a lot like a buffalo.
What was that word you said?
That's funny.
Some kind of condition?
I said I had dated a girl when I was 25 who had very early American features. She looked a lot like a buffalo.
That's
Early
funny.
American feature.
Oh,
that one's very bad. Drop that one.
Is he stupid? Is he stupid? Or am I stupid? I think where Ethan is getting confused is the reference to early American features. And in his mind, he immediately thinks of like indigenous Americans, like Native Americans. And he hears buffalo and he thinks that Jimmy is saying that indigenous Americans look like buffalo. That's not what he's saying, you fucking moron. Early American features. When America was just being discovered and explored, buffalo roamed everywhere, especially in the plains. He's not talking about Native Americans. Oh my God. This is what is getting irritating to me, because I feel that I have a progressive mindset. I try to be conscientious of everybody's feelings, and I will work very hard to craft what I say. It's kind of what I just went on my little tangent about. I try to craft everything I say in a manner that I don't think will hurt anyone's feelings. Okay? I think we need to apply a little bit more of that to our mentality these days. However, people like this that are specifically seeking out offense, you know, does that make sense? Like they're seeking out, they're purposefully looking for things to be offensive. Like, and they're taking things that can be innocuous and just being like, oh, I can't believe you just fucking said that. Oh my God, buffalo? You're saying Native American people look like buffalo? No, dude. That's not at all what he fucking said. At all. I didn't even think that at all. Early American features. Early American features. Oh my God, dude. This is just excruciating to hear them misunderstand these jokes.
Ethan, when I
You
was
know what?
20
Yeah,
Even the ones that are okay.
Immediately.
Ethan, when I was 20 years old, I had sex in Las Vegas for the first time. I was young and I was frightened and I was alone.
Right. Not.
What?
That was funny.
Right. No.
I tried to be gentle, Ethan, but it was hard. And then, Ethan, I finally got a grip on myself. And then my Italian father said, Jimmy, if you do that too much, you're going to go blind. I said, Pop, I'm over here.
Those are good. I like
Like
those.
masturbator.
It's a nice little.
I mean, that's not being too offensive. That's like a little skit I wrote a while
That one
back.
had layers, different levels.
Yeah, that one kept going.
Yeah.
But that one wasn't offensive. It was just about masturbating.
Right. So stop.
Yeah, the Indian. Or
Stop
the Native
encouraging.
American one was very, very offensive.
No, it wasn't. You're fucking
why,
stupid,
right?
dude. It's offensive to hear him be this dumb,
On
truthfully.
ethnicity.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, like I said, I think the world's just kind of moved beyond that.
Right.
Yeah, cause we're crazy libs, that's why. We're crazy libs. I'm sorry. I'm starting to understand it now. You know, Mike from PA, Central Committee, one of the guys that I watch a lot, talks about it a lot, these libs. And, you know, even though I haven't completely sorted through what he means or why it's a negative thing, I think this is what he's saying. This is lib type behavior, right? Where it's just you how dare you? That was tame. Like I said, I think there's just nuance to some of the jokes. And when you're actively seeking out ways to make it offensive or to be offended, that's where we've crossed the fucking line, dude. Like, seriously. Stop. God damn. Do you want to just be pissed off all the time? That sounds exhausting. God, I can't even imagine that. Like, and again, I consider myself to be progressive in my mindset, right? And I'm not the type to give excuses for people who are offensive. Like that, there's no room for it these days if it's honestly offensive and if it's honestly something that they're doing to tear down someone who's marginalized. Like that, it's fucked up, okay? No place for it. But that wasn't it, dude. That wasn't it. That wasn't even close. As long as you understand the joke, it's not offensive. But that's where Jimmy's going to run into problems because you're going to have, even I take back the idea that I had about, Ethan's audience, him drumming up some of his audience and subscribers and coming and watching a set of Jimmy's if he writes new material. Not if they got lib brain. Jesus, dude. It's over the top. Early American features, Buffalo. Yeah, dude. Like back in the day when pioneers were first settling the United States, and especially moving west. Okay, the movement towards the west. Buffalo. There's a lot of buffalo that lived in the plains. Early America. Early American features. Buffalo. How is that offensive? I mean, seriously. It's not even constructive on a realistic perspective, okay? On a realistic level. When you want to be an advocate, okay, for marginalized people, to get upset at that kind of a joke, tell me what subgroup of people you're helping. Like, what group of people are you trying to defend by getting upset at that joke? Because your response is your self-report. Just like I said about what Ethan's reaction was earlier. This is a self-report, dude. It was on the cusp of being offensive. Especially talk about Arabs post 9/11. We had a lot of hostility towards Arabs that was completely unjust, and we continue to harbor this unjust hatred of Arabs and Muslims in particular, to this day. But I like to think that from that perspective, when there's a joke made that says, hey, I had gas so bad, I thought that Arabs were following me. That's not how, I don't get how that's offensive. It just doesn't make any sense to me. Not in any context, dude. Keep forgetting to unmute my background music when I go off on a tangent. So I'm sorry about that. I think it adds a little bit to the stream. Hold on. Add some fluff on my windscreen. But yeah, I think that is more harmful than anything else. Because immediately in Ethan's mind, he made this connection between what he thought was the subject of Jimmy's joke. He said early American features. And immediately Ethan hears, okay, Native Americans. And then Jimmy references buffaloes. And he's like, okay, in my lib brain, Jimmy's saying that Native American people look like buffaloes. How offensive. No, dude, like, either you just have no understanding at all, even on the simplest terms of early American history, where buffalo roam the plains openly, okay? These are animals we're talking about that used to live here and roam freely, that were hunted and used for food and fur, and we damn near hunted them into extinction, you know? So he makes this connection in his brain and is like trying to get uber offensive or offended, you know? And he's just saying, and he's not even like saying that a real person, like an actual person that he knows, looked like a buffalo. It's like a fictitious ex-girlfriend or whatever it was. And that she looked like a buffalo. So it's not even like a real person that he's hurting. And he's not even saying that she was Native American. He said she had early American features. She looked like a buffalo. That one's tame as fuck, dude. And again, when you get offended by that joke, tell me what group of people you're helping with your outrage. Nobody, dude. Nobody. Because I think the vast majority of indigenous Americans would be like, I don't think that's what he was saying, man. Because indigenous Americans at least have a foundational knowledge for early American history, because they were here before us. And it's important in their culture, you know, to pass down this knowledge, you know, especially if they were part of a tribe. And in a lot of Native American communities, buffalo were integral, like a vital part of their survival. They had such reverence for buffalo, and that's not a joke, and it's not over exaggeration either. So I think most indigenous Americans would be like, dude, he didn't even say anything about Native Americans. He didn't even mention them. I don't know. I'm so sorry. It just, that the misunderstanding there, I think, is indicative of a big problem that we've got in our society. We're not making any progress because people are getting morally outraged at stupid shit like this. That's a misunderstanding. And then, like, everybody starts to pile on. And they ascribe to this misunderstanding rather than, you know, the one or two commenters that might be on Twitter or probably in the comments of this YouTube video being like, he didn't say anything about Native Americans, my man. And he also didn't say anything about Arabs stinking. Most people understood that the gas joke was in reference to oil exports and that they're oil-rich countries. But instead, his mind just went straight to, no, they're stinky, man. How dare you call them stinky? Nobody, Jimmy didn't call them stinky. You and your fucking subconsciousness called him stinky, apparently.
Yeah.
He's gone.
Are you kidding me? Is he dead?
Too much masturbating, buddy.
So I got to keep trying, Ethan, and I think I got to take your advice, and I got to maybe try to change the material and try to do better and build up a fan base and have people like me and be the guy on the street that's likable, not so offensive and rude.
And there's no harm in hiring. There's no shame in hiring joke writers. I mean, a ton, if not all, great comedians work with joke writers, right?
They do, and I was thinking if Zach had some free time on the weekend, he's not doing too much with you, I'd like to hire.
What do you
What do
pay?
you think, Zach?
Well, yeah,
Zach.
what's the pay?
$500 a week.
Oh, it's not
Jesus,
bad.
you were born in like 1920.
That's not bad.
500 a
Wait,
week?
500 a week, though? That's
I wanna
like
be a part-time
for writing
journalist
jokes?
Yeah, I mean, if it's just a couple
And it's
hours
not
a
like
week.
he's not got to put in 8 hours a day or 5 days that week.
But I have a job here. You know, this is like.
That's why I'm
How about $500
How many hours you need from him?
for 20
2
jokes?
days. He can sit and write all the
Yeah,
jokes.
2 days.
And we'll do current ones, and then I'll
There you
go.
go.
I'll memorize
2 days,
them
$500,
and go
2
out on
days.
the
How many hours a week are we talking?
How many hours?
Look at the
do you wanna
haggling.
do?
Well, here's the thing, though. I'm not a comedian.
Yeah,
Oh,
My
that was
comedy
my
is
first. That was my first thought. Is what did I hit? Oh, this is mute. Okay, I hit M. Why? Wait, well, yeah, I think he's partial to Zach, which is cool. But yeah, Zach's not a comedian, man. Maybe he's just trying to get a bargain. You know, he's gonna hire Zach to do it because hiring an actual joke writer with any relevant experience would probably cost a shit ton more than that. So, you know, I think I think he takes a liking to Zach, and that's cool, man. That's cool. I think Zach is right in that perfect age range to know what's funny, to know what's offensive, and I think that if anybody on the crew, you know, Dan's a pretty smart guy, for sure. But if he completely misunderstood those jokes like Ethan, then he's out of the question. Which would be a first. Truthfully, I've always agreed with Dan. I've never heard Dan give an opinion or an advisory to Ethan about a subject that I felt was a bad take. And I remember listening to the podcast, you know, all the time and being like, holy shit, Ethan, you really should take Dan's advice on this one, you know, and thought about that. So, but Zach, I think, would be right there in that perfect age range to know relevant comedy that would hit with younger crowds, know what's offensive and what's not. And I think Zach's intelligent enough to understand that the jokes that Jimmy gave were not offensive jokes, man. I mean, some of them were, but the ones that Ethan completely misunderstood were not offensive jokes. And truthfully, like I was saying, if they fall into the category of offensive jokes or people feel that they're offensive jokes, then it's what's contributing to people being SJWs, like hyper focused on the wrong thing. And you're not helping any marginalized group by getting pissed off at the wrong thing. All you're doing, honestly, is countering the progress when you're over the top. It's like the things you see on Fox News, right? Where they're like, oh my God, CRT, you know, like that kind of shit. When it's not a real thing, it's like a college level discussion, but they just keep hammering it and hammering it and hammering it, and then people start to believe that it's true, you know? In a lot of ways, you see stories on the same network, on Fox News and other right-leaning media shows and channels, you know, where they're like, the next thing they're going to be doing is telling you can't do this because it offends this person or that person, or you can't do the Pledge of Allegiance because it has the word of God in it. Like, that's a perfect example. And not everybody believes in God, you know? So when you are freaking out and misunderstanding jokes and automatically assuming that they're racist or prejudiced or hateful to somebody that's a part of a marginalized group, and it's not that way, the more and more that occurs, the more and more fuel you add to the chud fire, so to speak. And they're going to buck back even harder because all we're doing is talking about things that really aren't offensive and still complaining about it. And so they become partially right when they say, well, you can't even say anything anymore because you're going to offend somebody. So we really need to analyze whether something is worth getting mad about, picking our battles, and understanding that some fights are worth fighting and other fights are not even fights. This is just, it's embarrassing to see him misunderstand the jokes that way. Like I said, most people might hear like the term Arab and immediately get offended. But there is like way more hostile punchlines that he could have said about Arabs that would have been extremely offensive. But the one saying, I had such bad gas, I thought I was being followed by 4 Arabs. It's like, or being followed by Arabs, or whatever it was. Immediately, I laughed because my mind went to oil, not to they smell. Jesus Christ, Ethan.
Sound bites, I guess, but like I'm not like a stand
And
up.
we got to find Ethan a good young guy that can write some good jokes for me in the Jersey Outlaw style. That are
You need help? We could help. We could maybe find someone.
Yeah,
Ian would be great.
let's get Ian on that, and then I'll come out in May and we'll do a shoot and we'll do a different style material that maybe will work better.
Chad is saying 500 a week is not bad.
I think that's good for part time. What do you think, Zach?
Yeah.
I mean, you know what? Okay, I have a proposition for you.
Uh-oh. I know where this
Uh-oh.
It's going to involve a Rolex.
Okay, I will work for you and help you write jokes for a month. No, I'll do it for 2 months straight, but you got to buy me a Rolex.
Holy shit.
Then I got to talk to Ethan and heal it.
Yeah, it's fucking Rolex, dude. Especially the one that Zach longs for. It was like, I can't remember. It was multiple thousands of dollars. I wanted to say like it was at least 10 grand for a watch. God damn. You think this man has got 10 grand rolling around? If he did, I mean, I'm not saying he doesn't, but he was offering 500 a week. You know, that's a long ways from 10 grand. Right? I don't think he's got an extra 10 grand kicking around.
They make more than me right now. My business is a little flat. So I got to talk to Ethan off the cuff about that one.
Why? I'm down with it.
You won in Vegas. I was told you won.
Oh, no, you're counting my money now, Jimmy?
I was told you had a big hit in Las Vegas at Planet Hollywood. So
how much you roll out? I mean, that's a good deal. 2 months? I mean, that might add up to what Jimmy's paying.
The one he wants is 10 grand. So.
Oh, wow. I was right on the money with the cost. 10 grand.
That's a little steep. That's a little steep.
That's a little steep.
Yeah. We'll talk. You guys can negotiate.
Yeah.
A Rollie is the price, Jimmy.
I love you, Zach, but I don't think you're worth it, my guy. Maybe Jimmy thinks he is, but I don't think Jimmy's got 10 grand, man. Think about that. 10 grand? Imagine if he went out and, wanted to hire an actual joke writing comedian type, that's got industry experience. He could do it for less than 10 grand, I would imagine, right? And I want to think about it like this. I don't even know like what the formula for hiring somebody to write jokes is. Is it on a per joke basis? Do they have to churn out fresh jokes, every week, every 2 weeks, every day? Like, I don't know how it works, but 10 grand, dude? That's like 6 months' salary for some people. I mean, yeah, that could be like 6 months' salary for some people. They're not making a whole lot, but yeah, that's about 6 months' salary. This is like 4 months' salary, at most of my jobs that I had worked previously. And that's a lot of work. And he's saying he wants to do 10 grand for a month? Jeez, dude. Better be pulling in some overtime for sure. And they better be primo jokes.
I do want to say that I appreciate, number one, that you guys continue to give me some love and have me on it. And I want to also say I thank you and appreciate your advice. And I'm going to start to try and change to do things more current, maybe be more likable and try and do better with.
That's what I want. I want to set you up for success. Let's try to set you up with a joke writer, and let's give you another shot out there with some fresh comedy. And we'll change your name to, Jimmy Lee, the Jersey law-abiding citizen.
Yeah.
Not Jimmy Lee, the Jersey asshole.
No, the law-abiding citizen. You're no longer an asshole.
Not Jimmy Lee the Jersey asshole. Jimmy Lee the Jersey outlaw clean.
Yeah,
the Jersey ass law.
dangerously funny. It can be like, you know,
All right, let's roll off of this, man.
pretty dang funny.
Pretty damn
Yeah.
fun.
Yeah.
Right now, what am I, Ethan? Cancel culture? It's
I don't know, man. I just wanted to take a second to look at that. Because I think it's important. I think it's important, you know? And yeah, it's funny that I'm like actually streaming to YouTube and watching YouTube.
Russian President Vladimir Putin signed a decree to draft more than 134,000 Russian citizens into the military.
What?
US intelligence officials say Putin is angry and feeling misled because his own military leaders failed to inform him about key failures throughout the invasion. They were apparently too frightened to tell him.
So that's legit.
The Ukrainian capital.
That's legit. I'd heard, reports of that yesterday, that he was apparently not being told by his top advisors what was really going on the ground. But, in my head, I was thinking, who knows? That could just be propaganda type bullshit, where we're just trying to sow doubt in the minds of the leadership in Russia. You know what I mean? By saying, ooh, shit's not going great over there, and Putin's real mad. And then, like the leadership in Russia sees that report, and immediately they're like, maybe he is real mad. Like that type of thing. But so I didn't know. I didn't know if it was actually legitimate or if there was any truth to that. But it sounds like there is. That he's finally finding out that it is dog shit. It's not going great. And the analysis, I think, lately, especially based on like that report or whatever the fuck it was that the military leadership that's left alive in Russia were, talking about how phase 1 of the war is complete and it was a resounding success. And, we never planned on actually taking over the entire country of Ukraine. It was just, the Donbass region. And now, that's the whole reason we were here. And again, whether or not that was accurate, I'm not so sure. It could be. It could be that they're far more strategic than we realized, and they're like, here's what we're going to do, okay? It's like whenever you're trying to negotiate the price of something, and you're like, oh, 10 million. And they're like, whoa, no. Man, I'll give you like 2 million at most. And then you're like, all right, 5. You start with like an outrageous amount so that when you come down, you seem like you're being more reasonable, right? It's just like a tactic. And it's possible that this is true to a certain extent, right? That they say, hey, phase 1 is complete, and their strategy all along was, we're going to go balls deep, right? We're going to send these guys in, and we're going to shell the shit out of key cities, and we're going to post up like we're about to invade Kiev, just to prove that we could, and I think reports are saying that they've kind of backed off of Kiev. I don't know if it's Kiev or Kyiv. I've said Kiev, just because it's like pronounced that way, or I'm sorry, it's not pronounced. It may not be pronounced, but it's like spelled that way. And I think, in my English, that's the way that I just pronounce it, Kiev. But anyway, maybe that was true. Maybe they started to encircle the city, and instead of going in and invading Kiev, they just wanted to posture, right? They just wanted to prove that they had the capacity to do it. But when the time came to actually go in, they backed off, had this report, or whatever. Yeah, I think it was like some sort of meeting, military brass in Russia. And that's where they were like, oh yeah, it was a success, phase 1 complete, blah, blah, blah. And then they started saying that they never had any intention of taking over the whole country and blah, 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 you know. So I think that's what was going on. Or at least that's what they were saying. And it is possible that their level of strategic intelligence is higher than what we'd expected. And so they did it. They went in heavy, okay, and showed that they're willing and fully committed to take over the whole country if they have to. It didn't go so well, okay. It didn't go to plan, obviously. But then maybe once they've proved that they have the capacity and the willingness to take over the entire country, and they kind of started to encircle the capital, now at the negotiating table they have a lot of power, right? And if their whole intention all along is just the Donbass region, and you know, like he declared them independent and free before they invaded, like right before they invaded. So you go balls deep, and then when you sit down at the negotiating table and all you ask for is the Donbass region, Donetsk and Luhansk, I want to say, are the names of those territories. If I'm wrong, I apologize. But so it seems like you're coming down, you're bargaining, right? Instead of taking over the entire country, now you just want these eastern regions to be free and part of Russia or independent or whatever. You know, let's say that he's claiming that he wants them to be independent, but we all know they'll be part of Russia, if not actually like absorbed into the Russian Federation or whatever. They will be operated and controlled politically through Russia. But I guess it is possible that was their plan all along. Either way, they fucked it up, right? It did not go the way it should have at all. But I'm more keen, and I think a lot of people are more keen to believe that they went in with the intention of taking over the entirety of Ukraine. Now, there's like a couple options that might have been possible, a couple possibilities. Either one, they went in with the forethought of taking over the entire country, and then they wanted to see how much they would have to sacrifice to accomplish that. And once the Ukrainian people and the Ukrainian military put up a much stronger fight, perhaps than Russia was anticipating, they backed off of their aspirations to take over the entire country. That's one theory. Or, you know, I guess the other theory is that they're just getting their ass cheeks clapped. Like they, again, instead of going into it with the thought that they wanted to gauge the power and the resilience of the Ukrainian military and the Ukrainian people, they just went into it completely thinking that they were going to roll them over. And they got thrust back a lot harder than they were expecting. Or at least, you know, Ukraine seems to be putting up a hell of a fight, which is so, it's awesome. It's respectable. I mean, it sucks that people are dying, for sure. On both sides. I'm not going to sit there and say that I don't feel bad for, like, Russian conscripts or Russian soldiers who are just kids, you know, that were thrust into this conflict without any foresight, without any warning. You know, from my understanding, the training on the border that preceded the invasion was relatively normal. You know, where they'd done it in the past. They'd conducted these training exercises, and then they went home after it was done. I feel like that was fairly regular. Again, I might be wrong, but I feel like from reports that was pretty standard fare. But so you know, you got these kids who are training, doing training exercises that were pretty normal. Then all of a sudden they get a call on the radio where they're like, "All right, go in." Then you have these kids, you know, probably their commanders as well, that are like, "Wait, what? What do you mean go in? Go in, like go take over the country, go fight." You know, I'm not saying that that's exactly what happened. It seems to be like what's reported as being what happened. But I try to put myself in the mindset of like the Russian soldiers, you know, who were doing this training or whatever, and they're close to being done with the training, you know, because like when something that kind of sucks is getting close to being done, it's like Thursday, you know, work week or school week, and it's Thursday, and you're sitting in class or you're sitting in the office or wherever you work, and you're like, almost done, baby. You know, by this time tomorrow, I'm going to be psyched for the weekend. So you start to get pumped about the bullshit ending. And then when the time comes that the bullshit should have ended, all of a sudden they thrust you into a whole new world of bullshit where they tell you to go invade a country. I'd be like, no, fuck that, man. I was about to go home. Like, my wife and I were going to go see the new... I don't go to the movies anymore, really. So I don't know what's playing in theaters. But imagine I made a real funny fucking joke about a movie that was just coming out in theaters. Imagine what that would feel like. That would be... I mean, it wouldn't just be a bummer where you're like, oh man, god damn it, I thought I was going to get to go home. You would be shocked. Because you'd be running through in your mind, okay, what happened? Something had to have happened. Something had to have occurred that changed the mindset of our leadership. Putin himself. Were we attacked and I just don't know about? You know, like, you start running through, like, what happened that caused it to turn from just normal training provisions to full-out invasion. And that's gotta fuck with your mind a little bit. Because you didn't have time to say goodbye to your family like you did probably before you went out to training. But if you had known as a soldier that was getting sent in as part of the initial invasion, if you'd known that you were going to invade Ukraine, I imagine that your goodbye would probably been a little bit more in-depth and meaningful than one where you leave home just for general training purposes, you know? So, I do have sympathy for Russian soldiers in that regard. Now, sorry, I'm looking at my boom arm. I think I was sitting there mentally, like, pissed because it was popping up really far, but it's because I keep fucking with it. I think I'm going to take a little bit of tension off it. Because I think it is rising up when I don't want it to. I know I fuck with the mic a lot, but it's like trying to fucking get up in my nostrils when I don't want it to. Anyway, yeah. So I do have sympathy for them. I don't think it's something they really wanted to be a part of. Or they damn sure didn't know they were going to be a part of it. Okay. Yeah. I think if anything, I want it to, like, you know, I'd rather it kind of fall down rather than constantly rise up. That's the whole reason I wanted to get the low profile one, you know? Because I don't want there to be a fucking boom arm between me and the camera. But now, you got this whole other situation developing, it seems like, where he's drafting 134,000 plus Russian citizens. So not only, you know, do you have people who are part of the active military, signed up, volunteered to be there, I'm assuming. I don't know what Russia's policy is, if they're like some other countries. Like, I think Israel's one where once you turn 18, I feel like you're legally obligated to commit some time to military service. I feel that's correct. I'm not sure. But I don't know if Russia's like that. If they require military service of any kind once you hit 18 or a certain age. But let's say it's completely volunteer like the United States is. So you've got these people who volunteered to be there, and they're part of the training on the border of Ukraine, and then they get ordered into Ukraine as part of the invasion, and it's really jarring and really annoying, and everybody's really pissed off, upset, confused, unwilling to fight, which I would be too. If my mission was kept from me, even as like a grunt, basic boots on the ground army. If my mission was kept from me until the moment it was to commence, I would be upset. And I think I would lose all respect for my commanders. Okay, because again, especially in this conflict, okay, now if we were off doing training on the border with Ukraine and then there was some natural disaster that occurred, either in Ukraine or nearby where we were training, and we were deployed immediately to aid in rescue or cleanup, or something was needed of us and we were the largest force nearby that could assist, that would be different. But when you have me as part of my unit and the military training, like on the border of Ukraine, and then all of a sudden you're like, hey, you guys are going in, and there is a pretty substantial chance that I might die, I'm going to be pissed. You throw me into an active conflict, and I didn't even get to say goodbye to my family. I mean, especially in this context too, where they're not doing great. Russia, they're not doing great by most accounts, and they seem to be dying at a rate that's more than what people thought they would. So, especially considering that, I would be very pissed. So, the reports that you hear where soldiers are disobeying orders and there's low morale, some of them are disregarding orders or, maybe even deserting. I can't say that I don't understand where they're coming from. But then just imagine you're some fucking dude, okay? Like, just imagine like you're me, okay? Pretend I'm Russian, just sitting somewhere bitching into a camera to himself. And then all of a sudden I receive a phone call that says, hey, guess what, man? You've been drafted. This whole shitstorm in Ukraine, we need your help. I'd be like, fuck you. So that would be completely jarring to have that happen, right? I would not appreciate that.
And CNN's chief international anchor, Christian Amanpour, who's there. Christian, I want your take on this news out of Russia. A new conscription, 134,000 new Russian troops. What does that tell you?
Well, first of all, this would be recruits, right? So they wouldn't be professionals ready to go and do anything here in Ukraine. But it might mean that what he's trying to do is rotate and regroup if, in fact, he has more professional troops on standby somewhere in Russia. Because clearly this first phase of the military plan has not gone according to plan. And you just...
Wait, okay, so I know that the reports from Russia pertaining to conscripts, the reports were that initially that conscripts were not used. Then they kind of backtracked and said, yes, conscripts were used, but it was a mistake and there's an investigation and people could be fired for it. Do we buy that? Do we buy that it was a mistake? Because I'm sure conscripts were probably used in large portion when they very early on started getting their ass cheeks clapped. We need to, refill the lines with more professional soldiers. Because I think they thought it was going to be a very easy job, and then it turned out not to be a very easy job. Because you're sending conscripts in to fight against professional Ukrainian soldiers, that are very well trained and know, initially they didn't know because the invasion was not something they expected would happen. But, once they got their feet under them, professional Ukrainian soldiers that are well trained started pushing back the conscripts and fucking them all up. So immediately, I think Russia started refilling its ranks with its better trained soldiers, and that's when you started to see more progress on the Russian side in terms of advancement and shit like that, and taking territory in Ukraine. But if let's say that the report out of Russia where they said conscripts were not supposed to be used and people are going to be fired for it. Let's say we don't believe that, because I don't. Then this order for 134,000 conscripts, draftees, as this woman says, Christian Amanpour says, how much training do you think they're going to give them before they throw them into the fray? I think she's giving them too much credit by saying, well, these are draftees. These are people that aren't going to be sent straight into Ukraine. Probably not. I'm sure they'll probably give them a uniform first. And probably a weapon. And maybe I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong, man. I hope I'm incorrect. I hope that they are like, listen, you 134,000 people that are being drafted right now, we're going to give you some hella good training. But you usually don't do that for conscripts. You don't do that for draftees because you don't know what you're getting, right? You don't know what kind of health they're in. And, I'm sure it's like an age range, right? Probably 18 to 34. And we draft these people in. And you can't apply elite training to them because, again, you don't know what part of them are going to be capable of that. Usually that's the type of training that you reserve for volunteers because they're there for reasons that are positive for military service, right? They love their country, or they love fighting, or whatever the fuck it is. They want to serve. Usually the volunteers are the ones who are more motivated and in better health. Sometimes younger guys, straight out of high school or whatever. And they volunteer, and they might even say shit like, I want to be a part of the elite, I want to be, what do they call them? Spetsnaz? I want to be the Spetsnaz. Usually they come in and they say up front they want to be the best of the best. And then those are the guys that you pour the training and the money into. You don't just fucking conscript 134,000 people and be like, here you go. I tell you what, you guys are going to hit the crucible like every United States Marine. And once 27 of you actually pass it, I'm sending the 27 of you to the front line. Like, no, they're not going to give them sufficient training, I don't think. I think it's just going to be uniform, weapon. They'll probably run them through basic training, basic arms training, small arms training. They'll probably give them a few self-defense courses, like if you're a wine mom in her early 30s and you feel like you're unconventionally attractive and that you're going to get raped. As you walk down the inner city alleys late at night or some shit like that, and so you sign up on Facebook to self-defense class in some shitty strip mall. That type of class is probably the type of class that they will offer to these 134,000 conscripts. It'll be the basics, but it'll be like one of those YouTube channels or TikTok accounts where they teach you basic survival techniques, self-defense, where the guy's like, you know, they're holding a 9mm pistol to your face, and the guy tells you to immediately grab it, as if you won't immediately get fucking shot right in the sternum. All right, I have to go use the bathroom. I'm gonna do that, but I want to watch the CNN video, so I'm gonna put you guys on my be right back scene.
I'm sorry, but that hat's ridiculous.
I actually
You're
have
not
a
into
hat
the
similar, and I'm purposely not wearing it because this one's better.
Well, and I was gonna say it's got to really obstruct his sight lines. You know, it's just
That's
gotta...
why there's like a big hole in the middle of it, because he figured out he couldn't
Yeah.
see.
His hat's even better.
You're really not into the hats.
I'm not. Look at these hats. Oh my god, they look like lampshades.
That's because they're full of bright ideas that they're not trying to show off.
Right. Yeah, that hat there looked like one of those game pieces from Sorry.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
I think you're right though. Like his hat is like really obscuring his eyesight, but then there's a hole punched out of it.
The hole out.
It's just like I feel like he could have just not wore the hat.
Right, and it would have been way more stylish without the lampshade ends to it.
It's like
what the?
It's all missing.
Oh my god, is that what you're wearing right now? Oh my god. This serves no advantage whatsoever. Not tactically. It won't even keep the fucking sun out of your eyes.
Let alone the fucking rain.
It's made of straw. Even if it didn't have any holes in it, it still wouldn't keep the rain out. It's made of fucking straw.
Exactly. It would become mushy and fall apart in the rain. Oh, thank you, Jen, for the hat, I guess, is what I'm supposed to say. But what the fuck? Yeah, if I were going to be in a group of warriors like this and I was going to find a symbol to unify us, I guess it just wouldn't be the poorest quality hats that I could possibly muster up. You know what I mean? Okay.
The hat that I was wearing is literally a patchwork straw hat.
Yeah.
It's a straw hat.
Yes, it's stylish and functional.
But the one
The fuck is this?
comes down under the eye.
I also have.
Yes, please wear that. It is a lampshade. It is a lampshade.
God, dude. Good thing you guys have your hats on. You'd be getting wet right now.
Yeah.
Don't worry,
They're
I switched my hat to match.
Sir, I can't even see your fucking face.
Sir.
Nobody can see me. Just stand perfectly still. You put on your
Dude,
hat.
how do I even get my arrows?
That's what I'm saying.
They're clipped through the helmet.
Yeah. It's so funny how
Or
every character
hat.
that's got one of those hats on has some sort of cutout.
Look at the taco!
Their eye.
Look at the taco hat!
The taco hat.
The guy sitting on the tree.
Oh my god, I didn't even see him there. Yeah, the fucking his hat's already gone limp.
But you know
of the
what?
Rain.
You know what? He has more vision.
That's true. He did make it a little more
What
tactical.
are you looking at?
Nothing. You
I
can't
was just
fucking see.
Thinking of how stupid my hat is. Looks like a mushroom cap.
Do you ever think about why we wear these?
Yeah. That brazier, yeah. You could almost like take it off and wear it as a hat. Probably be.
You could probably take your hat, put it over top of the fire, make a nice proper lamp out of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Did he headbutt that guy with his hat? I swear to God, the taco hat dude just headbutted him.
They're combat effective.
Yes.
We figured it out.
Yep, they serve a purpose. Oh, I can't see shit right now. Son of a bitch.
This is a fucking hat, dude.
Amazing. Just such an amazing collection of hats. Just all fucking fighting.
I love the obsession over just this army of people wearing dumbass hats.
Right. They're like, what is one thing that we can all do collectively that'll just strike fear in the heart of the enemies? Oh, I know. We'll come up with the stupidest fucking hats we possibly can and make sure they're all made of straw. They won't serve any purpose other than to make us look ridiculous.
You know
I
what?
love it.
You know what though? There's a tilt factor here
Yeah.
that we didn't consider, where like the enemy is so distracted by how stupid your hats are, they get distracted.
Right. That fat guy was like, oh.
I got to a boat.
Stumbling around.
I don't know what his problem is, man.
Yeah, what happened?
Count it.
I'm just trying to sell more hats.
Right. That would be hilarious. Like if he's just trying to sell everybody a hat.
Yeah, they're just
This is shitty construction.
they're hat salesmen of the worst hat
Yeah.
possible. They're like, hey, how would you like a hat that does not protect from the water?
Yeah.
You cannot see through it, and it serves no tactical advantage
Right.
whatsoever.
But I tell you what, man, you can be a part of our club. Everybody's doing it.
The only thing it does is it lets you into our club.
Yeah.
You said no? What was it? You said no?
You said no?
You said you're not interested? You know, Ryuzo, you should put blades on the end of these things.
Yeah. And then he'd throw it at an enemy and it would just fucking disintegrate on contact because it's
Yeah,
made of
'cause it's
straw.
made of fucking straw.
Yeah.
Nope,
Oh, no.
Come on. There we go.
There it is.
Doesn't even add to your buoyancy. Man, fuck this hat.
Right. He could just like descend slightly with his shoulders underneath the water and they just see this fucking hat floating on the surface.
Love not being able to see their eyes. when
I
you're pressing.
know,
It's my
dude.
favorite.
It just makes the dramatic scene so much funnier. Are you okay?
Sir?
Hey, man.
Sir. You want to buy a hat?
Yes. Oh yeah, put the straw hat on. If he can't see you, if you can't see him, he can't see you.
That's right. The straw hat of stealth. Stop going through the
I love
straw
this
hats
shit.
with the badass armor.
I was dying, dude.
It just ruins the whole image.
I almost forgot about that
It
one.
does remind me of some Dark Souls armor. that you
Yes,
get.
it does.
It does remind me of some Dark Souls armor.
That's incredible. Have you? I bet you have.
Having trouble?
You got such a fucking short field of vision there. All right.
What a stupid fucking hat.
I know, dude. They're incredible.
Subscribe for more hats. My buddy Chab edits those videos. He does such a good job. Sorry, I'm shoveling milk duds into my gullet again. I know it's the highlight of every one of my streams.
Just reported what the head of British GCHQ has said, and that, low morale, sabotaging their own vehicles, in one case shooting down their own aircraft. That doesn't apply to all of them, but enough of them that has made a difference on the battlefield. And so, we wait to see whether, in fact, this regroup in Belarus actually means bringing much more professional, more motivated Russian troops to the battlefront. I was outside Kyiv today in the outskirts, and the troops that came towards Kyiv on day one came from Belarus. And I was there with Ukrainian soldiers, many of them veterans. These are not just, day soldiers. These are people who fought in the Donbass, have been fighting since 2014, highly trained and armed. And we saw literally a column of armored vehicles and at least two Russian tanks that had been blown up and disabled. Now, this happened a couple of weeks ago, or rather several weeks ago, during the first few days of the war, but nonetheless, they wanted to show us how they stopped the advance of this column into Kyiv. Now, what we don't know, John, and I think it's really important, we know that all that we're hearing about the stalling, about they've failed to take, obviously this big capital, but we really do need to wait and see what they do with any regroup and whether they do intend to continue to come down and try to encircle this capital, what they do on the east, whether they intend to break the country and try to encircle Ukrainian troops elsewhere. People think it's, Putin's in it for the long haul.
Christian, I'm really interested by your trip to the outskirts of Kyiv today. What else did you see when you were on the ground there? It's so great to have you there.
Well, it was really extraordinary because we drove, it's about an hour.
Sounds like he's kind of scooping on her.
The first thing we were able to see in the neighborhood
So great to have you
was
there.
a
So
lot of
great to
people
see you on
waiting
this
for
camera today.
humanitarian
Oh my
aid.
God.
And when we finally talked to them,
Christian.
they told us that they're basically getting nothing. Because
Christian.
of all this fighting, the shops are empty. So we
Christian.
push further on to where actually the
What are you
Russian
doing
revolt
later?
had been stopped. And we talked both to the younger officer who told us that he, with his javelin, had taken
Oh, I thought you
out
said
a
the young girl officer.
that was facing the city, the town, the village, and had started to wildly and indiscriminately, he said, start shooting residential areas. And we saw that evidence. We
Yeah, I
saw
did see that in a
houses and
video.
homes, nothing,
Of course,
you know,
one of those
in
things
terms
that
of
I
a
immediately
military
assume is
target.
propaganda bullshit.
Shot
But I
up,
don't know.
all shot up. Again, this was during the first few days of the war. And he
Isn't that
just
supposedly
the thing is
Chechens?
incinerated. The road is just strewn with shells from the the heavy machine gun, the 30mm shells all over the floor. Plus there are tank shells. Plus there's heavy artillery that was used. Plus there was shelling from mortars. You can see the rosette pattern on the main floor on the main road. So there was a lot of attempt by the Russians to take that town and to keep pushing forward. And these were in the initial days when they didn't know that they were going to face resistance. And as I said, we counted 4 armored vehicles. We were told there's another one that we couldn't actually see because it was in the woods, 2 tanks, and they told us all the troops had died, had been killed in this. You know, at one point they told me vaporized. So you know that. And they said the local villagers had buried some of the bodies. We saw trenches being dug. They said to us, we're not just defensive right now. We're planning to go on offensive if we have to push them back. They said they had enough ammo at the moment. They had certainly high morale, high training. And yet I asked them, you know, this is an army that is much more heavily, you know, armed than you are. It's much more powerful than you are. But they were convinced that they can continue to hold out. That's what.
You know, one thing that I do try to stick to, or one thing I do feel that I've done pretty well throughout my life is be pragmatic, or I think I'm using that term correctly. I think being pragmatic is essentially try to be realistic about things in general. I think for the most part, everybody understands that Russia's got a more powerful, military than Ukraine. They've certainly got far more personnel. You know, in terms of sheer quantity of tanks and armored vehicles, and they've got more equipment. You know, planes, things like that. And I've thrown up portions of it a couple times, but I've watched some really good videos from a couple different YouTubers that have done a great job in analysis and breaking down why the numbers that we've seen and, you know, the counts that we've come across, the sources that we have stating the number of vehicles and the total amount of equipment that Russia has is like, they're probably accurate in terms of totals, but it doesn't take into account the other factors that we've been seeing a lot of, which is that these are vehicles that probably haven't been that well maintained. I mean, truthfully, in order to keep such a massive force maintained, like mechanically, it takes a ton of money. And truthfully, I don't think Russia has that powerful of an economy. They certainly don't have the $270 billion budget, or whatever the U.S. does, solely for their military. Right? So, I may have been exaggerating that budget, but not by a whole lot. You know, it's still the world's largest budget for military. So they can't do the proper upkeep, is what I'm getting at. So while they may have 600,000, you know, T-72 tanks or whatever, 5,000 might be functional and might make it through the war. You know, because these especially tanks, okay, this isn't even counting like you know, heavy equipment like trucks, the armored personnel carriers, artillery. All that stuff is it has to be serviced regularly. You know, it's kind of like a vehicle. Okay, like you can't just let a vehicle sit, right, for 5 years without starting it and expect it just to fire up and get you safely from point A to point B without checking into the systems and making sure that everything is shipshape. But they just, I think, hopped in their goddamn tanks and drove them over the border and were like, let's get it. And it's not going well. You know, we've seen these very large military trucks that are breaking down, and you can see from the pictures that are taken of them, like out of the center wheel hub, there's oil that's leaking, you know, and it's like that's what happens whenever you don't maintain the equipment. So again, it's like the Russians inherited this massive military force from the collapse of the Soviet Union, but didn't have the money to keep it all properly maintained. So numbers are one thing, and it's still formidable, and it's still something that Ukraine cannot overcome, right? But it's reasonable to assume that maybe 35 to 40%, I would say, of the numbers that we have for equipment from Russia is like fully functional and can go into combat today. Would be my guess. It might be substantially higher than that, but what I'm getting at is, you know, Perrin is a YouTuber that I've shown his video once or twice on the streams. He's primarily a gamer, but he's very well educated in this kind of warfare knowledge. And he does a fantastic job of breaking down why it's kind of misleading to look at, oh yeah, they've got X amount of tanks and X amount of planes and blah, blah, blah. But he really lays it out there for you so that you can understand why functionally Russia's force is much less than what it is just simply on paper. And, you know, he even goes into like the cutting edge technology shit that Russia has, you know, with the new SU plane. I can't remember what its number designation is, but it's SU something. It's badass. It's amazing. It's cutting edge. The T-14 Armada tank, same thing. Pretty amazing. Cutting edge. Blah, blah, blah. Cost millions and millions and millions of dollars to research those things, and there's no way that they've been able to manufacture them in mass quantity to where they can roll into this Ukraine conflict, right? Or in the case of the plane, they haven't been able to make nearly enough of them for them to be engaged in the conflict for air supremacy or air superiority or whatever the fuck. So it's great to spend money on research and development for these advanced technologies, but I referenced it yesterday too. A big positive for us during World War II as Americans is that our industry was able to crank out so many of the Sherman tanks, even though they were kind of inferior. They were inferior to the German tanks, but we were able to crank them out so quickly and replace them so quickly that we still were able to overcome the Germans easily, just because of the manufacturing capabilities. So it's great to have this really awesome technology that everybody fears, right? Because the Tiger tanks, for instance, from the Nazis were terrifying. You know, they had built up this whole aura around them that people were terrified of. And good lord. Oh, it's 2. Okay, I was just looking and Hassan went live and it's like, holy shit, it's already 2. Huge fan of Hassan, by the way. But yeah, so yes, the Tiger tank, World War II, the Nazis, Tiger tank, Panther tank, superior, okay? The Germans were not playing around when it came to their tank design. Truthfully, the Soviets were pretty good at it too. Because, well, that's a different story. But anyway, you get what I'm saying. It was cool to have superior technology. But when you don't have the resources or the money or the industry, the infrastructure set up to churn them out at a high rate, it's meaningless. It's meaningless. You live on in infamy after you've been defeated, which is great, I guess. Now everybody compares your leader as akin to the worst thing in the world, you know? Everything that's the worst of the worst is Hitler, you know? But, hold on. Let's try that. I don't care. Just selecting a different background music playlist. So yeah. Now, if they had developed and designed these tanks and had the infrastructure set up to where they could crank them out quickly and easily and had the resources to do so and materials, would have been a game changer for sure, you know. And they for sure had a big impact on the war. I don't want to minimize that, but you can only give so much credit to the Nazis, you know, before people start calling you a Nazi. Anyway, sorry. Let me get back to the video.
What we saw.
What a remarkable view. And I have to say, it is so unusual to see the amount of burnt-out military equipment that we keep seeing all over this country. It really is remarkable. Christian Amanpour in Kyiv, great to have you there. Thank you. Want to bring in the Senate Democratic Whip Dick Durbin of Illinois, the chair of the Senate Judiciary Committee. He did receive a classified briefing on the situation in Ukraine. Senator, thank you so much for being with us. What did you learn? What have you learned?
What did you learn, Dick Durb?
Here in this country.
I had two important meetings yesterday. The first, as co-chair of the Ukrainian caucus, about a dozen senators, both
caucus,
parties,
Dick Durbin,
met with 6 Ukrainian parliamentarians, and they told us their impression of what's happening on the ground. One of them, a woman, her husband is in the fight, and she's in touch with him by telephone. So it's pretty timely information and certainly very credible. And then we followed it with an intel briefing. I think there were over 90 senators in the room. That's amazing around here when you can draw 90 people. It shows the level of interest and commitment by the United States to the people of Ukraine. What I learned was, given a choice, and unfortunately you don't have to make the choice, but given the choice of having dedicated people with courage and resilience fighting on your side who may not have the same level of equipment, you would choose that anytime over demoralized folks who are taking Russian equipment into the battle and running away from it or seeing themselves overwhelmed. My bottom line is this. President Biden has led the NATO alliance and the European Union in a most amazing effort. The Ukrainian people continue to just amaze us with their courage. And I believe that the Ukrainians are going to prevail and the United States is going to stand by their side.
How much faith, this delegation from the Ukrainian parliament, how much faith were they putting in the negotiations that have been going on between the Russians and Ukrainians?
They didn't dwell on that. They understand it's important that we pursue diplomacy to try to end the bloodshed that Vladimir Putin has imposed, but they were dwelling on the resistance and the lives of so many people that they know and love that are at risk every single day because of Putin's terrible, reckless conduct in Ukraine. They want more equipment, and I certainly understand that. And the military uses of weapons and ammunition have to be match the challenge that they face from the Russians.
Is there any equipment you don't think they should have?
Oh, no. Let me tell you at this point, that's an important calculation. We want Ukraine to prevail and to reclaim their home. We do not want World War III. We certainly don't want something worse than that. So it's a delicate balance, keeping the alliance together, supporting Ukraine, going far enough so that Ukraine can prevail, but not so far as Vladimir Putin might take to an extreme. The president has to make that decision every day with our allies in NATO. It is not an easy task.
Boy, he ain't bullshitting. I think everybody's been alluding to that. Anybody who's kind of been analyzing this whole scenario, it's what we're all worried about, right? Is at what point is Putin going to be like, nah, that's too much assistance, my guy. You guys are actively involved in the conflict now. You know, it seems like by some reports, maybe it was something that was said last week or the week before, but it seemed like Putin has already kind of alluded to that in his mind we've overstepped. I mean, I know he's pissed about the sanctions, but in other contexts, it seemed like he made a comment about how, you know, we've essentially declared war against them. And maybe he was referencing the economic sanctions. I can't remember for sure, but either way you look at it, that's what we're all kind of holding our breath for, right? Is at what point is Putin going to be like, listen, I'm sick of it. I got this whole fat stack of nukes. And I got an itchy trigger finger, you know? Don't want it, man. Don't want it. It won't be good for business. That much I can tell you for sure. Turned on this acoustic background music. It's a little bit quiet. Azan. Why conservatives are canceling Disney? Oh God, are we going to do Streamception right now? Azan. Sorry, I gotta check it out.
Gay man whose entire brand is opposition to cancel culture cancels Disney for promoting the homosexual lifestyle.
Hold up. Oh, this is ContraPoint. Okay. Gay man whose entire brand is opposition to cancel culture cancels Disney for promoting the homosexual lifestyle. This man will tie his own noose and thank the executioner. Thrilling to watch, honestly. Oh, okay. I'm sure he'll be able to pull up the original.
Man will tie his own news and thank the executioner. Thrilling to watch, honestly. Just cancel Disney Plus. The only way to defeat these people is to stop playing along with them. Had it for when our nieces and nephews are here. Now they can go outside and play with a stick or something.
What?
Wait, so Dave Rubin is canceling Disney because he doesn't like that Disney recognizes or Disney will have like...
Dave Rubin. The gay man? Right? Am I misremembering who Dave Rubin is? Isn't he a chud? Like a super conservative? I know I've heard his name. I'm sure I've seen clips. But again, my memory is shot to shit, dude. I just don't have anything left. I don't have any storage capacity left. I didn't have much in the beginning. Dave Rubin. Gay man. Correct? Married? Or maybe he's not married. Maybe he hates himself so much that he refuses to get married because it's against the Bible or whatever. But it has a male partner, right? If I remember correctly. Gay man. Trying to have children. Is canceling Disney Plus. For fighting for gay rights? This is the insanity that's going on. Because, you know, you remember at the top of my stream where I was talking about like self-loathing and self-hatred? And you'll hear me talk about it a lot because it's something I've dealt with for a long time. This hits a whole new level. And it's happening more and more, man. I don't know where you know how there's like this certain type of person that is much more likely to get brainwashed than others. I feel like your Dave Rubins and your Candace Owens type people are those people. And it's so funny because they share such very similar personality traits. I mean, Candace and Dave. In that they seem like they're totally part of the crowd. They're part of the group, right? They're in. And they spew the talking points the same way that the normal chuds do. all the while being the epitome of what the Chuds hate, or a very profound representative example of what the ultra conservatives hate, right? I don't know how you can be brainwashed to that extent to be an active member of a hated community in the mind of the conservatives and still identify yourself as an accepted member of said group. Of the conservatives, I mean. I'm sure the homosexuals don't even want to claim Dave Rubin. The same way that a proud African American culture with a appropriate level of intelligence would not want to accept Candace Owens. They hate you. They hate you. And I don't know why you don't think they hate you. They talk about it all the time. You're just not hearing it, I guess. They use these whistles a lot. Now, when you blow it, dogs start barking. But it's for racists. It's a racist dog whistle. You get what I'm saying? They do that all the time. They spew the message without saying the exact words. The Don't Say Gay bill is specifically set up to counteract the problem of homosexuality being discussed openly amongst younger groups of children who might begin to feel feelings earlier than others. And I'm not saying we need to go back to as soon as the baby comes out of the womb being like, okay, do you identify as being gay or bisexual? There is, of course, going to be an appropriate and inappropriate time and age to discuss these kind of things. But I'm all for the idea of promoting inclusivity as early as possible, or minimizing the hatred, minimizing the likelihood that anybody is going to feel less valued ever. Trust me, your parents are probably going to make you feel less valuable. So there's already going to be plenty of that. We need to minimize that. Okay, and these reactionary type people that are like, ooh, I can't wait till we go back to the good old days. The Don't Say Gay bill is a very large step towards the good old days. Fuck you people.
Like gay representation? What? God, what a terrible uncle, by the way. Oh my God. He's like, yeah, go play with a stick. Tucker Carlson has a Disney take. Let's go, dude. We're back, boys. We're back. Republicans are like, all right, this Ukraine stuff is too much. America is like too united on the Ukraine okay, we gotta spice it up. Republicans literally were like, America's too united, we don't like that. And Democrats were like, oh, thank God we don't have to do anything. Oh, we have to fuck shit up. It just looks like we are too united right now. Let's get mad at Disney or something.
Let's get it.
Let's hear
it's
what
the next
Tucker
Dr. Seuss, baby,
about
and Mr. Potato Head.
Say Gay bill in Florida. For those of you who don't know, the short and sweet of it is of the
Okay, good. He's given like a run through because I've heard of it, and maybe this is just like the way they've abbreviated it, or it's a colloquial term, and they're calling it the Don't Say Gay bill. Is it actually called that? God, I hope not. I'm sure it's probably got some big formal official legal title. But who first coined that phrase? It better not have been DeSantis. If it was, what an idiot, dude. This is what I don't get. Okay, I'm running on presumptions. Never mind. Let's just watch the rest of it.
Republicans wanted to come up with a new thing to get mad at, and they basically decided the thing that we can get mad at is even the mention of homosexuality between first grade and third grade.
Okay, the bill which some opponents have called Don't Say Gay. Okay, so it was, thank God, dude. Like I said, I was running on the presumption that DeSantis called it the Don't Say Gay bill. And what I was about to get all pissed about, and I guess I can still get pissed about, but I'll try to keep it brief, is... Okay, I know when it happened. It was when Trump became president. Ronald J. Trump, I think was his name. It was definitely Trump, for sure. Trump was his last name. But when he became president, mask off, dude. He officially made it okay to take the mask off about your hatred. Like, it was no longer the people who at least had hate in their heart weren't letting it out, you know? For the most part. We were moving in a positive direction, I feel like, to where even though there were people, and still are for sure, it's worse now than it was, but there were people who had hatred towards marginalized groups. I felt like we were progressing to where, as a society, we had created the understanding that just keep it to yourself. You know, it's like parents always tell their kids, like, just keep your bullshit to yourself. You know what I mean? Like, you don't have to spew your bullshit all the time. And, of course, there are going to be people that have pure hatred and bigotry and prejudice and all that shit, and they will never change. Okay, I'm hoping it's the elder generations. It seems to be. They're on their way out, so all we got to do is hold on a little bit longer. Maybe we can get some real change done, okay? That's what I'm hoping. But what I mean by that is I try to tell my kid, like, dude, choose your battles. If there's somebody that you don't like, and for my kid, it's never for some bullshit reason, okay? It's never race. It's never gender. It's never sexual orientation, sexual preference. None of that, okay? None of that. No religion. We are very aligned and connected on how that's wrong, okay? She is also mixed. Like, her mom was black. I'm white, obviously. So, what I mean is, when she dislikes somebody, it's usually based on something wrong with their character, you know? And the whole popular Martin Luther phrase that Chuds love to steal is the content of the character. You don't hate people based on the color of their skin. Stop. Okay? You're leaving out the other 90% of shit that he said. And to summarize the 90% of the other shit he said, it's I hate you. I hate people like you. Chuds, I mean, you know? So, she usually has a pretty legit reason, but she's never hated, I don't think. I mean, she's been aggravated with certain people, and I'm the same way. I can't say, looking back through it, I hated anybody. Because that's a pretty profound label to place on someone, is I hate you, you know? But what I'm getting at is, you know, decent parents pass on to their children lessons about treating other people with kindness, or at least treating others the way that you would want to be treated. No, it's like that golden rule type bullshit. It's like a good basic rule of thumb, you know? If there were a guide and a book on how to parent properly, it would definitely be included in there somewhere, I would think. So, that's in there. Let's say it's in the book on how to raise kids. So, I'm all for the idea of starting that inclusivity as early as possible. Or at least, you know, making it to where speaking ill of marginalized groups is punished, I guess, for lack of a better term. Or maybe not punished, right? but at least we could set children aside if they're like, you're fucking gay. Because I'm going to be honest, like, and you'll still hear me say shit like that, where I use homosexuality as a derogatory term towards other things. A, because I grew up in Chudstown, Indiana, and B, because in the era that I grew up in, like in the 90s and 2000s, it's pretty common, you know, for us to use the term gay as an adjective to describe something that was bad. I think that's an adjective, right? So yeah, and I'll apologize. I always catch myself when I say shit, slip up. You'll hear me apologize, and if I don't, call me on it for sure.
You should just not do it, okay? You should just never mention it. If someone asks you, like, you know, teacher, why do you have a husband? You're, like, not allowed to comment on it. You just can't do that. You can get fired if you do that. That's the short and sweet of it, okay? And of course, the way that they did that obviously is like, it's very deliberately written in a way where basically they want to make the other side opposing it look crazy. Like, oh, they're grooming the children into being gay. They're grooming the children into being gay. They're grooming the children into being trans. Like, that's basically the fucking take that they wanted to arrive at, and making it seem as though like there was some kind of sex ed occurring for kindergarteners, and that all matter of sex ed basically is grooming children into LGBT lifestyle, and that that kids could become LGBT by you know, choice, and not because they are LGBT, which is the, of course, fundamental difference in opinion between conservatives who just refuse to recognize reality, and just people living in the real world who understand that it's not a choice but a matter of your existence. This is precisely
Right, and I've always had this type of argument or discussion with people whenever they bring up that perspective, where they say, well, when you start, like, you know, discussing these things early on, then, you know, it might not be that this child is actually gay or bisexual, but they're going to think that, oh, it's trendy and it's a topic that we talk about, and so they're going to become gay or bisexual. Again, like Hassan said, that's not the way this shit works, man. You know, let's just play it out, right? Let's run it. Let's say that, okay, let's just take Lily for example, my daughter, okay? She claims that she's bisexual, and I am 100% supportive of that, okay? 100%. But let's say she was, I don't know, 6, 7, in first or second grade, and they, you know, started discussing these types of things, which I don't think they ever would, right? I don't think they actively engage in these discussions as part of the curriculum. I think the whole idea is to just, if the discussion ever comes up, then there's a certain approach that you want to take towards it that's positive and not vilifying anybody, okay? But let's say she came home from one day in elementary school, second grade, and she's like, Dad, I think I'm gay. You know, immediately in my mind, my personality is to be super supportive, but also in my mind, I recognize that she is not nearly old enough to really know that for sure, because that's something that comes along, you know, around the time of puberty, around the time that you actually start to form physical attractions towards others, right? So even like, let's say that the school she's going to is just way overdoing it, okay? And they're, for whatever reason, this would never happen, but let's say they're overemphasizing the discussion about sexual preference amongst second graders, okay? Let's say that all the kids just decided they were gay because it was a topic of discussion within their class and they want to be a part of that group, okay? At the time, it's kids, okay? They're super absorbent like a sponge, you know, that whole cliche, right? So they're sopping up all this knowledge. And truthfully, if they all jump on the bandwagon and they all want to be a part of this group, okay? At that age, they're just jumping on the bandwagon because even as an adult, right? I'm in my 30s. I want to be part of a group. It's cool to feel wanted, right? That's why, like, a lot of us seek out relationships, you know, intimate relationships and partnerships and shit like that, because there's a cool satisfaction that comes with being desired, okay? So let's say all the kids jump on the bandwagon, all right? because they want to be part of this cool group that they just learned about. All right. When they get to the age that their physical attraction starts to legitimately develop, and it's not just some trend or bandwagon they jumped on, their ideas are going to change. They're not going to be brainwashed into being gay. Even if they spend their years from 2nd grade up until they're, 12, 13, 14, or whenever they hit puberty, and they develop physical attraction to others, the way that they truly are, okay, whatever their sexual preference is going to be solidified at that age. And it's not going to be, well, I spent this last 6 years of my life, saying that I was gay, so I must be gay. Nah, dude. Like, that's a feeling that you have inside of you, okay? And these are the internal conflicts that are going to come up. In my impossible scenario that I've just played out, where people are just pretending or jumping on the bandwagon, or they just become a part, of this niche group that they learned about. Like I said, this would never happen because that would mean that whatever elementary school that they're attending is discussing sexual preference way too early and talking about it constantly. And that just is not going to happen. And even the most progressive elementary schools, it just won't happen, I promise you. So my scenario is entirely false. It's entirely made up. It would never happen. But even if it did, what I'm getting at is it would correct itself eventually down the road when legitimate attraction occurs. That's when your children and the kids themselves are going to solidify what their sexual preference is. It's not going to be, well, you remember in 2nd grade when we learned about being gay and we all said we were gay? Well, that means we're gay. No, it's not a fucking choice. And there's still part of me that, wonders. Even though Lily, has gone through puberty, okay? If that feeling has yet solidified for her. Because if that's true, me being, heterosexual, and of course there are different preferences, right? People have different features and types that they prefer of, whatever person they're attracted to, whatever gender or whatever. But, it's like, I can look and be like, damn, she's hot. And then I'll be like looking at what her reaction is. And I'm her dad, so of course, immediately knee-jerk responses to be like, ugh, shut up, But I'm trying to gauge whether or not it's something that she's like, yeah, she is. Because it's not like I have bad taste in females, I promise you that, So I look for that. I wonder if it has solidified, or if it's still just a trend or a fad or something she saw on TikTok, But either way, I'm 100% supportive. And that's not a thing I've said to her. I would never say that, I fully back her up. Whatever it is her preference ends up being, So, this is what I'm getting at. This shit wouldn't happen in elementary school. And it's bizarre to imply that it would. And it's bizarre, even more bizarre, to pass legislation to prevent it from happening. This is Alice in Wonderland type bullshit. Get over it, DeSantis.
Precisely why I make fun of conservative efforts to cut back on, or conservative efforts to fucking destroy gay characters, claiming that even the mere mention or the showcasing of homosexuality will lead to people becoming gay. Don't worry if that's the case. If that's how sexuality works, then you should never be worried, considering the reality that there is for every one gay character, there's a million straight ones. So they'll just fucking see the straight characters and get back to the straight side. So let's hear it.
Their main See, and I'm glad he said that, because it was kind of like a supplement to what I was saying. And that's what I like doing too, because different people understand and absorb information different ways. He uses really good analogies to kind of reinforce the idea, but it's exactly what I was saying. it's going to correct itself because it's a biological thing, right? Or, again, I'm not a doctor. I don't know exactly where in the brain or body, whether it's a chemical thing, you know, wherever that attraction originates. It's something that's pre-programmed. It's going to correct itself, okay? It's going to work its way out. I promise you.
Main, quote, goal as a company is now to teach kindergartens in Florida that they can, in fact, change their gender just by wishing it so. It makes you wonder if kids in Florida can consent to chemical castration with no parental involvement. If that can be true, what exactly can't they consent to?
Why does he do these logic leaps? I mean, I get it. I know why he does it now. I guess I don't know why it was appealing and why he ever got to the level of success that he's at. He's, you know, who was it that I was watching? Was it John Oliver? It must have been John Oliver last week tonight. I think it was the episode he was doing on Tucker Carlson. And he did this great, like, thought exercise, you know, about these logic leaps. And I think it was more or less making fun of, you know, it was either part of the Tucker episode or it was part of, like, OAN, the One America Network. But it's the same thing, right? They use the same logic leaps where it's like, if this is true, then this is true. If that's true, then this is true. If this is true, then that's true. You know, like they go through these layers, but they're not stating anything. They're not stating facts. They're stating suppositions as if they were facts, but they're false. That's the thing. And if you follow them, if you walk with them down this road of bullshit, you get entranced by it. And I think that's why he's the #1 news network, man, or news show, or whatever the fuck it is. And it's bizarre because it's literally taking you down this path of nonsense without any facts or figures. Or if he provides facts or figures, they're heavily distorted. You know, the numbers themselves and what they represent aren't being accurately reported. Or if they are, they're from a highly unreliable source. You know, it's just, I try to take all the information that I'm being given, regardless of where it comes from, and try to validate it rather than just accepting it as fact, right? And the way I learned to do that in like high school and college, it was, I kind of alluded to it earlier today, but you take the information, you see how many sources are saying that, okay? And if there's a lot of different various sources that are saying it, and they're coming from reputable sources, they're not just your great-great-grandma on Facebook or some shit, okay, then there's a pretty good chance that it's valid and correct information. But if you hear once on the Tucker Carlson show, and that's the only place you hear the shit, or let's say you hear it on Tucker, whatever bullshit show on One American Network, and what's the other fucking super chud network? Newsmax. If you hear it on those three, those aren't credible sources. I'm sorry. I wouldn't even call CNN a credible source. I wouldn't. And it's not because, well, what I was going to say is, even with my more leftist ideals, you know, CNN skews more left, but that doesn't mean that I believe what they say. They're legacy media, and they are just as beholden to the viewers as Fox News is, right? So, what brings in the views? Well, sensationalizing situations, you know, hyperbole, dramatizing, that kind of shit, you know? So, while they were originated, these networks were there to provide accurate and reliable information, it's been a long time, if ever, they could have been considered as accurate or reliable. Now, if you hear it reported the same way on both Fox and CNN, yeah, it's probably reliable. Probably reliable. But they don't ever agree on anything. They'll each take the same report, the same story, or the same event, and spin it into a political narrative that, you know, puts down the other side and promotes whatever side they align with, you know. So you've got to look through the bullshit. And there's more bullshit now than there ever has been.
Once we set that standard, Disney...
What the fuck, Tucker? Oh my god, I can't believe Tucker Carlson came out in support of trans rights only because he thinks like that means he can do pedophilia. That's weird. A classic libertarian brain.
What? Hold on, let me go back because I...
Can't fake concentration with no parental involvement. If that can be true, what exactly can't they consent to? Once we set that standard, Disney...
What the fuck, Tucker? Oh my god, I can't believe Tucker Carlson came out in support of trans rights only because he thinks like that means he can do pedophilia. That's weird. A classic libertarian brain at work here. He thinks that is how that works, but it doesn't, unfortunately for Tucker.
Is that what lib brain is?
You know,
is it libertarian brain?
Not damaging to the child. As a matter of fact, it's harm reduction for the child.
And if it's harm reduction, then isn't it actually good for the child? And if it's good for the child, isn't it considered therapy? And if it's considered therapy, can I charge them for it? And if I can charge them for it, you know what I mean? No, Tucker, you can't fuck children and then charge them for it. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Child, if they're able to get early on, if they're able to get hormone blockers, puberty blockers. The other, on the other hand, is just incredibly damaging. Pedophilia to the child is to the child's development. So sorry, Tucker, it's not going to happen like that. Okay. Also, no such thing, no such castration, no such chemical castration occurs. What a deeply, deeply disgusting way of describing a process that does not occur at all. Nice try, Tucker. You couldn't let that.
Okay, again, Chud programming. I've had it for 30 some odd years now. Chemical castration. Okay, I've heard of it. I feel like, oh god, I feel so bad that I can't remember his real life name. But he was played by Benedict Cumberbatch in the movie where they broke the Enigma machine during World War II. You know what I'm talking about? Numbers game? The numbers game? Something game? Imitation game. The imitation game. And in real life, I think that happened to that man. Chemically castrated. And I don't know what Hassan means. Does it not work? Like, is it just like torturous? I know it really fucked up Benedict Cumberbatch. The guy. Oh my god, the guy who actually had it done in real life. Is it just like unsuccessful? I know it's fucked up to consider. But don't some countries do that to sexual predators? The United States might even do it. I don't know. I'm really not sure. I wouldn't put it past us, but maybe that's what he's alluding to. Is it's highly ineffective, and it just ends up being like akin to torture, because from what it looked like, poor old Benedict got real fucked up. God, I feel so bad that I can't remember that dude's real name. I could Google it, but that would take effort from my hand and.
Slide, you fucking pedophile piece of shit, you libertarian motherfucker.
Disney didn't say, but maybe there's another agenda here. Nor did they explain their fixation on the sexuality of children. But it's worth pointing out that...
fun fact, once again, Tucker Carlson has quite literally defended pedophiles in the past. White supremacist pedophiles, of course, and have said it's not a big deal when white people do it. The Tucker Carlson thing I'm talking about is 100% true.
Here, this is not a mere cultural difference. No 13-year-old child can meaningfully consent to marry. In the United States, if
for the record, I agree. I agree with that.
Right. An adult has sex with a middle schooler, we call it rape. But when government...
So he said this, and then he turned around and he said, when defending Warren Jeffs, he literally said...
He's not in prison for that. Warren Jeffs didn't marry underage girls.
No, he's in prison for facilitation of child rape.
Whatever the hell that means. That means he's in prison. He's in prison because he's weird and unpopular, and he has a different lifestyle that other people find creepy.
No, he's an...
Wow. cult leader, white supremacist cult leader.
Wow.
Who conducted multiple child marriages. That's cool. By the way, he also personally did marry underage girls as well, but he also married them in his own cult to other adults. But here it is. I mean, here's Tucker Carlson quite literally defending it. Hassan, you're being lifestylist. Yeah, I am. So remember, that's Tucker Carlson's
fucking weird,
position.
dude.
Okay, let's move on. Let's talk about what is he saying? Chemical castration.
The employees were just
Ew,
busted in
I
a
just feel
major human
creepy
trafficking
watching
sting,
that.
including one employee who allegedly sent sexually explicit text to a detective posing as a 14-year-old.
Wait, what?
No. You mean there's a creep working within a company? No. Creepy fuckers need work too. I'm not trying to, I'm not trying to defend creepy fuckers. I'm more or less adding commentary to something else that really pisses me off, that in order to survive, you have to work. And I know that sounds absurd, that I would have a problem with that. But yeah, I have a problem with that. I think it's stupid. I think it's fucking stupid. And people will be like, well, it's because you're lazy. No, I just think it's dumb. I think it's dumb that we have committed so much of our life towards work because we have to. We really don't have a choice. Because people who spend every waking and sleeping moment in the pursuit of obscene amounts of money require that we pay them all the time. Ridiculous amounts for services that aren't worth what we're paying. Not even close. Or products that aren't even worth near what we're paying. You can't just go live in the woods somewhere anymore and hunt deer, or farm and just keep to yourself. Somebody's gotta always be collecting from you. And I think that's stupid. I hate that. I hate that. Does that mean I want to get a free ride? Absolutely not. I just want it to be possible to not have to work if I choose not to work. Or not have to spend the vast majority of my time working. Is what I mean. Don't get me wrong. I'm not averse. Is it adverse? I know what adverse means, but I feel like averse is proper. I'm not averse to hard work. I mean, hard work can suck for sure. And that's why so many people, even rich people, the richest people in the world, get paid the most and do the least. And it's not because of that bootstraps bullshit that we're constantly fed. I promise you that. That's not the truth. Okay? But yes, I am an advocate for utilizing the one life that we have on this planet for primarily leisure and learning and indulging in things that make us happy rather than being absorbed in a job. I mean, very few of us find a career these days. Or if we do, say go to college for something that we genuinely love and it all works out, right? And we end up getting a good paying career in a field that we honestly love and we are very fulfilled by that career. Kudos. Like, that's kind of the American dream. Except for the tab and the bill that you'll have to pay after you get out for student loans. But you're pretty close to it, right? You're pretty close to the quote-unquote American dream. But the vast majority of us won't reach that. Maybe we don't even have it figured out by the time we get to college. We're not exactly sure what we want to do with our life. We're kind of like, yeah, I feel like I would be cool with doing this for a career, so I'm going to study this. And hey, before you know it, you're done. You've graduated. You got your bachelor's in, I don't know, psychology. I don't know. I'm just picking something. And then you find that it's not nearly as rewarding as you thought. Congrats, you still have to pay the bill. Okay? It's irrelevant whether you like it or not. You can choose something else, sure. You can even go back to college for it. But congrats, you'll have another bill to pay for student loans. Unless you're well off and you've got generational wealth, in which case you probably don't need to go to college anyway. You're probably set up with some family business, or, you know, you're a crypto bro, or your dad, you know, exploited the shit out of some workers. I don't know. But the vast majority of us, okay, life doesn't go according to plan. Okay? Let's just put it that way. And we get stuck in what we call a job. And a job is nowhere near as fun as a career doing something that you love. It's labor that you do for like a minimum of 8 hours a day. A minimum of 8 hours a day for a minimum of 5 days a week if you're working full time. Which means that the time that you're not at work, clocked in, you're resting, okay? Like when you sleep at night, you're just resting up for the next time that you go commit 8 more hours of work to a job that you don't like. Or you're traveling to or from that job that you don't really like, and you're getting paid an amount that isn't nearly compensating you for that job that you don't really like. And you can find another job, but odds are you're not going to like it very much either. What's astonishing to me is I've always considered myself very easy to please. It doesn't take much to keep me happy, I promise. I'm very easygoing, live a real low-key life. I don't need anything extravagant. So you would think, you know, it'd be relatively easy for me to find a job that at least I could tolerate. I could tolerate it. Sure, I could tolerate lots of jobs. But, you know, whenever I was young, and both in my own mind and what I was told was, when you grow up, you can be anything you want. And to me, that means finding something that I love to do and getting paid enough, just enough to do it, that, you know, I can get by. And some people, for whatever reason, require more, you know, to feel fulfilled. And I'm not trying to minimize that. You know, some people want the American dream of getting a good job, good career, whatever, getting married, kids, white picket fence, and owning a home. For me, it's like shelter. I don't require a lot of space, you know. Usually a recliner, my laptop, internet connection, electricity is all I need. Like, I would love, and I say this all the time, I would love to get like a conversion van or a small RV. You know, you can find them like on Instagram and TikTok, these RV fixer-upper type people, where they'll take like an old school bus and they'll, you know, renovate it and make it livable. It's what I want. That is my dream home. And I will travel, you know. I will drive around the United States and stay in Arizona for, you know, a month or two. Work some gigs. That, you know, so just because I have to, right? I have to. You know, and I'll have to put gas in the vehicle, and I will have bills that need to be paid eventually, you know. And I never thought it was cool to think that with only the one life to live, that you would have to get stuck doing something that fucking sucks. Or that you would just have to tolerate it, you know? No, I'm not gonna just tolerate it. Fuck that. Fuck that. Because then I'm gonna blink, And I'm going to be 70 years old if I make it to 70. And I'm going to be like, what the fuck did I do with my life? I didn't do anything that was fulfilling. I just worked for X company for 30 years or whatever. Never got paid enough. Never got great benefits. Was not appreciated despite the cake that they gave me on my retirement day. And they'll have some, 18-year-old ready to take my place. And he'll probably come in and get paid twice as much as me. Sorry, I'm not biting my nails because I'm nervous or sad or anything. It's a horrible habit, but I've always done it. Especially when they're getting along and they need trimmed. Trash can. Or they're like misshapen, because they got to have that nice arc on them.
What?
Their main, quote, goal as a company is now to teach kindergartens in Florida that they can, in fact.
Dude, the irony here is that, like, he is always, while maintaining the position that I just showed you, he then also will literally fucking say, like, random employees are basically, like, responsible for, like, everything that the company is doing. I don't even know who the fucking employees are. I never know who these, like, I never know what the details of stories like this are, and I'm certainly not going to find out from watching Tucker Carlson.
Right. There are no details. That's the thing. He fabricates the details. They're thought experiments that he does in fantasy land. He's like, well, if this is true, well, then this is true. And if that's, you know what I mean? I did it earlier. But it's generating fictitious suppositions on fake evidence. Like, there is no evidence to back up what he's saying. But he sells it in a package that it instills fear in people who obsess over the good old days. Dude, look. Go eat. Are you hungry? Go eat. You don't need to pull on me and tug me. There's food right there. Go eat. Lucy, go eat. Hey, go eat. Okay, I'm not getting up for you. I'm gonna make Lily do it for you when she gets home. She should be home pretty soon. So you better just chill the fuck out, alright? Let's give a round of applause for Lucifer. I just like to press the buttons. I don't get to use them nearly often enough. Alright, go eat, dude. Go eat. He goes and he literally just sits right next to the plate.
Carlson, because
Fresh food,
he is here to
right in front of
present a perspective, and that perspective is that basically having a conversation even
Now he's
about
eating.
like the existence of LGBT members in society is the same as grooming kids to do sex trafficking. Like, that's literally what his argument is here. Let's make no mistake, that's precisely what he's trying to say, and that is also deeply homophobic. It's a super old school homophobic take too, to be like, oh yeah, every gay person is like grooming children by being gay around children. That's like, you're grooming them. It's just super old school, super old school fucking homophobic bullshit. Let's hear the whole clip now. Actually, let's watch the whole one.
Groups like the HRC have decided to push this propaganda as hard as they possibly can. And they don't care what you think, because it's not about democracy. It's not about...
Yeah, they've just replaced gay with trans, and some dumb motherfuckers, specifically in the gay community, okay? Specifically the L's and the G's, unironically jumped on that shit so quick, it was fucking mind-boggling. I'm like, dude, are you stupid? Like, this is literally what they said about you 10 years ago, you dumb fuck. Why are you repeating the same idiotic fucking propaganda?
Disney, for example, is a major donor to the HRC and has been pretty explicit about this point. Quote, Florida's HB 1557, also known as the Don't Say Gay bill, should never have passed and should never have been signed into law, Disney said in an official statement. This is the company you also hand your kids over to. Woohoo, not creepy. Quote, our goal as a company is for this law to be repealed by the legislature or struck
This
down.
motherfucker has no right to call any person or entity creepy. Tucker Carlson exudes creepy. The only time he holds his shit together is when he's on camera making logical leaps into the fucking stratosphere, right? Other than that, when he tries to act human, like when he laughs, it's horrifying.
Down in the courts. So let's just think about this for a minute. Here you have a law passed in a democratically elected state legislature, signed by a democratically elected governor, supported by the majority of Florida voters, but it must be struck down because the oligarchs at the mouse company don't like it.
At the mouse company.
Oh. So shouldn't you get back to making kids' movies propagandizing for China? Shouldn't you get back to
What is the China? Why do they always have to? China. Why always China? What is it? I know, like, there's this tension with China. And I know Ronald G. Chump was, whatever his name was. I know it was Chump. I just can't remember his first name or the initial. It's something Chump. But he was always China. Which don't tell me he wasn't saying that way on purpose. Okay, we're not fucking stupid. What is it with China that really gets chuds up in arms? Is it because they're commies? Why do we have such an anti-boner for commies? Is it because it's juxtaposed to capitalism and we can't have that? Lucifer. Can you see his fat ass? There he is. Look at him. Look at that fat bastard. Look at that. He's coming. He's coming. He knows I'm talking shit. Oh, I think he's got to go into the litter box. But what is it? Why do we have such an anti-boner for China? I like that. But anti-boner isn't, like, perfect. Maybe I could say, why are we so flaccid for China? You know what I mean? Because usually the expression, like, when we're really into something, it's, why are we so rock hard for insert whatever it is here, you know? Maybe the expression could be, why are we so fucking flaccid for China? That just means, like, why do we hate, or, you know? But for real, like, in terms of diplomatic relationships, or foreign relationship with China, is it, like, horrible? Like, or, this is what I mean, is I just, the last couple of years, started paying attention to policy, and, when, Ronald Chump, when he was in office, you know, he just wouldn't stop with the China. But was it because he and Winnie the Pooh over there aren't getting along, or is it something that we actually don't like? Did they threaten us with nuclear war? Like, did they kick Chump in the nutsack? What happened? Why are we so, or why are the chuds so anti-China? And should I be anti-China? For legitimate reasons. I mean, I get, like, Taiwan. Okay. I know that's problematic. And that is one legitimate argument. Okay. Is the conflict with Taiwan, they for sure are their own independent state, country, whatever they want to be. They are it in my mind. Okay. So that's for sure a legitimate issue. And now that I recall the issue about Taiwan, it's also starting to drum up some fuzzy memory about ethnic cleansing. See, this is what I mean. I'm so misinformed or not informed, and that's what I'm here for. I'm working on it. I'll fix it for sure. Is it an ethnic or religious minority that they're marginalizing, victimizing in China. This I will actually put the effort into looking up, because this is an important thing. This isn't just my run-of-the-mill, oh, I could look this up, but my wrist hurts, you know? So I'll definitely, this is something worth checking out. Okay. Let's take a look at this and see what we got. Oh, God, you guys can't see it all that well because I got my fucking super wide screen. Hold up. I'll try to fix it for you. Based on approximation. About like that. Just so you can see what I'm looking at, you know? Ooh. Ooh. It locked it in there purposely. Oh. Wow, Windows. This is probably your best update since XP. Alright. So, yeah, this is Reform Chud Education Hour. Ooh, wow. Timeline U.S. relations with China from 49 to 2022. Be a nice deep dive, huh? I'll just take a... Wow, look at this fucking site. What is this? CFR.org? Oh, it's timeline U.S. relations China. Okay. Okay. So let's see. Let me turn down the background music just a little bit. It's a little bit happy for the topic of discussion. Don't get me wrong, I like positive vibes. Alright, since 49, U.S.-China relations have evolved from tense standoffs to a complex mix of intensifying diplomacy, growing international rivalry, and increasingly intertwined economy. Excuse me. I was going to say economics. Alright, so in 49... Oh, Mao. Alright, in 49, People's Republic of China is established. Alright. Chinese Communist Party leader Mao Zedong establishes the People's Republic of China in Beijing on October 1st after peasant-backed communists defeat the nationalist government of Chiang Kai-shek. Sorry, I'll be mispronouncing, of course. Chiang Kai-shek. Chiang and thousands of his troops flee to Taiwan. Got it. That makes sense for why there's conflict with Taiwan. Alright. So the nationalist government that was ousted fled to Taiwan. Fled. Excuse me, I said fleed. Fled to Taiwan. The U.S., which backed the nationalists against invading Japanese forces during World War II. Okay, let me process that. The United States, which backed the nationalists against invading Japanese forces during World War II, okay, supports Chiang's exiled Republic of China government in Taipei, setting the stage for several decades of limited U.S. relations with mainland China. Okay. So in 1950, June of 1950, the Korean War breaks out. The Soviet-backed North Korean People's Army invades South Korea on June 25. The United Nations and the United States rush to South Korea's defense. China, in support of the Communist North, retaliates when U.S., UN, and South Korean troops approach the Chinese border. As many as 4 million people die in the 3-year conflict until the United Nations, China, and North Korea signed an armistice agreement in 1953. God damn. 4 million people died? Jesus Christ, dude. Okay. Sorry, I'm kind of silently reading back over that paragraph again to really let it sink in. Christ. That's crazy, dude. The reason I was reading back through that was not just so it sank in, but I feel like I just recently watched a pretty comprehensive video outlining, relationship between the U.S. and China. Jesus, I wish I could remember who put it out there. I mean, there's only so many channels that I watch that, on YouTube that discuss these kind of things. Well, I say there's so many. There's probably at least 8 or 9. So it would probably take forever for me to find it. But, all right, we'll just keep going with the article because, again, I think it's good information. And I've never been the type to be told or taught something once and all of the information just be locked in there, I have to hear it a couple times. So even though I know I've watched a video relatively recently outlining these issues, it obviously didn't sink in because I wasn't able to recall it whenever it just came up, All right, so in 54, the first Taiwan Strait crisis. This is in August of 54. Okay, President Eisenhower lifts the U.S. Navy blockade of Taiwan in 1953. Why were we blocking Taiwan? Okay, President Eisenhower lifts the U.S. Navy blockade of Taiwan in 1953, leading Chiang Kai-shek to deploy thousands of troops to the Quemoy and Matsu Islands, and the Taiwan Strait in August of 1954. Mainland China's People Liberation Army responds by shelling the islands. Washington signs a mutual defense treaty with Chiang's nationalists. In the spring of 1955, the United States threatens a nuclear attack on China. God damn! For a country that slings a nuclear dick around so willy-nilly, we're awfully quick to criticize Vladimir Putin. I'm not trying to side with Putin because he's still just a bag of dog dicks, but we got a big old nuke dick and we love swinging it, right? Jesus. So we threatened to launch a nuke on mainland China in 55. That April, China agrees to negotiate, claiming a limited victory after the nationalists withdraw from Dachin Island. Crises erupt again in 1956 and 1996. Wow, it's a wide spread of years there. Oh, I think Homie's home. Homie! Oh, cool. Not good, huh? Alright. Hey, did I put that hoverboard back in there? Isn't it in there? Okay, let me pull it out. We ordered one. Alright. Oh, I've done that. That was so bad. Was it like it came and just. I know. Well, it's like super bad. Maybe she can give us another one. Cause that shit hurt. That shit hurt. Just swallow up.
that they like spraying ankles and stuff, and like they so it doesn't move. You take the thing right next to it. It's real bad. Bad day. Think like something where you go to the hospital, bro. I don't think it's bro. Yeah, don't go on there, but I think you definitely jammed the shit out of it. Yeah, like, oh, okay. Were you catching the ball, bouncing the ball? Okay. Was it basketball? Yeah. Yeah. Shit. Running around and shit like that. No, just playing. Yeah, I was gonna say, I remember jamming the shit out of my finger a few times whenever I was in school, and usually it was like, you know, trying to catch the ball or something like that, and if it doesn't catch it like right on the tip, if it like, yeah, yep. So what it does is it jams everything backwards, and it hurts, man. Immediately your knuckles, why it's fat right here, probably hurts the most right here. Like all the way up to this. Yeah, every knuckle got jammed backwards, and immediately what your body does is it rushes fluid to those joints and those knuckles, try to repair the damage. Well, it's meant to like protect and damage area, but it's more pressure. The nerves that are aggravated more. But I don't know if it'll. Yeah. That's always the one that I got. I think that. Well, I would say I don't know if it's great. My fingers are all like off. But you're all right. Probably just try to sleep. Because the substance with a jammed finger is you just have to wait for it to heal.
I'll be right back.
State of Florida with your pollutants, you environmental criminals? Yeah, well, they've got other business. And their main, quote, goal as a...
I'm all in favor of shitting on Disney, by the way. It's awesome when, you know, the powerhouse of Disney that has dominated like California and Florida politics for so many fucking years, that is almost single-handedly responsible for the most fucked up patent laws that we have internationally even. It's awesome to shit on Disney. But you found the one instance where like Disney's not in the wrong and is, as a matter of fact, literally fucking doing it for just pandering reasons. And you're just shitting on that. It's crazy. Crazy to me.
Company is now to teach kindergartens in Florida that they can, in fact, change their gender just by wishing it so. It makes you wonder if kids in Florida can consent to chemical castration with no parental involvement. If that can be true, what exactly can't they consent to once we set that standard? Disney didn't say, But maybe there's another agenda here. Nor did they explain their fixation.
By the way, the irony, of course, is that Disney directly, as a consequence of being based in Florida, has literally funded every politician to a certain degree, has funded every politician that has written that law, okay? Straight up. There's no way that Disney did not beef up the Republican Party's defenses here. They literally fund both sides. They do. That's what every gigantic mega corporation does. They completely dominate Florida. Kind of weird that now they're coming out and being like, oh man, this is really fucked up. Ooh, don't say gay, Bill. What? That's crazy. We say gay here.
On the sexuality of children. But it's worth pointing out that 4 Disney employees were just busted in a major human trafficking sting, including one employee who allegedly sent sexually explicit text to a detective posing as a 14-year-old. That bust occurred, as you may have guessed by now, in the state of Florida.
I mean, I do get that's the least shocking thing is that a pedophile was busted in Florida. Let's be real, okay? I mean, that's kind of what the state is there for. It's for like cryptocurrency, and pedophilia often goes hand in hand, you know? Let's hear it from the mouth of one of the people, okay? Here it is. After hours of denying his bill singled out gays, Senator Dennis Baxley admitted the so-called Don't Say Gay bill was drafted because he was personally concerned so many kids today identify as gay and see themselves as celebrities.
I think this is the crux of the question that everyone's been trying to ask all day. I think I may have a way to get an answer.
This isn't Dennis Baxley. This is Tina Polsky, I think.
This is in response to something you said. There are a lot of mature subjects that should not be discussed in the K through 3rd grade. Senator Diaz mentioned suicide, potential suicide of a parent, and how that would be addressed. Of course, that should not be discussed. So why is that not prohibited? Why is drug use discussion not prohibited? The issue here is, why is gender identity and sexual orientation specifically prohibited when there are so many other very difficult, mature subjects that are not exempted in this law?
It's an endless list of things that you could list as far as challenges to young people. We are in a trending posture.
For the record, classic conservative tactic, making it seem as though like there is gay propaganda. One, making it seem as though like there is such a thing where like the mere mention of homosexuality will turn a child into a homosexual. Okay, it is a choice. That's wrong. So that's like the core premise of this. Okay, so let's start there. 2, the idea that like gay propaganda as a consequence of the gay agenda is being disseminated in our schools is completely wrong. That's not a real thing. And this bill doesn't even address that. Even if it was a real thing, this bill's not even addressing that. This bill simply is saying like you cannot mention this. K through 3rd grade, you cannot even mention anything about homosexuality at all. So that's number 2. And lastly, the ultimate goal for conservatives, and this is like they're basically admitting this, the ultimate goal for conservatives was to get Democrats to push back against this and say, no, you should say gay, you should say gay, you should say gay, so that like to the Normans in the world, okay, out and about that don't pay attention to this stuff, they're gonna be like, what the fuck's going on? What are the liberals like? They're going crazy. They just want to like say they want to make our kids homosexuals or whatever. Like, what the fuck's happening? Because Normans also don't understand this because it's a reactionary culture. So if you haven't put a lot of thought into this, you think in your mind like all the videos and all the footage that's going to be cut out of this is a bunch of fucking blue-haired people screaming, no, you should say gay all the time to children. Most people are going to turn around and be like, what the fuck? That's weird. And that is precisely the reason why they did this. And it is relatively successful. It's this. Florida high school walking out chanting. So like this is sick, right? I mean, this is cool, but like in our eyes this is cool, but in the eyes of like conservatives, reactionaries, people that like don't live or have never really talked about this, they think like this is bullshit. This is crazy.
And this is how it went.
Like conservative voters look at this and go, oh dude, the kids are crazy. They're crazy. They're already been propagandized. They've already been propagandized into believing homosexuality, brother.
I mean, my son's a psychiatrist, and I said, why is everybody now all about coming out when you're in school? And There really is a dynamic of
I don't know, maybe because it's a part of their fucking existence, and finally now people aren't like bullying you mercilessly into suicide when you actually do end up coming out. I mean,
Right.
and that people are younger generations are by and large a little bit more tolerant to the LGBT community. That's one reason. I
Yeah, it
think.
could be.
Or maybe it's
Could be.
because they're saying homosexuals on the television and it's making the kids gay.
Yep, just the word.
Euphoria. They see that show. Unacceptable.
Euphoria.
Gave up on miscegenation. I mean, these guys want to go back to a fucking time when like they just had to suck cock.
The good old days, boy.
Secretly, okay? Which of course they also do. So that's literally the reason why they're like, and they're fine. You know what I mean?
Old hoodie,
They're
man.
Kids, if they're gay, they're gonna be all right to
Titty
a
bit
certain
nipply.
degree. And that's the point of
There
the.
we go.
You know what? Actually, I realized. People
Got
like
some
Lindsey Graham, I
new
think,
headphones.
they like the thrill of what is it, cruising.
Remember when I was bitching earlier about
Secretly,
not
like,
being
the
able to
game
find
of it all motivates them, so they're like, we need to keep this shit on the low, okay? We need to keep.
I about freaked out. I thought they were wireless. I was bitching earlier about not being able to find wired earbuds anymore.
You till the first.
Well, of course, they got them on Amazon.
It's probably so irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. Like, it's
So I
not
got
a
a
real
couple
thing.
pairs.
That's the number one thing is that like teachers aren't going around being like, you should be a homosexual, you should be a homosexual, you should be trans, you should be trans. Like, that's not how it works. The only instance where it could potentially fucking happen is if a kid asks a question to a teacher between kindergarten and third grade, where they're like, you know, why does this kid have two dads? And then the teacher says, oh, because they're gay. Men and men can love one another like men and women can. Like, that's
Yeah,
totally
and-
normal. So that's basic.
Exactly, right? So that's kind of what I was talking about earlier is, you know, they're not actively having these conversations early on, like in these younger grades. It might come up in exactly the context that he just described. You know, where a kid comes to school and they're out on the playground during recess and one of them's like, well, you know, my two dads did this and they took me out for ice cream, you know, and just be general conversation. And, you know, one of the students that overhears or is part of this conversation goes and asks the teacher, why does he have two dads? And then the teacher responds exactly as Hassan just said. Well, because his parents are gay. And that's the context in which the conversation might occur. It's not like they're... It's not like the CRT conversation, right? Where they're implying that this is something that's being forced down your 5-year-old's throat in kindergarten. It's a highly specialized academic study. It's true. And racism is baked into every facet of our society, but they're not teaching it at that level. So there's no reason to vilify it the way they are now. There's no reason to vilify it at all, because like I said, it's true, but there's no reason to rail against it, and whatever the dipshit was, I think it was New Jersey? Whoever it was. The one candidate ran on CRT alone. That was his platform. No CRT in our schools. And he won. On that alone. Can't get these motherfuckers open. It's like one of these nice professional boxes. And they vacuum seal because they're so fucking... It's tight. It's tight. I got these earbuds. I'll show them once I get them out if I don't stab myself through the fucking hand like I did back in 3rd grade. But I got these because they're like wood grain. The housing of them for the sound, the drivers, is like wood grain. And I was like, oh, that's kind of cool, man. It'd be even cool if I could fucking open the box. And I don't want to wreck the box, man, because it's a nice box. I know that sounds stupid, but it's like, oh, they're designed in Brooklyn? That's nice. Ah! Okay, I got it. I had to break the box, but it'd be alright. Truthfully, I end up keeping the boxes specifically for... Oh, wow! I'm sorry, dude. This is why every time I title my stream, it's called ADHD Stream of Consciousness. It's in there somewhere. Because I cannot. I am the fucking dog from Up. Ooh, squirrel. You know, everywhere. Middle of the sentence. Ooh, squirrel. Oh, cool, man. Okay. They're like orange and gray. Oh, yeah. Alright. And they got kind of some wood grain going on there. Wow, dude. And that's the thing, you know, everybody's all about the wireless shit these days, which, you know, to be completely honest, I am too, you know. Wireless is cool. But when it comes to things like streaming, you know, if you're going to stream for more than 2 hours, you can't rely on battery power. Because ultimately, yeah, you know, when your shit goes dead, you're kind of fucked. Wow, that's got a nice long, look at that. I can't even fit it in frame. It's a nice long cord too, man. Wow. Man, I wonder if the sound quality's good. That's my main hope, right? And I own so many different pairs of headphones and earbuds and shit like that. I'm a fucking audiophile. It's just me, or is this background music non-existent right now? Did it stop, or is it switching to the next song? Oh, it is. Got it. Oh, this shit's real quiet. It's real nice. Real nice. No, it's not. Which one are you talking about? I got a ton, but no, I don't have any Ben 10. Yeah, it's Subnautica. Yeah, I got a couple Subnauticas. Yeah, there's the Reaper Leviathan. And then this little one down here is kind of hard to read, but it says, I can't remember the exact wording. Oh, we shouldn't have gone so deep. And it shows the Ghost Leviathan. And, like the character that you play as. No, it's all good. Yeah, I love me some Subnautica. I was actually thinking of, going back and playing it. Because I know it's just because I was talking about it the other day. You know, I can't remember exactly what occurred, but all of a sudden in like my recommended videos on YouTube, all of a sudden it's like people are playing Subnautica again. And I know it's just like I was talking about it, and I know this is a real thing. Okay, people talk about, oh, well, that's just paranoia. You know, like when you're talking about something and then you go on to, I don't know, a social media website of any kind, like say Facebook, and then all of a sudden there's advertisements for that shit. All right, like originally I thought that was just conspiracy theory, like paranoia, but then I swear to God, it started happening to me. And so I was talking about playing Subnautica the other day on the stream, and then all of a sudden it's like I'm getting recommended videos like on my YouTube for people who were like live streaming Subnautica. And I was like, what the hell? Is it like everybody's playing it again? Or no, it's just some device heard me, you know, and was like, hey, I bet you'd like to watch this. So yeah, but I was thinking about going through and playing it again on hardcore mode. Because I really enjoyed the game a lot, and I liked playing it in such a manner that if I died, I died. You know, like you have to start over from scratch. And I recorded a couple of videos back when I used to record YouTube videos with some of my buddies of us playing Subnautica on hardcore mode. And it was pretty entertaining stuff. So I might do that. I need to play something, because I get on here half the time and all I do is flap my damn gums for like 6 hours and watch random videos. And you know, it's fulfilling to me, but it's not super entertaining. And you can't really cultivate a huge audience when all you do is run your mouth. That's something that you do after you have a large audience and they're not going anywhere. So, damn, these are nice though. These nice headphones, earbuds. I was bitching about not being able to find the corded headphones, but one nice thing about it is when you do find them, they're not expensive anymore because people want the wireless stuff. But I'm so worried about it going dead when I'm streaming that I just stick with the corded stuff anyway. These like have a wood grain on the housing for the driver. I might try these out. Plug them in, plug them in. Let me put this, they give me a keychain clip, which is cool. Yeah, these were like 20 bucks on Amazon. But they're all like fancy looking. It's like a real nice box that it came in. It's got a carrying case. Obviously, it's got the different sized tips. Just the tips. Are these bad boys gonna fit in my ear holes, I bet? I wonder. Let's do it. Let me switch them out. I like those though, so I want to make sure those ones I just took out. Those are pretty nice. I actually got those at Walgreens just this morning. They were only like 25 bucks too, but I really like them. Ooh. This music's kind of funky. Gotta fix my sleeve. There we go. Gotta get the proper fit going. I like the sound quality on these. That's what I should do, man. Is one of those product review channels. You know what I mean? Hell, I'll even do it for kids. Those channels make bank. I'll open Monster High dolls. I don't give a fuck. Man, I like these. And I got these. They're Backwin B520s, which is a brand I've never heard of. Man. Ooh, that's nice. That's sound quality. The brand I never heard of. Again, saw them on Amazon. And, but when I was looking through the different ones, I'm like, okay, I don't want to get the absolute cheapest pieces of crap, you know, even though they're corded and they're already less expensive than the wireless ones.
Basically it, you know what I mean?
Oh, sorry, Haas. I'll get back to you in a second, my dude. I didn't want to get the super cheap ones, you know, because again, I consider myself an audiophile. I need good audio quality. Doesn't have to be perfect. And truthfully, in terms of audio quality, wireless isn't all that great. Like, if you want good audio quality, usually you have to opt for a corded connection. You fucking asshole, let it go. Damn, you wouldn't even let it go with the rubber tip on it. You took my tip. Oh, you bitch. Oh, let go of my tip. Let go of my tip. Oh, you bitch. That's cool. I'm impressed with these, man. Usually I buy stuff and I'm like, God, these are garbage. But, so far so good with both of these. All three of them that I got today, actually. Dude. These are my jams, dude. This is the poppy, happy Disney animated bullshit that keeps a smile on my face. I'm gonna have to save this old playlist. Don't tell me this ain't some shit you wouldn't hear on Troom Troom. That's my channel. You guys get to watch me take random products out of the box. I don't even have like a camera posted up like from the top down view where you can watch me unbox it like those channels. You just have to assume that I'm taking stuff out as I stare downward. And poppy children's music plays in the background. Oh, hey. I want to find a video that I saw this morning on Twitter, but I couldn't send it to you because, I mean, you don't have Twitter, and I didn't know if it would work. But it was, okay, I'll find it, but I'm going to describe it to you. So it was like somebody just filming, just, you know, with their phone, and they go up and they got one of those big cheek kitty cats that's like laying down in its bed. It might be on TikTok, but then the caption says, "What do you got underneath you?" And you see the owner that's recording reach underneath the kitty cat who's laying down, and she pulls out like the cockatiel. And then once she lets go of the cockatiel runs up underneath the kitty again. And it's staying warm, dude. It was fucking adorable. Actually, hold on. I even... Have you? I remember the Twitter account that had the video, so I'll find it real quick for you. I mean, I probably won't be able to play the sound for you, but because I've got it Bluetooth through here and headphones on and all that crap, but you know, you'll still be able to see it. It was Doug Stanhope. Yeah. Oh, dude, it's still there. He crawls back under there. Isn't that adorable, dude? That's so cute. He just like runs back under there like, nope, nope. And it's funny too because, you know, this is a cat and a bird. Usually they don't get along. Yeah. Aww. Yeah. Oh, God. See, some cats can be really chill like that. Oh. These. God damn, this is epic, man. This is like Marvel music. I bet it does, dude. It's like whenever you got something jammed like that and it's swollen, it's like every beat of my heart. Like once you lay down, you can probably feel your heartbeat through it. Yeah, it fucking sucks. It sucks. Alright, yeah, these bad boys are called Back When. I know I said that already. Is this something important or can I throw it away? Ooh, certification. Test and proved to be This product has been tested and proved to be qualified for delivery in conformity with standard. Like when I say it out loud, it sounds like it makes sense. But the way it's written isn't quite right, you know? Oh, that's cool. I didn't even notice your name was Tron the Kitten. We were just watching kitty cat videos. My daughter Lily came out and showed me a TikTok, but we were just watching a video I was showing her on Twitter. There's like a cat laying down in his bed, and the owner reaches under. You probably heard me talking about it, but pulls out like a parakeet or a cockatiel that was up underneath the cat, and then the cockatiel jumps down and runs up underneath the cat again. The cat's like, "What the fuck are you doing?" It was cute. Yeah, okay, so these are dope. The ones I have in my ear are dope. Certified dope. And I'm gonna try these just for shits and or giggles. See if they're any good. As it says, they're double unit earphones, and actually the housing of it is like twice as tall as what the normal size is. So I don't know. Maybe that means they're good. Could be dog shit, I suppose. But I'm gonna find out. I'm gonna find out, buddy. Oh, these are instructions with all the buttons. I wonder if I should keep that. Can you adjust the volume? Probably not. Probably not through this thing, which is fine. I do appreciate that they gave two different types of headphones. Or, I'm sorry, the tips that go on them. Like, they give you the normal rubber ones, but also memory foam ones. kind of like the type that you have on the protective earplugs, like if you go into a loud building or you're working in a factory or something. This one isn't as long as the ones I'm wearing now, but I won't dock them any points for that if sound quality is good. Dude, I accumulate so much trash. I am a trash human. Alright, I'm gonna switch these up. Of course, I dropped the brand new ones on the floor. I'm sure I'll run over them as I try to back up to pick them up. Nope, we're good. Let's give me a round of applause for my ability to pick these up without fucking them up. I'm assuming that worked. I don't have my earphones in yet. Okay. First problem I might have with them, and I know this is petty, but let's face it, this is my brand new product review channel for today. They don't have left and right written on them, which, like I said, is petty because from the way they're designed, it's obvious which one's left and which one's right. However, I will dock it points for that. Oh wait, nope, it's on there. My mistake. I've reinstated the point. It's etched in there in black. Rather small, but still, I'm not docking them a point for that. Okay, I'm a fair judge. Alright, let's see. Ow! Ow! Fuck! Oh god, I hope somebody saw that. Oh shit. Oh god. That was startling and painful and ridiculous all at the same time. Okay. So, at first I wasn't going to dock them for the shorter cord. Now I'm going to because they officially made me look like the world's largest dipshit. Purely based on the length of the cord. Not because I'm an idiot. What happened, if anybody didn't see that, is I put them in my ear. These brand new earbuds, right? And the length of the cord is perfectly inconvenient to where it runs down the front of my sweater and wraps around the front of my kneecap. And as I scooted my chair forward, it yanked the cord and ripped them both straight out of my ears. Alright, let's give me a round of applause for being a dipshit. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm gonna be alright. I do like these though. What I will say is I feel like they're more comfortable. Comfortable? Is that the word I want to say? No, not quite more comfortable. They are more secure in my ear though, because these have the memory foam on them rather than just the typical rubber. So it's like blocks out all the noise out there. Can't really speak so much towards audio quality yet because I just, random background music right now. Shit, let's put on something that bumps a little bit so I can tell what the audio quality is. Shit, let's throw on some stuff that dates me. Let you know how old I am. Sorry, the song I was about to play has an instrumental form. And it's funny because it's a rap song from like the mid 2000s. So it's funny to think that it has an instrumental version. A little fitty. A little fitty.
Yeah. So seductive. I take you to the candy shop. I let
I
you.
mean, the audio quality's alright.
Go ahead, girl, don't you stop. Keep going till you hit the
I
spot.
mean, it might have more to do with the mixer that I'm plugged into.
Come on. You can have it your way. How do you want it? You gon' back that thing up or should I push up on it? Temperature rising, okay, let's go to the next level. Dance floor jam packed, hot as a tea kettle. I break it down for you now, baby, it's simple. If you be
Yeah,
an
it's alright.
info, I'll be an info. In the hotel or in the back of the rental, on the beach or in the
Can't
park.
be
It's whatever
super
you
upset
got
about
the
it.
magic stick. I'm the love doctor. How your fans teasing you about how I sprung, I got you.
Yeah,
Show me
yeah,
you working, baby.
it's all good.
No problem, get on top and get to bounce around like a
I was kind of expecting it to have a little bit more,
After you work up a sweat, you can play with the
a
stick.
little more bass, I guess. But it's not a big deal. This is live at the Hard Rock Cafe. I gotta hear this. Usually it's horrific live. I wonder what year this was from. I'm gonna get copyright, but I'm not big enough to get copyright. Let's put it that way.
Go ahead, girl, don't you stop. Keep going till you hit the spot. Whoa! I'll take you to the candy shop. Say what? One more taste of what I got. I'll have you spending all you
Nope.
Keep going till you hit
He needs the studio.
Let's go. How do you want it? You gon' back that thing up or should I push up on it? Temperature rising, okay. Let's go to the next level. Dance floor jam packed, hot as a tea kettle.
This has devolved into chaos.
If you be an info, I'll be an info. In the hotel or in the back of the rental, on the beach or in the pump, it's whatever.
First of all, I'm playing old ass hip hop and rap, right? Not only that, but I'm playing the absolute worst versions of it. I have Hassan paused on screen while I'm like testing out new headphones and no, stop. The only part of it that sounds great is Olivia, who's the female singing. And it's because she's just ripped straight from the track, out of the studio. You know? Ladies, where you at? Not here. Not at a live concert. Unless this shit was recorded back in 05. What's a good... Crying Alone? Wow. Come on, man. This stream is already depressing enough. We don't need... Stop. It still bumps, though. I'm sorry. These motherfuckers. Okay, hold on. I promise. We're getting out of here. We're going. Okay. I don't... It doesn't quite hit right. What was the one that I... Alright. I can get down with this. I can get down with this for sure. It's like not really music. Alright, let's take the abrasive bullshit out of it and I could get down with it. Why are they doing that? What is this? Dude, that's like a fucking entire section of an orchestra being out of tune. Yeah. That's weird. It's like I had the microphone muted, but I could still hear my voice coming through my headphones. That's bizarre. Because I'm a quality streamer. Is there a mic built into this? Hello? Hello? No? Hold up. I don't know. You all let me know if you can hear some background, like echo, nonsense, you know what I mean? I don't know though, man. Like I said, these fit really well in the ear. But I'm not really... I'm super impressed with the ones that I just had in right before this. I am not impressed, however, with this fucking playlist. Look, let's do this. This is a station. Let's go with this. Yeah, I need something melodic, you know? Something chill. Something that's not going to be abrasive. Not like an acoustic guitar where all of a sudden a fucking alto sax is going to come screaming in off key. And 10 decibels higher than everything else, you know? We're done. We're done fucking with the music. Do I have enough cord to not kill myself? Okay, we're good. We're going to get back to the Haas video. I promise. I will get to some form of gameplay at some point. I just haven't quite decided what I want to do yet. I've been playing Satisfactory a lot lately. I say a lot. If I'm not lying, if I actually get to gameplay during the stream, it recently has been Satisfactory or Valheim. Both are cool. I could do either. I could do Subnautica.
That's it. That's literally it. There's no
He scared the shit out of me.
which, like, there's no situation in which, like, there is a propaganda operation to, like, fucking transify the youth. You know what I mean? It's just, that's it. Which is precisely why this shit is, like, completely fabricated to maximize the outrage.
Are genuine type of experiences, and how many of them are just kids trying on different kinds of things they hear about and different kinds of identities and experimenting. That's what kids do, you know. Maybe they're in this club or they're in that club or they're on.
And that's wrong. He's like, and that's unacceptable. You can't do that.
On all these.
That's what I was about to say. Is this Chud implying that that's not okay? That that's not an acceptable way to behave as you grow? I mean, doesn't everybody do that? It's fairly normal behavior, in my opinion. That's how you find out what you're passionate about in life, right? Or what makes you happy? Or what you find fulfilling? You try out different shit? I think that's correct. That's one thing I've always struggled with in my life is it's not that I never found anything interesting. It's just, you know, the things that I tried and had experiences with, you know, were just different. Okay, they were different than the things that I actually found that I do enjoy. And it took me a long time to find those things. But I was blessed with the family that and the parents that could provide me with those opportunities, both myself and my brothers. So, you know, we were afforded a lot of opportunities that a lot of kids don't get, but it really helped us to discover what made us happy and what fulfilled us, you know, what type of activities we wanted to pursue.
Identities of life,
1 1/2
trying to see
years.
where they fit
Crazy.
in. And I said, am I crazy or what? All of a sudden, we're having all these issues come up about this topic of their sexuality and gender. And I said,
people
I
must
don't
be
understand why
trans now.
that's such a big wave right now. And he said,
Dude, you guys don't understand. He's just upset at the trenders, okay? He's saying like I love thinking about like hardened Republicans as mega rad libs. You know what I mean? Like over the top woke scold rad libs on Twitter or some shit. No, these kids, they're chasers. These kids, they're seeing trans women, and then they're thinking
They're bandwagoners. That's what it is, right? So that's kind of what, you know, we were discussing a little bit ago, and the whole idea behind thinking that this isn't like an okay thing, you know, for people to try out different stuff, all right, and to find out what they enjoy, what fulfills them, and what defines them, you know. And I was saying this the other day, that any modern society, or, you know, any society of any era, it's natural to want to progress and advance your society, you know, in the country that you're living in, and you want to get better, right? Or you should. And that's being progressive, you know, in a nutshell. It's like you want to advance, you want to become better. You want to be more inclusive, you know, you want to just all these different things that you should want for your country or your city, your state, you know. You want to make improvements in the various facets that make up your entire country. And it's so funny to me to see people like this, you know, a representative in a state or a city, whatever. I didn't even pay attention to what he is. But it doesn't matter, because for some reason he and so many others are of the mindset that this is just a fad, and that this isn't just the normal progress that most countries should explore in order to advance and move forward. Right? Because you don't want to stagnate. You don't want to be like you don't want to not get better. Or you shouldn't want to stagnate. You shouldn't want to get to a point where you don't advance. In my mind, anyway. Checking out these headphones. Because I feel like I'm getting a sort of feedback loop. What is it? Hold on, let me make sure all my other dumb shit is muted. Or an echo. Echo? Echo. 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 Hey, can you do me a favor? Oh. Goodness. This is the kid Ocean Eyes of Aquaman. Oh, he's a Maine Coon cat. Goodness. Looks like a white tiger. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, big old kitties. Does that phone, does it have a headphone jack on it like this? No, it's one of the newer ones. I was gonna have you like pull up my stream on Twitch and see if you can hear like a weird echo, because these are new headphones that I got and they have a built-in mic, and I want to make sure that this mic and the mic that's built into the headphones aren't both making it to the stream. You know what I mean? Because I can hear, and I noticed it when Mammal was hollering up here, I muted my main mic here, and as I was hollering, I could still hear the faintest echo of my voice through my headphones. Shit, it was weird. And I also wanted to see if like the volume level of the background music is halfway decent too, you know? And when you get on there, oh, go ahead and play it. I just wanted to make sure. What's your phone volume set at too? It's max? It's at the max. Okay, that's what I wanted to make sure of. Can you hear the background music? Is my voice echoing through there? It's not? Okay. Alright, I just want... Wait, can you hear this? Alright, just making sure. Can you hear this?
Thinking, you know, they want it. They're fetishizing and otherizing trans women and becoming chasers. They should actually...
I just want to make sure, dude, because I can't pull up my own stream and listen to it while I'm streaming.
Selfish tops.
And, you know, and I want to see it from my viewer's perspective to make sure my volumes are
It's
okay.
a real trend of change.
So
I
thank
just
you.
read an article
Haven't
this
watched
week.
a lot
We're
lately,
trying to
but
all
still love
figure
you.
out why this is happening. Some of it is, I'm sure, cultural shift of what's accepted and
why is this happening?
thing, but I know some of it is just the confusion that kids go, you know, particularly when you get to middle school and high school, there's a lot of whitewater. You don't get it right. You just get them through it. It's a maturation of them growing, and things are happening.
Yeah.
So my question is
Yeah.
simply
Ew.
encouraging
I
this
can't
or
do that. That's fucking
eliminating it
sick.
by putting emphasis on it, or are we helping something?
Flatten. Yeah. I don't. Yeah, that's double jointed shit there for sure. Yeah, I don't think that's, you know, standard fare for most people.
They agree with me that there's something wrong with how we're emphasizing this.
Did you
and
hear, Mamo? Of course, they're taking Harper, and I know you. If you want Taco Bell, then when Maya gets home, we'll ask Maya.
Oh my God.
He'll probably come up here and see me anyway, because I'm supposed to give him something.
A part of me, obviously,
But then,
and this is
is
because
Taco
I'm
Bell
a
sound good to you?
You know, dirty, disgusting little.
Yeah, one of those
boomer
Power Bowls
cishet,
sound good to
but
me.
A part of me is like, I almost like there's so much vindication here. I've been saying this to like motherfuckers that are gay but transphobic for so long that like they are going to move back to gay issues immediately as soon as they're like, all right, we're done. We've already
Jesus.
exhausted the trans shit.
Oh, like
they're
as you were trying to catch.
so now we're just gonna move back to the gays and the elves, okay? The lesbians, the gays, the bis.
Yeah.
We're just gonna move back to that because that's
Look
how
at my pinky.
regression works, right?
Do you see
And
the cut?
same
It's like, dude, we twinsies, yeah.
towards trans people.
It's like when I get a little injury like that, you get it too. Dude, if I jam my thumb or my ring finger tonight, I'm gonna be pissed, dude. I'm gonna come in and slap you with it. No, it's not. I can tell you're miserable, dude.
Thinking that like you know,
And it's been a long time since I've jammed my finger, but I remember it
who
vividly
cares?
still.
Another thing that we never really talk about, like even if it was literally a choice, it still would not matter. You know what I mean? Okay, who cares? Why do you care?
And your poor little
fucking weirdo.
finger, like
It's
it
not,
curls
but
up
even
like
if it
into
was,
the
it's like,
fetal
why would
position
you
when it's
care?
all jammed. It
We're back
sucks,
at this
dude.
now.
It sucks.
He's imagine the kids are queer baiting. Dude, exactly. He's like, these kids, they're not gay. They weren't throwing the brick at Stonewall like I was. They're out here queer baiting. That's right. Homosexuality is not just simply a lifestyle choice that you can put on like a prom dress. You didn't earn it. Them dang kids on TikTok looking good, acting like they actually are into one another.
It'd be easier to keep it cool, hopefully.
I don't know how all those parts play, but I know parents are very concerned about the departure from the core belief systems and values so I think they have a seat at the table, and I think telling them they don't have a seat at the table in this decision and this process with kids is a very, very big mistake.
Dude, letting parents have a seat at the table in the decision-making process in schooling is one of the most idiotic fucking ideas that you could put.
Dude, put this man up on a soapbox for real, and I don't mean that in a derogatory manner. He needs to keep preaching because he's absolutely right. Allowing parents the ability to make decisions for the classroom is a huge mistake. Because you're assuming that all the parents will have the same consensus, right? They'll be able to reach a consensus, and they'll be able to agree with each other on what should happen in the classroom, and that's not going to occur. I can promise you that. Secondly, there's no way in hell that they're going to have great ideas, even if you do include them in the decision-making process, you know? Oh, what's he doing under there? Yeah. Oh, he sneezed in there. Oh, goodness. Oh, silly kitty. Right. That's funny. The cat's hiding under the sink. But yes, he's absolutely right. Because, yes, they can't reach consensus on anything, right? And so whatever ends up happening, it's going to be detrimental to the child. And we're already allowing people who are not educators to make decisions about education. And what I mean specifically is we're already allowing we're allowing parents to submit their input on how their child is taught when they don't know the first fucking thing about how to teach a child. I'm sorry. Just because you give birth to a child doesn't mean that you know what the fuck you're talking about. Furthermore, it doesn't mean that you know how to convey information to a child in a way that the child will absorb it and understand it. Not everybody is meant to be an educator. And just because you give birth doesn't mean you're a good parent. Even if you are a good parent in the sense that you're able to keep your child alive and healthy, and that still doesn't mean that you have educated your child very well. You know, it doesn't even mean that you've been able to pass basic human decency onto your child, let alone subjects, you know, English, math, science, those kinds of things. And I think the part that I agree with the most about why it's a bad idea to allow parents to make decisions on how to educate their children is not only just because they can't reach consensus and they're not good at teaching in the first place, but so many parents rely on the school not just for educating their child, but as babysitters so they can go to work. And the thought that goes through my mind is when you rely on somebody so heavily, when you rely on an organization or an institution so heavily to babysit your child while you go to work, you really aren't in a position to make demands. Okay, so it's different than saying other than, you know, for philosophical or, you know, whatever. What I'm saying is you need the schools a lot more than the schools need your students. I mean, I know it's kind of like a mutually beneficial to both, right? But the teachers benefit, you know, because students come there and it allows them to have a job and shit like that. But they can go teach in other schools, okay? But you need the school to be there to babysit your kid. So it should limit the the amount of force that you put in to your complaints. You know what I'm saying? Does that make any sense? Might not, which is fine. Like, I get that. But that's kind of the main thing I'm saying is, look, when you rely on these schools to babysit your brats, maybe you should just keep your fucking mouth shut and let them do their job. It's just a suggestion. You don't have to. It's not any of my business. But I think it'd be in your best interest. Honestly. It's just not... It's a mutual exchange. Because like I said, the schools need the students. because without student enrollment, they wouldn't be open for business, right? But by the same token, those parents really, really need the schools to babysit their kids so they can go to work. That's my take on it. Could be wrong. Hold on, I'm trying something here. Whoa. Echo. 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 I was testing the audio because I swear to God I keep hearing just the faintest echo from my voice. And it doesn't seem like it was showing up in the stream because Lily pulled it up on her phone. And I don't think I heard it. Could be wrong. So let me know if you're in here or you come by and you can hear some wicked echo of my voice or even a faint echo. Let me know. Because it might be because of the earbuds. Because I didn't notice it before. But even these, even the ones I've been wearing all day, have a built-in mic. So, I don't know. Not a big deal, though. I tried switching the headphone jack to the back, but I don't think it made a difference. Let me see. Let me put it back on the front. Sorry. Oh, wait. It actually is worse on the front. Huh. I mean, it's not horrible. I don't think. Hello? Hello? Wait. Did it go away? Hello? No, it's not bad. Okay. I don't think it's bad. Maybe it is. Hold on. I'm trying a comparison. I'm sorry. Hold, please, for technical difficulties. It's not even technical difficulties. It's just technical annoyance more than anything. I'm such a perfectionist when it comes to this shit that trying to eliminate as much garbage from the stream as I can. In every way, shape, and form. So, whether that be... I mean, I'm a quality content creator, as you can probably tell from this absolute shit show. But what I like to say is that if I can't make my content better, like coming from me, I can at least try to improve the quality of the stream itself in terms of audio and visual. But I feel like I might be failing. But that's okay. But now that I've switched it back to the rear output for the headphones, I still feel like I hear an echo. And I think the quality might be worse. Hell, I don't know. I'm just going to leave it be. You guys, you all let me know if you just happen to pop in and you're hearing this message. Let me know if I sound okay, if my volume levels are okay, if the background music is like reasonable to where you can hear it but it's not blaringly loud. If my voice has an echo, let me know. You know, like this is the technical shit that I really can't check into while I'm streaming. I mean, I can ask my daughter, which I did, but she's in pain. She jammed her finger during PE today, and that shit hurts. So, you know, she took a pain pill, and I don't want to bother her anymore. So, I rely on the one or two people that slide in here, and hopefully I time it appropriately where somebody can hear me and let me know if my shit's bunk or if it's at least acceptable. Because once I get the technical shit ironed out, I'll work on the content, okay? I'll work on being a better content creator. Moving on. Okay. I'm going to bump this a little bit. Not a lot, but I'm going to bump it Does down mixing to audio help? Or down mixing to mono? No. No? Hello? 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 No, that doesn't help. Alright. Sorry. Like I said, once I get the technical bullshit ironed out, I'll work on being more entertaining.
Put forward. Have you seen parents? Do you know how fucking stupid our parents are? Like, no disrespect. Like, I love my parents. I think they're brilliant. That's different, you know, but I've seen other people's parents at least. I mean, look, mine are fucking, they're, you know, college professors. So it was a little bit different. I'm the idiot in my family. They're a little bit smarter. But like, I've seen other people's parents, dude. I don't think they should have a say in what the fuck goes on in school. It's like, they don't understand chemistry. Do you want them to dictate that? Why are we teaching children chemistry? I saw a television show where a chemist made methamphetamine.
Okay, listen, I swear to God, I didn't watch this stream when this aired. It was probably yesterday's, I'm not sure. And I didn't pre-watch this video. But it does stand to reason that you don't want somebody who's not an expert or even well-informed on a subject to dictate what's taught about that subject. Even when it's general education, like elementary school. Ma'am, I understand that you popped out 7 kids. But do you have any understanding of how to convey knowledge to a child? And I'm sorry, but giving birth does not qualify you to be an educator. And again, the sort of insights, let's call them insights. Let's be generous and call them insights that the parents are giving to the school corporations. They're not all consistent, okay, amongst every parent. Because I can guarantee that my insights or my perceptions of how my daughter should be taught are going to be completely different than the way that other parents are going to think that their child needs to be taught. For instance, and I'm going to say this a little bit quieter so I don't piss anybody off. But if CRT were actually being taught, I wouldn't care. Because there's a lot of truth to it. What? I didn't hear you. From Taco Bell? Oh, is he? Oh, okay. Thank you. Yeah, I wouldn't care. If they were actually teaching CRT to like 6th, 7th, 8th. Because Lily's in 7th. I wouldn't give a shit. Like if it was a chapter as part of the core curriculum for, say, history, U.S. history. I think it's valid. Of course, that's my opinion. Oh, okay. Now, what I could tell you is the vast majority of people, the vast majority of parents, especially in this community that we live in, would not be okay with that. But teaching CRT, which, what CRT? Is that what you were going to say? It's critical race theory, okay? And it's a college level academic, it's like if you want to be a political science major in college, okay? It's basically a theory of how the United States was formed and how racism is built into every facet of our government. And it's true, okay? Whether it's like meant to be there or it's just indirect, it's there, it's a part of it, okay? And that's why black people and marginalized communities have been marginalized for so long, is because, you know, like black people, when they apply for a home loan, they're much, much less likely to get it than a white person. You know, it's things like that. Who did? Yeah. Yeah. Hold. HOLD. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and they just make them piss and shit. They just make them piss and shit where they were. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, they didn't care. But what I was saying is a lot of chuds are getting really riled up as parents because they think that critical race theory, or CRT, is being taught at every grade level. And it's not. It's not, because you've never even heard of it and you're in 7th grade, right? And that's the thing is I, completed 12 years of, primary school and then went on to college for, a couple of years, and I've never heard of it until last year whenever Chud started making a big deal out of it. And it's fake. There's nobody studying it unless you're college level political science major or something of the sort. Right. So, but what I was saying is that if they were teaching it, like in 6th, 7th, or 8th grade on up as a chapter, like in U.S. government or U.S. history, I wouldn't care. No. Yeah. But it doesn't work to vilify people who work and live in the United States. It's just a discussion of how slavery impacted government and the way that our society was organized and the way that laws were made. But people are saying, oh, well, all it does is teach children that America's racist. No, that's not what it does. It just says that a big portion of how our country was founded was based around the idea of slavery and trying to keep it going. And then we fought the Civil War and brought it to an end and shit like that. But it took a civil war to bring it to an end. And even then, there were laws, Jim Crow laws, that persisted even after the Civil War and up until the 1960s and 1970s that segregated black water fountains and white water fountains and black schools and white schools. So, and the Civil War was like in the 1860s. And so for another 100 years, racist laws continued to exist on the books. Anyway, me as the parent that I am, being more liberal, I wouldn't mind if they were teaching CRT because there's a lot of truth to it, okay? Ouch. Yeah. 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 Well, yeah, and I learned about that, whenever I was in social studies. That's a part of the curriculum. That's, it's not like that part of the lesson just came up in the last year, That's been around for a real long time as part of social studies curriculum. So nothing's changed. But again, yeah, a parent of a mixed child and more progressive, CRT, I'm totally fine with because I think it's a valid theory. Now, the problem that what I was saying is, especially in Chudstown, Indiana, where we live, the majority of parents would not be cool with that. They would flip out if they heard that CRT was being taught. So that's why, the whole crux of what I was saying, because I'm watching like a Hassan video, but he's talking about how it's such a bad idea to allow parents to inform teachers and school faculty about how their child should be taught because most parents are fucking stupid. They're not educators. They're not teachers. And they shouldn't be saying, oh, well, you're not teaching my child this. Okay, well, then you're welcome to take your child out of the school. And then immediately they wouldn't do that because they need a babysitter while they go to work. Or if they do, okay, great. You're going to send your child to another school that's out of district and they're not going to be able to ride the school bus to school. Now you got to take your kid to school. And you're not going to do that either. Because you need your babysitter to watch your kid while you go to work, you know? So there's no way that anybody's going to do that. I know. Yeah.
Amphetamine? That's right. Is that what you want? You want our children to make bathtub meth after learning chemistry in our classrooms? Get the fuck out of here. Now that I said that, it's probably what's gonna happen. Like, I can't wait for the fucking I mean, they do that for CRT already, like social sciences. They want to have a say on social sciences and like how history is educated and taught in schools. It's like, come the fuck on, dude. You're a dumbass, dude. You need CRT. Oh fuck, now they're gonna do it for chemistry and shit. They're gonna be like, we need to halt
chemical race theory.
We need to stop these sciences from being taught to our children. Fucking bullshit.
I think probably become too much tradition here about. I know, but he just said some really important things. So basically, what I heard you say, just to confirm.
Hold on, I gotta fix that real quick.
There seems to be a big uptick in the number of children who are coming out as gay or experimenting, and therefore we need to not discuss it in the younger grades. Is that correct?
Those are the reminiscing of a father and a grandfather trying to figure out what makes kids.
Oh god, they're all doing this like bitch shit, dude. They're such libtards, bro. Everyone does this thing now where it's like, it's my lived experience, Sweaty. Shut your fucking bald ass up, dude. Shut the fuck up, you bitch. I don't give a fuck what your lived experience is unless you're talking about sucking dick in a bathroom because you were terrified that someone was gonna find out that you're a homosexual, okay? I don't give a fuck. What do you mean your lived experience? What kind of fucking lived experience do you have as a grandpa? God damn,
you get him?
Dude. Holy shit. Okay. It just makes me so mad.
Is it the usual?
Like, actually, I'm simply talking about this from my lived experience. Sweaty, you're doing a Bodies in Spaces right now. How about you see yourself out of the conversation that we're having?
Just get
about,
me like the Powerball like usual.
But if you think that children should not learn about being gay, that's my lived experience.
Yeah, is it Nick's Powerball?
That's simply what I'm doing.
Yeah, give me that.
Lived experience.
Thank you.
Like, this is no different than the fucking DSA meeting.
Jeez, oh god, every time they do this stuff too, it's like,
DSA meeting. Now
I wonder if we have
bigotry,
one
which
of their
is pretty funny. The DSA meeting video that immediately comes to mind, and people being like, point of privilege. There's some people with autism here.
I wonder if like their card, if they have a saved card.
They're doing that. But for
or wait, maybe because you know I always pay for it every time we do Taco Bell because I always have my card saved on the Taco Bell app. I think I have enough money for it on one of my cards, so let me check my card real quick.
Fucking bullshit.
And then of course you know we'll wait for them to
incredibly effective
text
propaganda. So here we are.
All right. In. Yeah, I know. No, I don't want to watch Drew Gooden. I ate like Tom Brady for a month.
So, Ketanji Brown Jackson is decent from what I have seen thus far.
Password.
Her track record is like okay. She's got lenient sentencing. She was a public defender, which is usually unique for this position. That background definitely is important, but also at the same time, like from what I understand,
do you like it?
Allowed,
it's awesome, isn't it? And they're wood grain. Like the housing is wood.
Interest of the
yeah, I really like them a lot. I got them on Amazon, and it's funny because
overall,
dude, it's like you know everybody these days wants the wireless stuff, of course. But because I specifically want a corded one so it could plug into my mixer and I wouldn't have to worry about the batteries going dead like on the wireless ones.
You're technically
and dude, the ones with wires on them are so cheap.
Capitalist thought.
But yeah, I got $50 on one card, so I should be okay to pay for it.
You know, secret Maoist third
it's the one that ends in
column the country
9313
and you know destroy undermine American imperial hegemonic status and blow up military bases or some shit.
Yeah.
You know, that's not gonna happen. Oh, there it is. Oh, they're literally doing it. Okay, so that's their big thing. Their big thing is gonna be that she's like, you know, pro child pornography or something, which is psychotic. You know what I mean? Just absolutely insane. Also, you guys are the libertarians. You know, you're libertarian adjacent. What do you mean? You're upset at the distribution of child pornography, Ted Cruz? What? Do you know what libertarians are about? I mean, that's kind of fucked up, brother. About to lose some libertarian votes.
Yeah.
What is even the point of this? It's like implying she's going to legalize CP or something? Yes, that is quite literally the point. They're basically trying to say like Democrats are pedophiles. Again, it's just like a long way of taking that road to say Democrats are pedophiles when they're literally Republicans who fuck 17-year-olds all the goddamn time and get caught doing so.
Asked for 72 months. You imposed 60 months. That was a 17% reduction.
A couple of observations. One is that your chart does not include all of the factors that Congress has told judges to consider, including the probation office.
I need to figure out like the best time to do it.
Judge Ashton, we don't have those probation.
But we probably do need to get you in for that blood work. I think the order for it is on the court board downstairs.
Oh, we didn't
I think
get
I stuck it to that just so I wouldn't lose it.
Lover. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you telling me? Are you telling me that
Is
I
it?
can't, you know, draw a direct line into calling you someone who is sympathetic to pedophiles?
That's for the is that for physical?
Bro, lenient sentencing.
Need to get that too. But wasn't it they're conducting physicals at the school? Or no, we need to get one done.
And every single thing
yeah.
that you
Maybe we can knock them both out.
Every single time you do lenient sentencing on a
really? Yeah,
so of course
I want you to for sure, but it doesn't look like you're in the greatest health, and I don't mean like because
goddamn ground. Remind everyone that America has the most draconian, immoral criminal justice system, and it's the reason.
No. Yeah, and I do think there's something deeper. You know, there's some like I said, the blood work I think is important now because if you're still having dizzy spells and episodes like that, you know,
what we're currently
it's deeper, and I don't want you blacking out while you're running.
Brown Jackson, Joe Biden's first SCOTUS nominee, appointee. This is a symbolic process for the most part. They're just gonna like belittle her. Ultimately, it's all a matter of like what Mitch McConnell and the Republican Party decide, or even in the situation, it's just like they're gonna. It's just there's nothing going on. Like it's just symbolic.
Yeah,
pure symbolic. We did this with like Amy COVID Barrett, and in that situation, like it didn't matter. You know
what
I
mean? I need to do, and I will send.
And it doesn't fucking matter.
I'll send
ultimately
a email to
like her background,
your school nurse,
her
kind of explain to her like the dizzy spells and the event at the store where you passed out and stuff, or you fell to the floor.
If you have lenient sentencing attitude, it's just crazy. It's just crazy. It's not seen as a bad thing to just total psychos. It's seen as a bad thing to most people. As I tweeted while this was going on, Americans are so brain broken about crime and automatically assume that lenient sentencing in our draconian, inhumane criminal justice system means that you support the crime and the criminal rather than having a restorative, rehabilitative approach centering justice. If you're doing lenient sentencing, that means you like the crime and you love the criminal and you actually might even want to do the crime yourself, and that's why you're doing it. And not because like that is your attitude, that this government is fundamentally flawed. This system is fundamentally broken. Oh yeah, she defended someone who was in Guantanamo Bay. Like she has an interesting background. Yeah, actually, this is also correct. The sentencing issues supposedly that they're bringing up isn't even lenient based on the legal standard, and that many judges, just like herself, have agreed that old sentencing guidelines are too harsh and make no distinction between those who shoot and create child pornography versus those who actually distribute or have child pornography, and therefore the new recommendations and that are pretty commonplace among most judges is exactly like her, offering lower sentences than the predetermined recommendations at the federal level. So it's not even like lenient. It's not even actually fucking lenient in the sense that like she's letting people get off.
Wait, she was insinuating it was whose fault?
I want to say she loves child pornography. Like she's a fucking child pornographer. She loves it. She wants to, you know, let people send and distribute.
Dude, did you see that video that was going around like on TikTok of the teacher blowing up on the black students?
Black judge.
Like,
obviously,
the teacher was blowing up on the entire class.
Describe further, but it's bad.
And it was a black girl who was like recording secretly.
Because of race.
but the teacher was like going
You
off,
didn't know if critical
and
was taught in
you
K
know,
through 12.
was really putting the students down and being hateful and hurtful and stuff like that, and made a couple like racially charged
if you look at
comments.
the Georgetown Day School's curriculum,
But I immediately think of
filled
that,
and overflowing
you know, whenever you tell me a story about like Miss Boldman or whatever going off like
I don't know what
that.
to say. This is so fucking stupid, dude. I can't believe you're not talking about the Georgetown Day School curriculum that has my version of critical race theory, which is entirely
Mr.
made
Jewell?
up all
Really?
over it, top to bottom. It's kind of fucked up that you don't know about how much filled to the brim with critical race theory our K through 12 schools are. Absolutely filled to the goddamn brim.
critical race theory. That among the books that are either assigned or recommended, they include Critical Race Theory, an introduction. They include The End of Policing, an
Judgetown,
advocacy
baby.
for abolishing police. They include How to Be an
As soon as I can get us out of here, I will.
Kendi. They include literally stacks.
Disgusting. I'm so mad.
I mean,
am
like,
so incredibly mad.
out of like the closed-mindedness, you know.
How fucked up is that? Don't you know it's heritage, not hate? But hatred is our heritage.
I just hate that you have to be around
And I'll
that.
tell you two of the ones that were most stunning. They include a book called Anti-Racist Baby by Ibram Kendi. And
who?
Oh, that's awesome. Fuck
Oh,
yeah,
really?
dude.
Nice.
Let's go. Let's
She
go.
goes in this supply closet?
I can't wait for this.
There are portions of this book that I find really quite remarkable. One portion of the book
That's
says
fucking
babies
hilarious.
are taught to be racist or anti-racist. There is no neutrality.
Yeah.
Another portion of the book.
Bro, by the way, the funniest part about all this is that this shit is mid, dude. I
Yeah.
mean, look, obviously it's like fucking children's books is like a racket and a way to make money, but like it's just so mid. It's not even good. It's like, oh, babies are only taught to be racist or anti-racist. There's no in between. Yeah, okay. Well,
Assistant
that's just
principal or
whack.
whatever.
There's nothing even fun there. Like this is not like a fun. The art itself is like all right.
They recommend to babies confess when being racist.
What?
Now, this is a book that is taught at Georgetown Day School.
What? Yo, anti-racist rhetoric is hilarious, dude. I'm sorry, but like some of this shit is so fucking stupid. Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. Oh. Okay, confess
Why?
when
What
being
happened?
racist. This is a racist ass baby. This baby's doing hate crimes.
Was
To students in pre-K through second grade, so 4 through 7 years old. Do you agree with this book that is being
oh,
taught?
paternity or maternity? Yeah.
In all capital letters, Kappa.
Bro, this is the Supreme Court justice, dude. Yo, this is our Senate confirmation hearing for the next Supreme Court justice. Like literally like a deity, as close to a demigod as you can be in the American political, in the American government. Like this is it. It's a lifetime appointment. You are literally going to be fucking deliberating on shit like that is going to change the lives of millions of people, maybe even billions, depending on, you know, because America has like an incredibly strong, America has a lot of influence over overseas, as we all know. So like wild that this is the question that Ted Cruz is asking in this thing.
Senator,
Yeah. Oh no. Oh, I thought my camera just shut off. It just made a sound, but no.
Taught with kids that babies are racist?
No, it wasn't. It was the camera.
Senator.
It went and it was the camera. No. But so Miss Pace she's your teacher during the free time? Substitute, yeah, while the other one's on maternity leave.
They are.
So she didn't say anything was wrong. Mr. Severe came in and said it.
Or though they are less than, that they're victims.
I wonder if he's just like super up his own butt about the fact that you guys were being allowed to watch Netflix and chill. That sounds funny, but you know what I mean. Like,
country. Okay, you can't maintain the position that we're a good and normal country and then do this shit. Okay.
yeah. So you finish early in math, and then the math lab part of it.
Is that when you asked me whether or not this was taught in schools?
That's stupid,
critical
dude.
Race theory. My understanding is
It's like
that
a military
critical
douchebag,
race
like
theory as an
discipline.
academic theory is taught in law schools, and to the extent that you were asking the question, I understood you to be addressing public schools.
I feel like that is probably
The
correct.
religious school that
Yeah.
Justice Barrett was on the board of is a private school.
Okay, so you agree critical race theory is taught at Georgetown Day School?
I don't know because the board is not.
Yeah.
The board does not control.
Oh, it's only been a couple days.
Does not focus on that. That's not what we do as board members. So I'm actually not sure.
Well, and I'll note that the board is chaired by Professor Fairfax,
So,
your college roommate who introduced you yesterday.
You think that? I mean, did any kids were they acting up or being crazy like during the free time at all?
Summer reading for third through
They
fifth
weren't
grade.
loud or annoying or anything.
For kids, again by Ibram Kendi.
Bro, Ibram Kendi.
Okay, that's probably why.
Okay, straight up. I mean, holy fuck, dude. It's just like, what the fuck? Everybody's like, yo, you got it. This is it. You want to understand racism? You got to read
Really?
Ibram Kendi. It is a major bag alert. Holy
Yeah.
fuck, dude.
Is
It's crazy.
I mean, whenever the normal teacher's there, the one that's on maternity leave,
Definitely did not
to
read
usually-
Ibram Kendi. Or if he read it, he hate read it, I guess, and did not take in any of the lessons.
she makes bad jokes or fat jokes?
An astonishing
Dad
book.
jokes. Oh, okay.
On page
That's
33,
funny.
it asks the question.
Well, what I was gonna say is maybe that's what's going on. Is when the normal teacher is there, does she
9 years old.
is it normally calmer in the class,
Okay,
or
what's the rest of that? There's most likely.
yeah, I know, but what I mean is did the class get kind of out of control once she started, or did they get louder?
An
You know, or
LGBT beau and also a racist who has been banned for racism. Anti-white racism, the only kind of racism.
so Miss Pace probably just is being a
hypothetical is to
pansy.
say how silly it is to say that to black people. He clipped
Yeah.
the book.
So she's whining,
How are you
and
gonna- how are you gonna
she
take a book
didn't
out of
have
context,
the
dude? That's
gall
crazy.
to tell
He
you
literally
kids,
wrote letters
"Hey,
in there.
quiet
They
down,"
wrote
or
words.
whatever was bogging.
It does not lend itself
Bugging
to
you.
be clipped out of context. It's crazy.
Well, see, there you go. And it may not be that you guys are not actually doing anything wrong. It's just she might be overly sensitive and being dramatic, and instead of going off on you.
We should pretend not to see racism
Oh.
is connected to the idea that we
Oh,
should pretend
okay.
not to see color. It's called color blindness. My man's Kendi. Skipping ahead, here's what's wrong with this. It's
And that's what's nuts is she probably, instead of trying to tell you kids herself, she had to go tell them it's imprintable.
Whatever Republicans think is CRT regularly, but in a cool way. I think a lot of this fucking writing material is dumb as fuck. I don't know anyone. I've never met a person who's been like, yeah, I read this book and I'm no longer racist. You know what I mean? I feel like the anti-racism curriculum is maybe it's helpful. I don't know, but I do find it fucking kind of dumb overall. You know, I don't really know. Like I said, I don't really know that much about Ibram Kendi's writing. It's just fucking annoying though. I hate the white fragility arguments and yada yada. It's real. White fragility is a real concept, but I do despise the types of anti-racist writing that hammers on the point or vilifies from a point of morality white people across the board. It's just stupid. You have to invoke some kind of materialist analysis in your arguments and describe the reasons as to why certain kinds of divisions amongst intra-class divisions exist. And a lot of them don't do that, and they just say oh, if you're white, you're racist. I'm obviously
I put my ear through my finger,
and that's what
Yeah.
Republicans exaggerate on as well. But there's always some weird cringe
Right.
shit that these libs are fucking making.
It's like, what? You don't want to watch me finger fuck my own ear?
Dumbass.
Just make it real uncomfortable.
Speak to their fucking executives and tell them that here's how you do anti-racism or whatever.
Something we all absolutely see. Skipping ahead, so to pretend not to see color is pretty convenient if you don't
Did you?
actually want to stamp out racism in the first place.
It's all good. I'm trying
what
to
this book
fucking get
argues
this back
for is
on
the
this
exact
thing again, but
opposite of
I'm
what
struggle
Dr.
busting.
King spoke about on the floor
Maybe,
of
hold
the
on.
Lincoln Memorial.
Let me see.
And
And then I'm back. I'm like, it doesn't matter. You could literally
Probably
write
'cause
a
I'm
book
trying to-
about how you should write fuck
Yeah,
white
here,
people
let me
the
move this
book,
here back.
and it does not matter. It is literally nothing. and I mean nothing, is as horrible as what conservatives get to fucking say on a daily basis about black people, about historic black figures, about how whitewashed, the whitewashing that they engage in. It's over. You literally should. You should actually give whips to the black students to whip the white students, and it still wouldn't make up for this rhetoric happening. Okay. In schools and all around in every part of America. Holy fuck, dude. I am losing my fucking mind. Jesus Christ. It's so normal. What I said is abnormal. What I said is insane, right? You're like, what the fuck? I can't believe he said that. That's crazy. But what Ted Cruz can get to say every fucking day is just like destroy the history and the background of a radical Democrat
I know. Yours is bigger than mine.
leader and totally get away with it. And literally,
Yeah, I
in the
know,
most
dude.
disgusting, the filthiest way possible.
Yeah, I think right now they're 0-0.
Fucking quotes and not the rest of his work.
The
where
holes
he even
are.
talks about how his dream is no longer real.
Yeah. I was gonna say the holes are
realized even
supposedly still just one step above 0-0, whatever that is.
it
But
makes me so
still,
mad.
you're like 2 steps
Are
above
you
it.
comfortable?
Or below 0-0, like
ideas
bigger than
being
0-0.
taught to children as young as 4 in respect to the first
Like
book,
11
as young as
millimeters?
9 in respect to the second book.
I think 11.
Senator,
is
I have
one
not
step larger.
reviewed any of those books, any of those ideas. They don't come up in my work as a judge, which I'm respectfully here to address. In my work as a judge, which is evidenced from my near decade on the bench.
Okay, good. Then let's go back to your work as a judge.
There is probably
really?
nothing more disgusting,
sucks.
nothing more heinous, nothing more racist than using Martin Luther King's quotes out of context to literally justify being further racist. Like, I can't, in my mind, I can't imagine something. It's insane, dude. And that's how, that's another testament to how prevalent white supremacy is. Okay, that's it.
Judge, which I'm
As young as 4 in respect to the first book, as young as 8 and 9 in respect to the
Weekend? Cool. Okay. Cool.
the second book.
Senator, I have not reviewed any of those books, any of those ideas. They don't come up in my work as a judge, which I'm respectfully here to address. In my work as a judge, which is evidenced from my near decade on the bench.
Okay, good. Then let's go back to your work as a judge.
There is probably nothing more disgusting, nothing more heinous, nothing more racist than using Martin Luther King's quotes out of context to literally justify being further racist. Like, I can't, in my mind, I can't imagine something. It's insane, dude. And that's how, that's another testament to how prevalent white supremacy is. Okay, that's it. White supremacy is such a normative position that people can get away with doing that. It's it. People can get away with doing that. And that's what's taught in schools. That is, nobody knows about his fucking, nobody knows about his radical background, what he would be considered as a radical.
That's a Kentucky waterfall, my dude.
As well. Anyway, let's watch.
Oh my God.
Court nominating Judge Katanya Brown Jackson.
Federal Appeals Court Judge Katine Brown Jackson.
Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
She is Judge Ketanji Jackson, rather.
Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Katani Brown.
Judge Katani Brown Jackson. Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Katani Brown Jackson.
Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Katani Brown Jackson.
Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
He's elected Judge Brown Jackson.
Ketanji Brown Johnson.
Bro, how the fuck? Okay, look. Some names are hard, bro. Some names are hard. This
Her name is
literally
not
is not
hard.
one of
It's
them.
Ketanji.
Like, that's crazy. Am I wilding out? Like, it's not like that's not a hard name.
No. They just did a compilation of all these news organizations like CNN and, like all the major news networks. Of course, the Chud news networks are purposely going to mispronounce her name because she's black.
portion of the proceedings.
So they're going to do it on purpose because they're racist.
What, you know, everyone's favorite commentator of.
But her name is Ketanji Brown Jackson. It's not
that
hard.
The truth. Tucker Carlson had to say.
I have to say, her views really seem like those of every affluent white liberal I've ever met. If you want a black candidate, I'm serious. I think the country would get better representation from, you know, she's just a carbon copy of everyone in the neighborhood I spent my life in. You know?
Yeah, right.
Anyway,
this is what happens, Tucker. They want cosmetic diversity, but everybody to have the exact same opinions. No diversity of thought, diversity of appearance. It's scary.
If you picked a rap star off the street, that person's views would more likely be closer to the views of the average American than the views of.
Wait, I don't understand. There's not a single fucking Supreme Court justice that isn't like an annoying academic. What the fuck kind of take is this? The only reason why this is a conversation is because like Tucker Carlson wants to say like she's not black enough or whatever. What, like, do fucking is there a one Supreme Court justice that actually represents or resembles like the average American's point of view? If that was the case, there'd be no need for a Supreme Court. Like, what the fuck? Also, why is the first thing that Tucker Carlson thinks about when thinking about the average black person is a rap star off the streets? Yeah, rap star off the streets.
Woman, I would argue. I bet money on it, actually.
I was in the 160s, by the way, since people probably want to know about my LSAT scores. There you go.
Bullshit. Yes, the hearings are done so that conservatives can take a fucking pound of flesh. That's it. There's no other reason. And same with like when the Republicans held the majority in Congress and they were doing the symbolic meetings and Democrats tried to do everything they could. Ultimately, it doesn't matter. It's about elections. Who won the elections? Who has the majority? Do you think she's going to get approved, or will there be enough opposition? To what? Wait, who? Who's gonna say no? The one purpose of like these freaks in Congress like Manchin and Sinema is like voting yes here, okay? If they say no to this too, it's like at that point just fucking throw him in jail. Honestly, throw his entire family in jail. And if you don't do that, then you know, I don't know what the fuck to tell you. I mean, it's like this is literally it. I mean, this is it. Plus, Republicans support her. Like, this is just bullshit, okay? This is just bullshit. This conversation that they're having, this back and forth, is bullshit. Wait, what? Charlie Kirk, Ketanji Brown Jackson is what your country looks like on critical race theory. Your children and your grandchildren are going to take orders from people like her. And what's amazing is she kind of has an attitude too. Wait, what?
So as we get into that.
Bro, this dude hasn't changed his outfit in like 2 days, bro. He's still wearing the same fucking ugly ass hat and shit.
These very simply stated questions.
I love people who put on hats and wear them, and the people who should not be wearing hats. That's what this guy is. It's like me, you know, Lily. Every time that like I've put on a hat, like a baseball hat, you know, I just don't look right in hats because my dome is too big. Oh, might just be me. Yeah, you know, like the normal hat like Uncle Bubby wears a lot. That's got the bill on the front. Mama wears them too. Yeah, I can't run with that. But yeah, this guy, on this Hassan clip, he's wearing like a hat with a bill on it, and he should not be wearing a hat.
Overthinking. So I suppose another question here, though, is where does this come from? Well, KBJ, Ketanji Brown Jackson, is what your country looks like on critical race theory. KBJ is your country on CRT. KBJ, Ketanji Brown Jackson, is an embodiment.
Wild that his face is so tiny that the camera can't focus on it. The camera's literally focusing on everything but his tiny little face. The camera's having such a hard time being like, we don't have artificial intelligence, and face tracking technology has failed us. We can
you didn't take it yet?
Find random people in a fucking crowd of
next
thousands,
time,
if not millions. But we can't find Charlie Kirk's goddamn face. Okay, we just can't do it. Can't find his face. No face tracking technology currently exists.
Of the tyranny that we currently live under. She's an ideological, unintelligent, yet
the tall trash can there.
Who is so
I took the trash out this morning, so
that
you know.
You might even ask the question of what a woman
it doesn't have heat coming off.
like, what does that have to do with her fucking appointment?
Feeling nauseous, but
what? It's like being upset that, you
the
know,
other one's
she
like
couldn't
not even
fucking- she
halfway
wouldn't tell
full
you
at all. It's
what
just
her McDonald's
there's
order
E.
was like 3 weeks ago. You know what I mean? It's just unrelated to the conversation.
checking on
Able
you.
to answer simple questions on
Why don't you lay in my bed
reality
and
or the natural law that anchors the Constitution.
I'll roll that trash can over there next to
can she
you,
possibly be
and he'll probably
prepared
climb up
to
there with
defend
you.
it for the purpose of the
He's like,
Constitution?
dude, are you okay?
The
You
answers
worried.
from KBJ, outside of the fact that she won't answer the very simple ones, such as what is a woman?
I don't think you got the blood pressure to take pain pills, not full ones.
How will KBJ ever decide?
I'm sorry, dude. You just seem to be in really bad pain, and so I suggested a full one.
How will KBJ ever decide on?
I hate when I do that shit too.
Can't tell us what a woman actually is.
Bro, Antonin Scalia was a fucking incel, okay, who had never even seen a woman in his entire life, and yet he still had no problems deliberating on what happens to women. Don't worry about it. I think she'll be all right.
She wants to be the first ever black woman on the Supreme Court.
What we need to do too is there's this stuff called ibuprofen, and it's stuff that Palpal takes for like joint inflammation and pain, but it helps swelling to go down. And I know Palpal's got some downstairs, so after you
From the Spartan War.
Oh, really? Jeez. Yeah. Whoops, not that. Come. There we go.
Or to the landings in Normandy, amphibious offensives have proven extremely dangerous, as there's no other time soldiers are more vulnerable than when they're transitioning from water to land. The U.S. Navy is looking
If you want to turn off that
by developing a
red
massive
light
amphibious
directly
tank
above you
built
too,
to
you can.
deliver soldiers and combat vehicles from ships to land safely and effectively.
Whoa, that's cool.
It's Ultra Heavy Lift Amphibious Connector, or UHAC, and it's the first vehicle of its kind.
That's actually
the
pretty
ability
cool.
to carry 3 full-size tanks and several troops.
Damn.
The UHAC has the potential of changing war tactics forever. At first glance, the tank looks similar to other tracked vehicles. However, upon closer inspection, its crawler belts are fitted with specialized dense foam wedges to allow it to float on water and tread on land.
That's cool.
The
I actually
project so
think
far
that's pretty
has
fucking
resulted in
sick.
an impressive prototype designed at a 1/5 scale, which can be seen on this rare footage taken during a recent demonstration, as it steadily approaches to perform a landing for the first time
That's
ever.
1/5 scale. Damn, that thing's gonna be massive, dude. Huh? Yeah.
Difficult land.
Give me the sign in through that app? Is it like Anthony 515 or you sign in from Facebook? By Facebook, okay. Yeah, I know, dude. I always forget. Nine 2 3. Okay. Displaying.
Amphibious warfare is a double-edged sword. On the one hand, it provides unparalleled mobility and flexibility.
Gotcha. What happened to the sound? And no sound. Hello? Hello? Did my headphones quit? Hello? Hello? What the hell happened? Did I hit a button? Hello? 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 Am I alive? Hello? It's registering. What happened? I can't hear any sound through my headphones anymore. That's bizarre. It's like registering. Oh, my background music isn't playing. It says it is. Oh, that's muted. I still can't hear it though. Huh. Okay, it's playing through the thing. What the fuck is happening, man? Nope, nope. Oh, that's so quiet. I just barely hear it.
To the attackers, especially when invading islands and archipelago territories. But on the other hand, the assailant becomes highly vulnerable during the water-to-land transition.
Why is that so quiet?
In the past, amphibious operations
Oh, because I turned this way down.
to allow the unloading of troops and
I'm
equipment.
retarded. Sorry.
Later, during World War I and World War II, the Allies developed landing ships to use during such assaults. The landing ship was revolutionary, as it completely eliminated the need for piers or docks and allowed troops and equipment to deploy directly on a beach. Unfortunately, the vessels required a specific type of environment with a well-defined ascending slope where the landing ships would not get stranded or crash with any rocks. In addition, landing ships could not go any further than the shore, which meant that once they dropped the main door, all the troops and equipment that landed on the beach were entirely exposed to enemy assaults. Such a disadvantage was clearly showcased during the Normandy landing on D-Day. During the 1950s and 1960s, other methods of transitioning from water to land were developed. The use of cargo planes and helicopters permitted the swift deployment of troops and even some smaller vehicles. However, aircraft use was limited to a few troops positioned by a helicopter, as any larger load required a runway or parachuting gear. Here is where the need for a more effective landing solution arose. The ultra-heavy-lift amphibious connector would not only make it much more straightforward to land troops, equipment, and vehicles, as it doesn't have to stop at the shoreline, but it would also allow landings over rocky beaches and seawalls up to 10 feet tall, and to traverse over many natural or man-made obstacles. An experimental vehicle. Designed to overcome all the obstacles presented by conventional landing vehicles, the UHAC is expected to completely revolutionize amphibious warfare. Even now, when the vehicle is still in its early development phase, the prototype presented showed remarkable potential. The floaters adapted to the crawler belts provide ample buoyancy for the vehicle to support an extraordinary weight. And despite being half the size of the intended final product, the prototype can move over water at a higher speed than some other landing vessels and easily carry military vehicles. At the moment, the vehicle is not fitted with armor plates or mounted weapons. Still, the design
Is it going to be? Because that'd be sick.
Armor and armament systems, acquisitions that would provide landing troops with unprecedented protection, and the ability to issue covering fire from the vehicle's location to dissuade enemy attacks even further. The current prototype model weighs 38 tons and is just under 18 feet tall, meaning that a full-scale vehicle would weigh up to 80 tons and tower over a 3-story building.
I want to see it.
The final UHAC
I want to see
is
it.
able to carry up to 3 main battle tanks at speeds of up to 20 knots, with a range of over 200 miles. Once on land, the UHAC would be able to advance over 10-foot obstacles and through swampland or mud and other challenging terrains. Initially, the amphibious connector was designed by Navitec, a world-class military contractor, and the plan was financed and developed by the Office of Naval Research. Currently, the project is undergoing a testing phase led by the Marine Corps Warfighting Laboratory. Lieutenant Colonel Don Gordon, the current technology officer at the Marine Corps Warfighting Laboratory, expressed that, quote, "The ultra-heavy lift amphibious connector is an experimental technology that could soon insert Marines in areas where current technology wouldn't be able to insert them." Not only does the UHAC have unprecedented delivery capabilities, but it's also estimated to offer remarkable efficiency, as calculations predict that it would cost less than half as much to build and maintain than a landing craft air cushion unit.
That's sick right there.
Air cushion unit has
Cost savings? That's what we need.
In contrast to the 20 knots projected for the amphibious tank, and a smaller area of 1,800 square feet compared to 2,500 square feet from the novel prototype. The trade-off is well worth it if it means being able to insert Marines in previously unreachable terrains while doing it at a much cheaper cost.
And it's intimidating, dude. I mean, even the 5th scale size there, that to me is pretty intimidating to see one of them things like crawling across the water top. Fuck. Imagine one that's 5 times as big.
Experts from the Marine Corps Warfighting Laboratory conducted a demonstration during which a fully functional half-scale prototype of its new UHAC amphibious transport vehicle performed a test landing at the Marine Corps training area Bellows in Oahu, Hawaii.
Yeah, it's over here.
Vehicle ashore. In the rare footage captured by the MCWL, the amphibious vehicle can be seen approaching the beach, slowly traversing the water, using its crawler belts as a tank moving on land instead of water.
This shit real
Due to the current limitations
adheres
of the
to
prototype
itself,
and the safety requirements needed to conduct the trial, the vehicle is seen moving at a speed of only 4 knots. However, the designers of the UHAC intend the vehicle to reach water-traversing speeds at least 5 times greater in future tests.
Okay, so this one's half scale, or half size.
Obtained by the final iteration of UHAC will significantly surpass those showcased by the assault amphibious
Hold on,
vehicle.
let me go back,
The
man.
current
I wanted to
amphibious
hear that.
solution used by the U.S. Marine, the prototype, and the safety requirements needed to Bellows in Oahu, Hawaii.
Hold on, let me
The
go back.
laboratory conducted a demonstration during which a fully functional half-scale prototype of its new UHAC amphibious transport vehicle performed a test landing at the Marine Corps training area Bellows in Oahu, Hawaii, to deliver a military vehicle ashore. In the rare footage captured by the MCWL, the amphibious vehicle can be seen approaching the beach, slowly traversing the water, using its crawler belts as a tank moving on land instead of water. Due to the current limitations of the prototype and the safety requirements needed to conduct the trial, the vehicle is seen moving at a speed of only 4 knots. However, the designers of the UHAC intend the vehicle to reach water-traversing speeds at least 5 times greater in future tests. If successful, the water speeds attained by the final iteration of UHAC will significantly surpass those showcased by the assault amphibious vehicle, the current amphibious solution used by the U.S. Marine Corps.
Yeah, that's a pretty
With an internally transportable vehicle,
that's a pretty cool solution
USS Rushmore and accomplished
compared to
goals.
what we deal with normally.
Then paddled to shore using the state-of-the-art floating crawler belts that allowed it to traverse over water and land indiscriminately. The amphibious tank successfully left the water a few minutes later and crawled onto the beach. Subsequently, the UHAC...
It might need to be a little faster if possible. You know, I hate to be like Debbie Downer, so to speak, but... Or if they're gonna install, you know, defense capabilities on it, okay, like that's great and all, but
and how
It better be
used
pretty
to solve the
potent.
age-long problem of water-to-land connection.
It's a very cool design, a very cool piece of machinery for sure, but
Thank you for watching my video.
nah.
How do you imagine D-Day would have unfolded if the Allies had a vehicle such as the ultra-heavy lift amphibious connector?
That's a solid question. You know, D-Day, if we had those available. I think in a lot of ways it would have been more effective than, you know, the boats that we rolled up to the beaches of Normandy with. But having said that, that half-scale prototype, I mean, I know it's just a prototype, but they didn't have any defensive weapons installed on it. There wasn't any armor or anything like that. So, you know, if the Germans had what they had on D-Day and we just had these amphibious landers, like, would it made a bunch of difference? I think probably a significant portion of troops would have survived that didn't in the first place, but the thing's slow, man. Like, again, I'm trying not to be pessimistic because it, comparatively to the, like the hovercraft bullshit that they got, it's a significant cost savings, and, you know, I'm sure there's lots of benefits to it and stuff like that, but it's just slow, man. It's slow, especially when it gets on land. It seems to move quicker in water, which it's usually backwards, right? And typically the shit works quicker on the land, but it's just like one of those boats or those cars that are also boats, and you can drive, you know, from land directly into the water. And then when you get into the water, you travel at the speed of 2. Like, again, it's cool. It's a cool piece of technology, but might need a little finessing, you know? I think oh, okay. I was going to say, I think that this is a relatively new-ish channel. It may not be. Holy shit, MiG-29 cut in half in mid-air collision. I gotta watch that one, man.
For the 75th anniversary of the Royal Air Force in 1993, the Royal International Air Tattoo Military Air Show presented a spectacle with over 200 aircraft from all over the world. Amidst the celebration in Gloucester, England, 2 Russian MiG-29s collided as they attempted a crossover trick, slicing one of the jets in half. About 250,000 spectators stared at the sky, saw the cloud of smoke and fire, and wondered if the pilots had safely ejected as the jets crashed into the ground. A Soviet jet with great potential. The Mikoyan MiG-29, known to NATO as Fulcrum, is a twin-engine fighter jet designed by the Soviet Union during the Cold War. Developed as an air superiority fighter during the early 1970s, the MiG-29 was built alongside the Sukhoi Su-27 to counter famous American fighters like the F-15 Eagle and the F-16 Fighting Falcon. The Fulcrum entered service with the Soviet Air Forces in 1982. After the dissolution of the Union in December 1991, armies worldwide continue to use it in a variety of roles. More than 30 nations have either operated or still use the jet. The Fulcrum is a prized asset in many military forces, even though it possesses a deplorable combat record. Even though a MiG-29 is aerodynamically first-rate, it is also a reflection of its Soviet doctrine and limitations. It does not feature modern pilot displays and controls, and its sensors are subpar compared to Western aircraft of the time. Because Soviet pilots were usually directed by ground controllers, their visibility and situation awareness were not high priorities. Another major limitation of the MiG-29 is its limited flying range. It has a capacity for fewer than 900 miles on internal fuel and cannot be refueled while in flight. Finally, the MiG fighter models weren't built to work for a long time. A standard American aircraft of the era would have a flight life of 6,000 hours, while the MiG-29 only worked for about 2,500.
God damn it. Hold on.
A dangerous loop.
Oh, yeah, Taco Bell. I tried sending you a text message. Not go through. I sent it to you. Yeah. I didn't send it to Mom. Is Taco Bell okay with you guys? Yeah. Alrighty, Pop. We'll go ahead and place the order. Oh, okay. Okay, I can do that. Alright, love you. Bye-bye. Guys, I gotta press the ball 15 times. Hello, what's up? Okay. Alright, sounds good. Alright, love you, bye. I apologize drastically for that. One thing that differentiates, say, my content from everybody else's content, or at least the most popular content creators, is, you know, I live in a multi-generational home. I am a single father to a 14-year-old, and when she gets home from school, I like to make it a point to check in with her. You know, we're kind of buddies. She tells me about her day. Today she fucked up her finger in PE. Jammed the shit out of it. She's in a lot of pain. And so, you know, you saw her walking around here. I'm sure you heard me talking to her and things like that. She's a good kid. And I want to make sure that, you know, I'm not ignoring her. Because she is my #1 priority for sure. Furthermore, like I said, multi-generational household. So we're trying to get together, dinner plans, you know, and getting orders from everybody. We're gonna get some fucking Taco Bell. So anyway, I appreciate your patience. Bless you if you stuck around and put up with that bullshit. It means a lot to me. It really does. I can't really express how much I appreciate people just popping in just to be like, what's this idiot doing? You know? Because it's usually not a whole lot. But one thing I wanted to emphasize with my channel is there's a lot of people out there, I think, that are like me. And although I'm getting older, I'm kind of a loner. And, you know, I have anxiety problems. And, you know, I've struggled with addiction. And so I've kind of limited my interactions with the public or with friends. You know, it's just, I found overall it's safer for me. And I just function better alone. Or I could keep myself out of trouble better that way. I'm close with my family and my daughter and stuff like that, but I don't go out. You know, I don't go to bars, I don't go to clubs. I spend a lot of time at home, and you know, my thought was that there's probably other people out there like that. You know, maybe there's people that have family that are like, hey, you should go out and, you know, find some friends, or you should go out and do this, and you should go out and do that. And for whatever reason, you just aren't comfortable doing that. And everybody's got their own reasons. Mine is like social anxiety issues. You know, I think COVID kind of put a damper in everybody's game. Some people were really excited, you know, for shit to return to normal, and I was too, to a certain extent. But I wanted to create a community where if there are people out there that are similar to me, you guys can come hang out with me. You know, y'all are welcome here. I got a very chill space, and I want to keep it that way. I don't invite bullshit, just positive vibes. That's it. And I can be entertaining, I promise. I really can. I've just been dealing with a lot of shit too here lately, and I'm under a lot of stress, so. Anyway, I'm getting started with this whole content creation thing. And I love it, man. I do love it. You know, even though I'm not doing anything in particular, I'm not even generating good content, but I feel fulfilled doing it. You know, like a lot of people search for an occupation or even a hobby that they enjoy doing, and they get a lot of pleasure out of it. And fulfillment, I think, is like the greatest word that I could use in that context. And this is it for me. Like, I don't, you know, I kind of alluded to it earlier, but a lot of the activities and stuff that I was allowed to try, like sports and things like that growing up, like they were cool, you know, for a minute or two, but I just never really took to them and never really felt passionate about them, and always lost interest. But truly, this is something I look forward to doing each day. But you know, I'm like one of 5 billion people in the world that would love to do this, like, for a career, you know, and be able to make just enough money to get by. And you know, I don't want to be rich. I don't. I just want to have enough money to pay my car payment and the rent, and that's it. And it's not a lot, but again, mainly here in the beginning, since I'm just kind of getting started, I want to put out there that everyone's invited. It's a safe place for everybody. I don't put up with bullshit. I don't tolerate hatred. I don't tolerate disdain for one another. We can have open discussions, but again, you know, if you're out there and you're lonely and you want to come chill with me, come on in, man. You're invited. Man or woman. I don't care. Or a dog. You could be a dog or a cat. I don't care. You're all welcome to come and chill with me. I know it doesn't look super exciting, but I'm the type that I prefer, like, remote interaction. You know, this Twitch thing is pretty cool. Twitch, YouTube, whatever. Because it allows you to interact with people, and then you can go your own separate ways. whenever you want, you know? So, anyway, I just want to promote that, you know. Maybe I should record that. Maybe I should sit down and record like a video intro to my channel and make it that. Make sure that I express that that's what I want this channel to be. Just, and it'll be fun, I promise, you know. I have such a random, eclectic stream of consciousness. Everything. Paranormal shit, urban exploration. I love history. I love games, obviously. I've really gotten into a love for not just content creation, but content creators, you know, to where YouTube and Twitch are like all I watch. I'm not exaggerating. I don't watch regular TV. You know, Netflix slips in there every now and again. Disney Plus sometimes, but most of the time it's just... Oh, this one's nice. Got some groove to it. Yeah. Anyway. I don't want to keep that out there, you know? I just want everybody to know y'all are invited. And I'm the most easygoing dude. I'm for sure an advocate of positivity. I understand it's not always going to be that way. You know, I understand that sometimes we're going to have to get into some deep shit. I dive into politics a lot. A lot. Call it philosophy, sociology, psychology. I love that, man. I love the study of the human mind and the way that humans interact with one another, because to me it's always been fascinating. But over the last few years it's gotten really bizarre. It's gotten really bizarre. For anybody who even observes human behavior as a hobby, if you've been paying attention, you've noticed that shit's gotten really weird the last couple of years. It's gotten really weird. There seems to be a lot more haters that are way more brave. And that sucks. We were doing so well. We were doing so well. We were doing so well. Let's get in. I feel like watching some paranormal shit. Does anybody else like paranormal shit? Can I update? I'm gonna update. What's the multi-stream? Oh. Stream chat read only. I'm doing this from Streamlabs, and today this is the first time I've done a multi-stream where I'm doing both Twitch and YouTube. I mean, it's not like I have lots of followers on either. So, but I just figured cross-platform stuff might be cool. You know. Again, I want to extend my arms to anybody might be interested in joining a family with a creepy dad. Come see me, my child. Nah, for real. And so I'm clicking shit. Anytime you see me like looking up here, I have like a screen. It's a TV, okay, but it's all I got. But it was like my normal TV, because I've said this before. Noni, my first follower ever, is like a loyal watcher, and he's my main dude, for real. That's why he's my top donator, okay? But he's probably heard it before. I say this all the time. And I say it so often that I don't even remember what it was I was about to say. What was I saying? Hold up. Oh yeah, the multi-stream shit. Let me retrace my steps here. Multi-stream, Twitch. Oh yeah. Got it. So this here, okay, obviously is like my bedroom. Okay, you can, if you couldn't tell, it's pretty well hidden. But this behind me is my bed. Can't sleep on it though because it causes tons of back pain. And people are like, why don't you get a new bed? This is the new bed, motherfucker. The one before was like super plush and super soft. And, you know, believe it or not, once you hit 30, all of a sudden you get sore a lot easier. Anyway, I had a super plush, super soft bed at the time. And it was all good until I hit 30 and then started wrecking my back, okay? So I'm like, all right, well, I need to get a new bed. And as soon as I could afford, I did. And I got a firm bed, you know? Because usually that's the mentality. You have a soft bed and it hurts your back, so you kind of go the opposite. It's not crazy firm, but it's much firmer than the previous one. Excuse me. And it causes back pain as well. Yeah, buddy. So now I'm kind of stuck with another bed that I can't sleep in. I mean, I could sleep in it, but I won't be able to stand upright the next day. So I have a recliner that I sleep in. Like I'm an 80-year-old man. But, you know, I'd at least get a reasonable amount of decent quality sleep in it. And it's over here to the side. You guys can't see it. And of course, I got like a computer chair that I'm sitting in, office chair. And just pull it out of the way and can slide the recliner over here. And I plop it essentially where I'm sitting now, back a little bit farther. And when I lean back, I've got this TV mounted, flat screen on the wall, you know, and I can watch it, and I sleep with the TV on, the volume turned down. Which, oh my god, I'm looking forward to that tonight. I don't know why. I slept pretty well last night, but you know, some nights you just look forward to the rest. Somebody else do that. I know, like, back in the day, they used to say that anybody who considers napping a hobby has, like, underlying depression. I don't think that's true. I just think that sleeping and being asleep is one of the few times that you can, like, truly escape any bullshit you're dealing with. You know? And I think that's why a lot of times it's associated with depression, and I can see that. Because the more extreme example, of course, is when you inflict harm on yourself, and because you can't go on in your mind, and you want it to stop. And sleep is akin to that. Sleep is the short form of the long nap, you know? So I understand the reason why therapists and mental health experts seem to think that people who sleep a lot are probably depressed. I mean, that along with the chemical imbalance probably just, you know, adds to being tired. I mean, it's just reasonable to think that. But again, you know, when I'm asleep, you cannot fuck with me. All the intrusive thoughts and all the things that have been bugging me, they can't get me there. For the most part. I mean, I might have some nightmares, but for the most part, the real life shit that I've been sweating all day, and usually sweat day after day, it can't get me when I'm asleep. So, I look forward to it. And I don't think it's crazy to say that napping is like a hobby, you know? I don't think so. Alright, I'll get off my high horse for now. But you'll find that if you end up following me, I want to cultivate a community where we have good discussions. And not just me ranting and waxing philosophy, you know? or whatever that stupid ass expression is. But I think, in a big way, people need to hear this. Because even if there's just one person out there that feels similarly, I think that person needs to know that there's other people out there like them. So, anyway, let's take, I'm going to switch up gears a little bit. I want to watch Philly D for a minute, because I think he's probably got his new app up. I watch Philly D every evening. There it is. There it is. Let me change up my what we doing text real quick. Philly D, I hope you don't mind, man. I'm a tiny creator. Love your show. Okay. I'm a tiny dude. Okay? Well, I'm not a tiny dude, but I'm a nobody creator, okay? I love you. I for real watch you every night. I own your merch, okay? So please don't clap my ass cheeks, is what I'm saying. But my day is not complete without you. Whoa! Hold up, he didn't do the sup. He didn't do the sup, did he? He didn't... Did he skip the sup? Philly? He better be plainest. This better be a cold open. Know what I'm saying? This better be a cold open. Let me run that back.
Hey, well, the first thing that we're going to talk about today is, we make a big deal about cancel culture here in the US, but the UK takes it to a whole nother fucking level. Right, so this news story goes back to the start of the pandemic when Captain Sir Tom Moore, a British Army officer, walked 100 laps around his garden before his 100th birthday. We talked about it on the show. He ended up raising £33 million for NHS charities, becoming a national inspiration, even getting knighted by the Queen. His famous saying, "Tomorrow will be a good day," trending on social media. But then, almost a year later, he died from the coronavirus, the Queen leading tributes, and his daughter saying they shared laughter and tears with him in his final hours.
Oh my God.
The thing is, the next day after Moore's death, while everyone else was mourning, there was one 36-year-old guy who was apparently celebrating, with Joseph Kelly tweeting, "The only good Brit soldier is a dead one. Burn, old fella, burn." Which I think rightly could result in a lot of people going, "Hey, fuck yourself, guy." But
is that the chode that said that? This fucking human pile of dog shit? Dad? Is this my father? Is this my actual father in real life? This is the guy that said that? Dude, you better be a fucking specimen if you're gonna say stuff like that. Talk shit, get hit, big man. That's all I have to say.
The story, at least to me, is that prosecutors actually ended up charging Kelly for sending a grossly offensive tweet, with the court finding him guilty and threatening him with jail time. And this because of the UK's 2003 Communications Act, which made it illegal to send messages of a, quote, grossly offensive or of an indecent, obscene, or menacing character. So, all your tweets from 10 years ago. With, in fact, hundreds of people having been prosecuted under the law over the past 2 decades. Like with Azhar Ahmed, who got community service and a fine for a Facebook post similar to Kelly's tweet, writing people gassing about the deaths of soldiers. What about the innocent families who have been brutally murdered? Your enemies were the Taliban, not innocent, harmless families. And ending that by saying all soldiers should die and go to hell. And then, as far as what happened to Kelly, he was just sentenced for his tweet yesterday, being given 18 months of supervision and 150 hours of community service. And that, despite the fact that he deleted the post just 20 minutes after making it. With the sheriff who sentenced him saying, "The deterrence is really to show people that despite the steps you took to try and recall matters, as soon as you press the blue button, that's it. It's important for others to realize how quickly things can get out of control." And as far as the other side, you had Kelly's defense agent saying, he accepts he was wrong, he did not anticipate what would happen, he took steps almost immediately to delete the tweet, but the genie was out of the bottle by then, and saying his level of criminality was a drunken post at a time when he was struggling emotionally, which he regretted and almost instantly removed. And ultimately, this story just makes me think, what the fuck? Like, I don't doubt that Kelly is a despicable douchebag, but potentially getting jail time for this is crazy to me. Genuinely horrifying.
Who disagrees with it? Okay. Let's reword that. Who is most likely to disagree with these type of punishments or, quote, grossly offensive tweets? You know what I'm saying? what I'm saying for the most part, I guess, is I don't have a problem with this. And it's mostly because, you know, I'm not okay, even though I do like streaming, obviously I'm not perpetually online for the most part, in the sense that like I have a Twitter, obviously, but I really don't post it. The only things that I post to my Twitter are just like my live stream announcements. When I go live, it just automatically posts to Twitter. And there's really nothing else that goes up there. So like I don't say things that could be offensive online. I understand that there are a lot of people that do, and a lot of people like Hassan do agitprop, which is like necessary and needed. I feel like we need that kind of thing. Truthfully, it is important in the political climate these days to have agitprop. But by the same token, I don't know, man. I don't know. Okay, here's where this shit gets out of hand, is because who is the ultimate determining body? You know what I mean? Who are the deciders? You know what I mean? Who are the ones that make the decision whether or not the tweet is offensive? Because that's when you start having problems, okay? And I would imagine that Hassan would probably be flipping out about this as well. Or any lefty, I imagine, to a certain extent. Because mainly for that one concern is knowing where it ends and who is the person who's going to be deciding whether or not what you said was offensive. You know what I mean? Like Hassan's famous 9/11 take. Like, if that was a rule or a law, if you want to call it, in the United States when he made that comment, I mean, I feel like it's relatively likely that he would have been held to account for that, which is fucking crazy to consider, honestly. It's fucking crazy to consider that he could have potentially gone to jail, received a fine for saying something like that. And there are so many people that on a daily basis have hot takes, so to speak, what would be considered hot takes. And if you can be jailed for that shit, oh my God. Again, who decides if it's a hot take that's worth punishing? The government? Like, and so in that case, if it's like the federal government, well, you better never speak ill of the federal government. You know what I mean? Like, because this, to me, is like the first step towards fascism. And the only reason I don't have a problem with it is because in these two instances, I guess, the assholes being thrown in jail were in, like, Great Britain or whatever. And I guess, ultimately, it's because I don't post hot takes online, but I don't have a career made around posting hot takes. I'm not a commentator. You know, I don't do agitprop. Not yet. But, you know what I'm saying? Like, so, that's scary to think about. That's scary to consider that there would be some sort of governing body out there that would be able to determine, hey man, listen, you can't say that shit. Why? Because we disagree with it and we find it offensive, so jail time. You know what I mean? Like, that's fucking insane to consider, man. Isn't it? I think it is. Fuck that. Go Philly D.
I understand, maybe it's all the America still in my veins, but this is something that feels like it's handled by the court of public opinion. A private company can decide if they want to platform that or not, but for the actual government to potentially put you in jail, bonkers. But because this is the Philip DeFranco show, that's a story, my opinion, and of course I pass the question on to you. What are your thoughts here, especially if you are a Brit yourself? You only make up a little over 6% of the audience, but that's a pretty big polling pool. And then in the latest edition of a
a Brit. I thought he said a prick.
NFT that
I'm like, how do you gauge what percentage of your audience is a prick?
David Dobrik in the news, which inherently is a bad story, but also kind of a positive for David. It's a little bit of an upgrade since the first story in the news about him that doesn't involve someone from his team allegedly raping someone or him almost killing his friend. So long story short, David Dobrik pushing this NFT project called Bored Bunny. And then
Dude, he's a fucking idiot.
Project gets rug pulled.
I'm sorry, he's a fucking idiot. Is he seriously? Bored Bunny. Like, he can't even be original, is what's offensive, dude. Bored Bunny. If I was the Bored Ape assholes, I would sue the fuck out of him. Of course, they're probably in collaboration with one another, for sure. Of course, David, hell, it might have even been the Bored Ape douchebag's idea in the first place. They're like, hey man, we got this idea. I for some reason, I'm picturing them sounding like stone surfers. Hey dude, here's the thing, like, we want to make some more money, right? Off these NFTs, and we thought maybe you could join up, right? And kind of ride on our coattails a little bit, and we could ride on your bankrolls a little bit, you know? You got a pretty big audience there, my guy. And so then they just spin it as fucking, what is it? Bored Bunny? What the fuck?
Right, everyone that's holding the NFTs is essentially just left holding the bag. This leading to creators like ZachXBT, who has a pretty substantial following for posting about influencer crypto deals and scams, sharing a video and adding, welcome David Dobrik to the long list of influencers promoting scams, further claiming the team has disappeared with $6 million. And in response to that, we saw another creator very big in the crypto space, FaZe Banks, responding to that tweet, saying of that team, they offered me $500,000 to $750,000 up front for a story post / follow, saying the only reason he didn't take it is because he educated himself on it, and adding a lot of these influencers take deals brought to them by their management / treated as a product.
Hold up, what? I can get you $500K now paid before adjust for a follow and a story post, not real post. Only one story post, 15 seconds, that's it. Just please call me when you can. Can happen right now. Call me right when you wake up. Yo, sorry to spam you like that. LOL, call me when you can. I know I'm sure you have tons of deals going left and right, but to get paid $500, $750K before you have to do it. What the fuck?
Campaign. But that was a few days ago, and now the biggest update here is that FaZe Banks apparently ended up recording an episode of Views, David Dobrik's podcast, with Banks sharing an Instagram story making it sound like they hashed out the whole ordeal on the episode. And in these stories,
look at this fucking idiot's face. Look at this fucking douchebag's face. I hate his face. He's a grown man-child.
Making it sound like they hashed out the whole ordeal on the episode. And in these stories, he claims that David didn't even understand everything, saying that while that doesn't make it right, it at least adds some context, saying he tried to educate David, and ultimately they came up to a resolution on a make good for his misstep, which sounded like David being willing to distribute the roughly $100,000 that he received for this push back into the ecosystem. Though for some, there's going to be the question of, is that enough? Yes, no. He apparently paid around $100,000 for this deal. This is going to mean that he makes no profit from this, but how much damage was done to his fans or people that thought, oh, David Dobrik's involved, this is legitimate. But ultimately, I think where I'll end this story is with two notes. One, if you're someone that you see these influencers shilling NFTs, I think most of you are smart enough to not be like, oh, I guess that here's my credit card. I know with my audience specifically, a lot of you hate it, but also a lot of you,
like this NFT shit, I mean, it's right along the same lines as this. Wait, hold up. What was the... Okay, the save the kids bullshit? Was that crypto? So is it crypto and NFTs both are like falling into the same bullshit here? Where you can do rug pulls on each of it, of course, if you have a big enough following, I guess, right? Because it's just one fucking fictional token exchange for a different token, right? But I thought with NFTs there was some value in the ownership or something. I don't know. I can't really understand. I don't understand the difference, if I'm being completely honest. It's all voodoo bullshit to me. So, but I guess it is what it is. You know, if I don't appreciate people profiting off of scams that are aside from like the normal audience that they've cultivated. You know, like Patreon subscriptions, donations, that kind of stuff, like merch. That's legit, right? Because your audience is receiving a product or a service in return for their real world money. But when it comes to things like NFTs and Bitcoins, dude, that shit's all still fictional. It's all still fictional, I promise you. And as long as there are still mostly scams that are circulating in the ecosystem here, you should stay away from it. At some point, I know like the ultimate goal of crypto is to be deregulated and not be controlled by like the federal government, and that's great. But there needs to be some oversight to ensure that people aren't getting fucked, or this is going to keep happening. So my advice is the advice that most intelligent people give, and most people like Philly D are giving here. Until there is oversight in some capacity for this shit, stay away from it. Especially if you're some chud like me who doesn't have the money to lose. If you got the money to lose, whatever. It's like gambling, okay? Wipe your ass with a $100 bill. If you can do that, great. Go invest the money, okay? Get just absolutely ass-reamed by some fucking dude who's already got 7 times the money you will ever dream of. I tried to hit play and I fucked it up.
If you're involved in the space, you're doing your research. But also, to creators, I understand that over a career, you're not ever going to be perfect. Mistakes will be made, wrong partnerships will happen, but especially in the NFT space, there's just a lot of dumb money getting thrown around for a lot of weird, shady, like worthless shit. Just from a statistical standpoint, there is a higher risk here. And then let's talk about updates around Will Smith, Chris Rock, and that Oscars slap, though I'm gonna keep it very brief. Because you know, at this point, it feels like everything that needed to be said has been said at this point. It's been 4 days. I agree with Daniel Radcliffe. Like, how many other celebrities do we need to ask like what their opinion is on this so people can get angry at them? Some of the updates, the Academy is saying we tried / we're trying, right? Having previously announced a review into this situation. We also saw the Academy saying, hey, we actually asked Will Smith to leave, but he refused, calling Smith's actions deeply shocking and traumatic to witness and apologizing to Chris, thanking him for his resilience in that moment. But also,
excuse me, you asked him to leave and he refused. Further showing his level of privilege, right? As a celebrity, as one of the elites. Not only was he allowed to smack the shit out of another grown man on live television, but there were absolutely no consequences. He didn't even have to leave the ceremony. And y'all didn't make his ass leave? You don't have security there? I'm pretty sure you've got security there. You got security there to keep the normal people away from the celebs. But you've never used that kind of muscle on the actual celebrities, huh? Fucking give me a break, man.
Same time, you have reports coming out saying, no, the Academy is lying. With TMZ saying a source said there was a split among the officials. Some did want him booted, but others did not. There were various discussions during several commercial breaks, but they never reached a consensus. With the sources adding, Will was aware there was talk about asking him to leave the theater, but TMZ noting during one of the commercial breaks, we're told Oscars producer Will Packer walked up to Will and said, we do not want you to leave. And reporting that Packer walked up to Smith 35 minutes after the slap, which was 5 minutes before he was awarded Best Actor. Also, regarding the review, the group said that Will has been given 15 days notice of a vote regarding potential consequences. Right, the Academy is saying that options include suspension or expulsion, though I think the general consensus is that he won't get expelled or even lose his award or anything like that. Which, well, I think there are some, I don't think a lot of people are pushing for. Also, I've seen plenty of people talking about or asking, have people actually been expelled from the Academy? Actually, yes, but the situations were far different, right? You have Harvey Weinstein, Bill Cosby, and Roman Polanski being expelled. Or what Smith did was wrong, but it's not sexual assault. Also, as expected, Chris Rock did speak out on the incident last night, though keeping it very simple. With him returning to touring in Boston last night, he was met with a massive standing ovation from the crowd, with reports saying that standing O apparently lasted 2 minutes until Chris finally got a word in and said, you got me all misty and shit, and later saying I don't have a bunch of shit about what happened. So if you came to hear that, I have a whole show I wrote before this weekend, and I'm still kind of processing what happened. So at some point I'll talk about that shit, and it'll be serious and it'll be funny. I'm going to tell some jokes. It's nice just to be out. Which one, absolutely makes sense, and two, had to be so disappointing for the people that were shelling out thousands of dollars.
Yeah, for real. But let me, before I forget, because shit slips from me so fast, I got nothing but love for Chris Rock now, man. Like, he's always been, there was a part of me that wanted to be a comedian for sure. I mean, but there's a lot, life happens, shit goes wrong. But truthfully, it's like, Chris Rock, he's just a fucking really funny guy. He has some of the best delivery in terms of like his sets. Just got this really, really awesome style. It's really convincing. You know, it's just funny all around. And he's been funny for fucking ever, man. I remember being a kid and thinking he was so fucking funny. So nothing but respect for him. And I've got nothing but respect for him so much more so now in the way that he's handled this, man. I always say that to avoid violence and keep yourself from violence, especially in the face of violence against you, it takes a lot more courage and control than just hauling off and fucking hitting somebody. Now that's not to say that, you know, if you sit around and just let your ass get beat for silly reasons, no, that's different. But he was the bigger man in that moment. And he continues to be the bigger man. For sure. Because very quickly, I don't think it was like a physicality thing. I don't think he thought, oh, if I go back at him, I'm going to get my ass whooped. I don't think that's a thought that crossed his mind. It usually doesn't matter. When you're faced with direct confrontation like that and somebody hauls off and hits you, you don't think, oh, I'm going to get my ass beat if I go back at him. That thought doesn't cross your mind. You immediately kind of go into self-defense mode. But I think he was quickly able to ascertain the context of where they were. Like, this is live television, man. And I think very quickly he realized, you know, okay, this joke obviously offended him more than I was expecting. A lot more. And the thought that went through my head, and I think a lot of other people who worry about the mental health of someone, and probably thinking, what, is he all right? God damn, man. Like, for him to react so harshly to, I'm sorry, it was a softball joke by comparison to a lot of other jokes. Like we were watching earlier today, we were watching, you know, H3 and what's the guy's name? I forget his name. The New Jersey douchebag that Zach was recording with. The guy who was just an insult comic. But we were just talking about that earlier today. I'm walking around just insulting people and stuff like that, how it's burnout comedy, you know, it's just not, it's not the type of comedy. And so compared to even some of the jokes that guy was walking around telling random strangers on the street, those were straight insults. And those guys didn't haul off and hit him. Yeah, he had bodyguards and shit like that, but that becomes irrelevant in some contexts, you know. So Chris Rock continues to be the bigger man. I'm sorry. Standing up for your wife is one thing, but he wasn't. He wasn't standing up for his wife. He was having an emotional outburst. What we adults like to call a temper tantrum. And, you know, Chris took it right in the face, took it like a man, continues to not be a punk about it. He doesn't go out there on night one and talk shit, because if he really could have, let's face it, this man's been a lifetime career comedian, you know? He could have easily written jokes that revolved specifically around what happened. And he could have made them funny. You know, he didn't need a ton of time to write those jokes. Those jokes write themselves. So, anyway.
For tickets that were previously going for tens and hundreds of dollars. And the final thing that I'll touch on here is there is now a new angle of the smack, thus a new narrative has been born. It's taken from behind, so you can't see Jada's face, but it shows Will walking away, Chris then making his joke, and Jada then leaning in as though she's laughing. But there kind of being two avenues of thought here. One, people saying, oh, this shows that she just loved that Will smacked him. Others saying, oh, maybe she even thought that it was fake. Yeah, ultimately, that's everything for now. But from that, I want to take a second to thank the fantastic sponsor of today's show, Seeds.
No.
After the last
she damn sure did not think it was fake.
Daily Symbiotic Plus free shipping. And then, you know, sometimes we get news stories about criminals and I'm like, okay, you're definitely our douchebag of the day, but also this is so ridiculous I kind of got to tip my hat to you. And that is the case with this former Yale administrator named Jamie who ripped off the university for almost a decade. Right, so as the Director of Finance and Administration for the Department of Emergency Medicine, she had the authority to make purchases for the department as long as those purchases were under $10,000.
Sweet.
It turns out since at least 2013 and continuing through last year, she bought thousands of computers and other electronics using the school's money and then arranged to ship the stolen hardware to a business in New York for a profit once they were resold. And according to investigators, she got away with this for so long because she would report to the school that the equipment was for specific needs, like medical studies that ultimately didn't exist. And despite suspicions being raised by the high volume of orders in June of 2020, she explained it by saying she was just updating the school's computer equipment. With Yale's total final losses coming in at over $40 million, and Jamie spent that money, reportedly using it to travel, buy several homes, and purchase luxury cars, including 2 Mercedes-Benz,
That a girl.
2 Cadillac Escalades, a Dodge Charger, and Range Rover, which also, how did she get away with that? No one wondered how this school administrator was balling like a rapper? Because y'all, she only ended up getting caught last August when Yale officials received an anonymous tip. And so now we ultimately just have to wait to see what her sentence is because she's pled guilty to a tax offense and 2 counts of wire fraud.
Damn.
That's why, Jamie, you are our douchebag of the day, but also kind of impressive.
Right.
I'm only saying that because it's not my money. If it was my money, you would be in the ground. Maybe, hypothetically.
Well, hey, no, listen. Okay, I'm sorry, but higher learning institutions like that have been ripping people off for decades, dude. Give me a break. This shit does not cost that much. You guys are making way too much money. There are countries out there that are not as rich as the United States who pay for their people to go to college. It's free, okay? Don't give me that shit. I don't give a fuck. Double the money that they stole from that institution.
And then finally today, let's
I
talk
am
about
not
Russia
mad at
and
her at all.
Ukraine, and it's almost all bad news. There are the totally not worrying reports that the Russian troops who attacked Chernobyl had no idea where they were and what the plant was at that time. And since then, many reportedly have demanded to pull out of the area after they realized they kicked up a bunch of radioactive dust, and some have come down with acute radiation poisoning. But easily the biggest situation right now is still the siege of Mariupol. It continues to hold out, although a ceasefire was allegedly put in place by Russia to let civilians out. According to the Russian Defense Ministry, the corridor was open to 10 a.m. local time, and quote, "For this humanitarian operation to succeed, we propose to carry it out with the direct participation of the UN High Commissioner for Refugees and the International Committee of the Red Cross." And to this end, Ukraine has sent dozens of buses to try and get civilians out, but as of recording, it's unclear how successful that has been, although there are increasing reports that fighting is still ongoing, which, I mean, this wouldn't be the first time a ceasefire has been promised in the area, and if it fails, it also wouldn't be a total surprise. Unfortunately, that's just how this war has been going. Also, speaking of broken promises, it appears that those negotiations in Turkey have actually led to nothing. Or we talk about one of the major things from there was a promise by Russia to heavily tone down attacks against Kyiv.
Yeah,
To the Turkish
it's
foreign
not
minister, there's
happening.
little evidence that agreement is being implemented. And NATO continues to say that this entire agreement really wasn't about withdrawing troops from the area, but instead Russia just repositioning and rotating troops in the field. So it's not a shock that we've continued to see offensives by both sides in key battle zones, including around Kyiv. Also, regarding troops, there's a good chance that a lot more Russian troops are going to be committed against Ukraine as Putin signed a decree calling for nearly 150,000 conscripts, though the Russian government claims these conscripts won't be used against Ukraine and were completely unrelated to the war. But even
Yeah,
if
whatever,
they say
man.
the possibility of more veteran troops from different areas of
You're not
Russia,
going to sit there and
especially because it looks
recruit
like
new
Russian troops in Ukraine
people.
need backup if Russia is going to achieve its ever-shifting goals, especially because the reports of Russian casualties have already surpassed what the country lost in 10 years worth of war in Afghanistan. Then, on the economic front, things are expected to be rough not only for Ukraine and Russia, but possibly around the world. The
What?
European Bank of Reconstruction and Development estimating that Russia's economy will shrink by 10%, while Ukraine's will fall by 20%, claiming that the war has triggered the greatest supply shock in 50 years. And it's all especially concerning since both Russia and Ukraine are massive suppliers of commodities around the world, with the war expected to have a massively negative effect on emerging economies in Africa and the Middle East. But the final thing,
Well, I'm going to call it for the day. I thank you to anybody who stopped by and hung out with me for a while. And, you know, hit that follow button if you don't mind, if you're here. And I'll be back tomorrow. I'm not sure exactly what time, probably around